The month of May is packed with exciting racing from one circuit in the middle of Indiana, just a few moments away from qualifying, last chance qualifying in the most important event in the Moving Chicane Racing League US Grand Prix. Welcome back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the first time at this circuit that Moving Chicane Racing League comes to FTN, and we thank you for stopping by for what's going to be an exciting 500-mile race. This is the Frank Pauley Memorial at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Welcome you all to a collaborative broadcast with our friends in the Moving Chicane Racing League and Moving Chicane Racing Network. Qualifying underway, last chance qualifying up first, then the Fast 12 fight for the pole time. We have an hour until the main race gets things going, so we're going to introduce you to everything going on here at the Brickyard for all of tonight's events and the 500-mile main sweepstakes. Welcome you all live on FTN. If it's the first time you've seen us here, you're a returning viewer, you're welcome all the same. My name is David Kreutz, and I'll be your commentator and producer for tonight's event. Now, the track is rather empty. We're doing this in a very similar format to the real world, starting with last chance qualifying and drivers who need to make their way into the race by setting a time. So with that being said, taking a look at our times right now, one driver is on the circuit. That is Alan Phillips. We'll be watching Phillips and his 4 laps. He's going to put 4 laps down, and these times are based upon the average of the 4 laps you'll see on your screen here. So Alan Phillips going to be the first driver to get on his way. The number 98 looking to lock himself into the show. 13 spots are available, and 20 drivers have locked themselves in. We'll go over every driver who's in this event from top to bottom as Phillips gets on his way. Alan, the first driver who's going to take a time here, coming across the stripe, and his first lap, he's going to come down to the stripe 230 miles an hour. That lap comes through with a 39.667. So on the board quickly, Alan Phillips, he's got himself there in his last lap, mile an hour, 227.826. That's going to kick us off with a rather quick lap, but we'll see how well he holds up throughout all 4. Phillips right now getting himself settled in. We can watch driver telemetry as this session goes on as well, so you're seeing almost full throttle throughout the entirety of the circuit. Corners, a little bit of blipping back and forth. And for those of you watching on FTN, this is the beginning of what is our Indianapolis season, starting here on this Tuesday night with, of course, 500 miles in the Frank Pauley 500. And a few days after this, it's going to be Friday and Saturday. You are going to see, of course, alongside Gary Gonso, Race First. It's going to be coverage on Friday night, and in addition, Saturday as well. It's going to be 1,000 miles of coverage there, so keep your eyes peeled as right now Alan Phillips goes through his second lap just slightly quicker. And now Phillips going to be rushing down that back straightaway again here into the end of lap 3. Lap 4 coming up next, and this will be the first to set the tone for this last chance qualifying session. That's a 39.66 on the timing screen. However, that's a 39.82 last lap mile an hour. That was a 226.947. So getting slightly slower here for Alan Phillips, and we're going to ride on board for the remainder of this first run. And you're seeing here Phillips 98 taking it full on through the final corners. Coming across the stripe here for Phillips, he's been rather consistent within 2/10 of his fastest time of a 39.67. That's a 39.889. The last lap for Phillips comes in at 226.56. Done and done for Alan Phillips. He's going to be tentatively at the top of the board. And now, moving on to our next driver, that is going to be Caleb Erdman Tipton in the number 69. So qualifying times are still coming in. We're calculating the lap averages for every driver here, so give us just a moment. Phillips at the top of the board. His last lap speed came in at just about 226 miles an hour. So now Caleb going to be on his way in the number 69 here. You see him coming through 3 and 4 to get his warm-up lap concluded. and the second driver to get on the way here. We have an hour and 40 minutes of timing left. However, there are drivers here looking for the fast 12 opportunity, and in addition, drivers who want to lock themselves in. Caleb, one of the drivers here for the last chance qualifying. Austin Runkle, the 98 man, Gary Godso in chat, thank you for stopping by. And a little bit of an issue here. For the first time, we're working with these NBC style overlays, and we got the naming fixed. That's something we're going to talk about here too. So first off, you're watching the Frank Pauley 500. And with that being said, this racing, it is a commemorative event, and we're glad to have you here as we're discussing Frank Pauley, and the Frank Pauley Scholarship Fund is linked in our chat room. It's the pin message for all of tonight's racing. So to get you all settled in here, Austin Runkle will be the provider of the sponsorship for tonight's event. This is Howard Frank Pauley 500. Now, this is a message we got from the Runkle family in regards to this event, so we're going to give you a little more information about exactly what's going on before we get into this. If you'd like to support the Scholarship Fund, it is once again linked at the top of our chat room, so you can access it no matter where we are in the broadcast, and we hope you do support what's going on here at the Moving Chicanes Racing League. Our family would like to send out our appreciation to all drivers, crews, announcers, and everyone involved in today's Frank Pauley 500 Memorial Race. Frank Pauley was an amazing grandfather to one of our fellow racers, Austin Runkle. Frank was also a sports and car enthusiast. At one point in his life, although not all roadworthy, he owned 9 Studebakers. You don't often see a Studebaker in the Indy 500 or any event at this circuit. However, between the years of 1920 and 1932, that manufacturer had 5 cars running in the race, which every car finished, and the best team finished with a Studebaker third place finish at that time. Frank passed away on May 28th of 2016 after a short battle with pancreatic cancer. He is missed dearly every day. Those 2 cars that the family still owns are an original 1963 Studebaker Avanti R1 and a 1957 Studebaker Golden Hawk. The Golden Hawk actually sat outside of the funeral home in his honor. A scholarship was set up in honor of Frank Pauley, and the scholarship has been given out to high school seniors in his name. Once again, we'd like to say thank you to everyone involved in today's memorial race, and a very special thank you to Corey Mott and Mike Burnett for the donation and contributions to this race. We thank you once again in regards to Austin Runkle, who's providing the sponsorship for tonight's event, and we hope everyone enjoys this race as much as, of course, qualifying has been exciting. 2 drivers with a time, and Caleb coming down into pit road. Still, pit road is busy. Drivers like Alan Phillips on the way waiting, Jim Mott right now on pit road as well, and Michael Cormenis, a familiar face on the channel. We got him here right now. It's the number 5 of Cormenis, due to come across the stripe here. And let's see what he can do. Michael Cormenis going to come across the line and get himself going. Cormenis with a lap there, according to the timing and scoring, a 228.118, a very quick time, and Cormenis up to the top of the board with the fastest time lap so far. Just like that, Cormenis moves up high for now. Keep in mind, the timing you're seeing at the top of your screen is based on the best lap, not the 4-lap average that is still being calculated as we speak. And as it stands, only 3 drivers have set out to the track, Cormenis being one of which, Alan Phillips and Caleb Urberman. So, not everything has been decided so far in regards to this session. We've got a ways to go, and with 13 spots up to grabs and more than 13 drivers in the session, have to keep on waiting to find out who goes where, because this is the same session for last chance qualifying, and alongside that, our fast 12. So pole position will be decided in this 1-hour session, and we'll figure out who lines up at the back half of the field. 20 times, once again, have been locked in. So, to reiterate who's locked in right now, William Rasmussen has the pole position with a 39.613. Then it's going to be Ben Lawson in second and Will Young in third. Thomas Villano fourth, and from there on out, Mott, Charles Atwood, Zach Johnson, and Adam Johnson are locked in. You got Caden Sievers and Matthew Owens to round out the top 10. Bill Martin and Nate Caddo are the 12 drivers in right now. As it stands, not much else to it. These drivers a few moments away from getting on the track. We got a ways to go though until everything is set up for them. Michael Cormenis coming across the stripe again. His last lap, a 39.764. Not a bad lap at all, and right now Cormenis has the fastest individual time. We're still waiting on the 4-lap averages to come in, and Mikey gonna come across the stripe here in his Coca-Cola Chevrolet, and it looks like now making it across one more time. Fourth and final lap for Mikey, and that is a 39.934, 226.303 at the line there for Cormenis. So good run overall, and perhaps the quickest of all three. And Mikey, who had a lot of race pace and qualifying pace, had its troubles in the actual qualifying session. What happened for Cormenis was troubles in the final lap, and even though he had a very quick 3-lap average, didn't make it all the way for 4. Now Jim Mott is on the move, and you'll see there Cormenis was clearly the quickest driver with his overall fast lap, and that's a big advantage right now in regards to the 4-lap average. Here comes Jim Mott coming down the back straightaway. Mott going to be coming through in the Sirius XM paint scheme here, and reminiscent perhaps of Elio Castroneves in his 2021 victory at this circuit for Meyershank Racing. And right now, Mott going to be making his way through at about 220, backing it down a little bit more, and perhaps washing up the track. We'll have to see how strong this first lap is for Mott to really judge where he's going to stand in our final qualifying session. So a few drivers to note who have not gone on the track yet, who are in last chance qualifying: Cody Leach, Garth Griswold, Henry Kaloff did come on the circuit. He is still not out there for a racing lap. Jacob W., Jonathan Ledger, Mason Hofner, Ryan Taft, and Zender Short. So we're waiting on a few drivers to get things going. However, most of qualifying has been set. 20 drivers are locked in, and we thank the crowd that stopped by so far. If you got a favorite driver, make sure to support him here. You're watching the Frank Pauley 500, and we're just getting started here with last chance qualifying. Jim Mott due to come across the line. Here comes the 14, and that time by for Mott, it was a 40.507. Right now, he does look to have the 4th quickest qualifying time of the 4 drivers that have gone through. So his average is a little bit below, and Mott's going to be coming across at 225 miles an hour here. By no means is it slow necessarily, but not the speed he'd like to put up here, and Mott might not be working with the in-car adjustments. Those, of course, are a big deal with these open wheel cars. And we actually talked to Michael Cormenis, who's right now at the top of the last chance qualifying board, about these in-car adjustments, and he said that he thinks he's found his rhythm in regards to how to work the car with those in-car adjustments in mind, and that's something you got to play around with all race long. The weight jacker, the ARB front and rear, it's not easy, not in the slightest. Mott across the line. This will be his 4th and final lap, and last time by 40.575, so still fading a little bit further than he'd like compared to his competitors who were previously on the track. And Mott right now would be slotted in 24th, still waiting for final times to come in as we're getting the averages all locked down. It looks like right now Michael Cormenis at the top with the best average, then Alan Phillips not too far behind. And the difference is very close between Cormenis and Phillips, because Mikey was fast on that hot lap, but he didn't have the best average otherwise. However, Jim Mott coming across the line here, looks like he's done and will slot in tentatively in 4th. Up next, it looks like we're going to have a few drivers waiting on pit road, and here comes Ryan Taft. Taft going to be the next man to get things going. Slowly but surely, Taft going to get on his way, and looking at the racing circuit right now, Mott going to be pulling it through. We've got a few drivers still waiting on pit road. Up next after will be the Nathaniel Campbell crew in the 82. Ryan Taft getting himself ready here, and slowly but surely peeling out of pit road. It'll be number 86 of Taft, the next driver we're watching. Michael Cormenis with a 39.75125 lap average in seconds. Slightly quicker than Alan Phillips and his 39.758. So it goes down to the thousandths of a second over 4 laps. Goes to show Phillips was very consistent. Cormenis had that one hot lap, and that tentatively will put Mikey in 21st. Caleb going to be 3rd right now with a 40.0775, and Jim Mott with a 40.7, a few tenths of a second off overall, and he will be currently in 4th. Here comes Ryan Taft coming across the line. Let's see what Ryan can do as the 86 now comes across the track for the first time. It's not a long last chance qualifying. It looks like everyone who's attempting will make the race, and it only comes down to the track position, because it's going to be after Taft, Nathaniel Campbell, Fozzie Felizzo, and Henry Califf. Oh, Taft's got trouble, and it looks like Ryan going to be destroyed, coming out of 2, and that is the end of his run, unless he's allowed a retake here. Ryan already going to be back on the way, and you can see here, I believe they're going to allow him to get things going again. So Ryan gets back on the circuit. And here comes Taft after a lap 1 crash. We'll see what they do about that in the averages here. Watch one more time. Inside the cockpit, you'll see what went wrong. Ryan Taft just going to wash up high, and nothing he can do at that point, so Ryan going to end up destroyed. And you can see there the right front suspension bent up badly. They're going to allow him a second chance, and Ryan right now on the track for his second warm-up lap. Let's see what he can do here. Taft going to get on the way at 11,500 revs a minute. 90 minutes left in the session. We shouldn't be able to use more than 40. Making good time so far. Taft going to use his second attempt, and coming across the line, no contact. He is in good standing. Ryan Taft on the way now. This is going to be his first time lap if he makes it around. Trouble in turn 2 the previous time. Let's see what he does this time by. It looks like no trouble unless he hits it again. Second time for Ryan Taft, and it looks like it's worse than the first. Ryan's going to end up destroyed for the second time. Does he get another chance? I don't believe so, and Taft will not set a time here. Up next, we're going to figure out who it is up next. As you see right now, there is Nathaniel Campbell, and it looks like Ryan Taft going to exercise both opportunities, damage on both runs. So now Nathaniel's up next. Let's see what the 82 can do here, as it's going to be Campbell making his way out on the track. So a premature end to that run for the number. Well, in regards to his number here, it looks like for Ryan Taft, it is the number 86 crew. Damaged and destroyed. Here's the 82 of Campbell, and now let's see what Nathaniel can do. Comes across the line with still a lot of time in his favor. Let's see what Nathaniel can do here as he gets back on the racing circuit. Looking at telemetry here, you're going to see Campbell getting on his way at 6th gear, and they're coming in at about 225 miles an hour as he comes across to the front straightaway. Going to be a crowded grandstand right beside him of virtual fans, hundreds of thousands of which, and the pressure's on here for Campbell. Should be able to lock himself into a top 5 run, at least for now. Let's see how strong he is coming out of 2. We've seen some issues, and maybe that's going to be foreshadowing for what's left in the rest of the day. Nathaniel close, but no contact. He's safe coming out of the second corner, and now going to make it down the main straightaway at 233 miles an hour, letting off as he goes in to 3 and 4. A little bit of tapping back and forth on the pedal, and now a low of about 226 miles an hour, putting the gas back on. And for Campbell, this should be a very calm and consistent lap. First lap, no major errors. That's one up on what we saw from Taft at the line at 39.534. Campbell with the best opening lap at 228.59 miles an hour. So just like that, Nathaniel's going to be on the move, and he's got himself quick on that first lap. Ryan Taft going to be sent to the back with no time, and he's still going to make the race. However, going to be sent all the way to the tail end unless another driver has a malfunction with their car or otherwise. He's going to be dead last of what appears to be a 28-car field. Campbell now going to be coming through out of 4 once again. We're going to take a ride on board and try to narrate every moment here. Campbell coming through 6th gear flat out. That time by the line, 39.574. That was a 228 mile an hour lap, even still coming in at about 228.4. So Campbell gently through 1 and 2, gets things going. Now going to rush down that back straightaway and putting the power down indeed. He's, of course, the highest fuel map setting of map 1. Perhaps working with Wade Jacker as he got out on the way. And right now, very comfortable finding his rhythm. Campbell, if he keeps this up, would comfortably be at the top of the last chance qualifier board. So Nathaniel going to make his way down to the number 82, and he's going to make it cleanly. That is another 39-second lap, 39.687, so that comes in at about 228 flat Still, clearly the quickest average, and he just has to put it together for one more time. 228 average on the board if he puts it all around one more time just right. And he's going to be clearly the quickest, as it looks like both of his opening 2 laps were quicker than Mikey's average there. And now should be able to top it off with a nice final lap. This is going to give way to 2 drivers, Fozzie Filizzo and Henry Kaloff. That will be the end of your last chance qualifying. And we'll move on to the Fast 12 as soon as. At the line for Campbell, that is a 39.707, good for just about 227.6 miles an hour. And Campbell, just like that, at the top of the last chance qualifier board, usurps Michael Cormenis. He'll be starting in 21st, tentatively speaking. Fozzie Filizzo now on the track, and it's going to be Fozzie in the 55 getting things going here. This is a bit of a throwback paint scheme as well. So it looks like a few drivers representing here with some older open wheel paint schemes, and Fozzie, one of which, 167 miles an hour as he comes down into the back straightaway. We're going to see now what the 55 can do with about an hour and 24 minutes left on the clock. Reminder for the drivers here, they have 2 attempts. Ryan Taft got 2, he sets the precedent, and it looks like Nathaniel Campbell with a timed average 1/10 of a second quicker than any other driver, 39.62. He jumped out quick, and he stayed quick. That will put Nathaniel on top. The grid being set for the final race as we speak, and now it's going to be Fozzie Filizzo getting on the move in the 55 for lap number 1. 225 through the corners, and maybe a little bit slower than what we saw out of Campbell. And not as confident through 2, going to back off big. Might be in the range of 3rd and 4th after that big bobble up. And the mile an hour tells everything for these drivers. 221, not as confident through. And now we'll see what he's got on the way back out. Fozzie making it around at 228 into the entry of 4. Looks a little bit better through the final corner. And at the line here, we'll see coming down, it should be about a 40-second lap at the line, 39.735. That would be 4th if he stays that way for the rest of his run. Now the competition is, of course, Alan Phillips, 1 spot ahead. If he pulls it together on the second lap, he might be able to catch up to Alan here and have a better second lap, where he will be the first driver to do so all session long. But he looks comfortable in 4th. It's going to take a lot for him to fall back down to Caleb Tipton here, who's just about 2 miles an hour down on the fastest lap overall and several tenths behind it, and he'll be in between both Phillips and Tipton. Fazillo due to himself there in just a few moments' time. Henry Kaloff up next, and the 63 is waiting on deck. One more driver at it, and that will be Fernando Quintas, who joins the session a little bit late and should be due up for one more run. 2 drivers next, and Fozzie going to be one of which now getting through for lap number 4 at the line here for Fazillo. It's going to be telling, of course, everything on this lap. Slowly but surely dropping down in terms of speed. Last time by was a 39.637. However, it looks like he's going to get quicker than Alan Phillips the time by, so lap 2 works out better rather than the first. So maybe a chance now to fight toe-to-toe with Allen. It was 228 flat, his best lap. The line again, 39.917, drops back big. So it's going to be tricky here. Maybe a chance to go over Alan Phillips, but it's not going to be easy. Phillips tentatively going to have himself in 24th, and Fozzie looking for a chance to take that spot. Needs one more good lap. Last opportunity he has, and he's coming across the stripe here. We'll see if he picks it up or if he fades back maybe into the 40-second category. That is, of course, if he ends up losing more pace. Coming out of 4, 223 miles an hour, his lowest out of the corner, and at the stripe, doesn't look like much is going to come of it for Fozzie. Done and done, and it looks like backing it down, a 40.294 at the line for Fazillo. He should be able to lock himself in 4th on the timing charts. Henry Kaloff coming in. Kaloff is another familiar face on FTN, the final FORL Cup Series champion, one-time Saturday Night Thunder race winner, and a championship contender in the Thursday night IORA Cup Series. So Kaloff, no stranger to the attention here on this channel, and No stranger to the action in the Moving Chicanes Racing League. He's quite the veteran, and he's been in hundreds upon hundreds of races, and he almost races 7 days a week. Let's take a look at his schedule. He's got a race today. He's got a race in the United Friends League on Wednesday. He's got a race coming up in the Open SuperSpeedway Racing League on Thursday. He's got Schumacher Racing League on FTN, which is Sunday, and Moving Chicane's competition on Monday as well. He's packed up, and this is one of the many races on his schedule, but I think for his crew, it's one of the most important. Henry Kaloff Racing has multiple cars, Michael Cormenis, Michael Deitch, who is locked in as well, and of course Henry, the namesake driver in the 35, now rushing down the back straightaway. He's had the chance to experience a little bit more of the open wheel competition through IORA's Indycar exploits, and in addition, before that point, other series on the platform and official racing. So Kaloff, no rookie, but right now he's going to have to beat very good times at the top. I mean, Fazillo was a very good top lap, but dropped off severely. Cormenis setting the tone nicely, and for Campbell, he really set the bar high. At the line for Kaloff, not the best of laps. Fozzie going to slide in fourth, and now it looks like Henry on pace to go fifth in this timing. You're looking at the best mile-an-hour laps right now, and they line up pretty close to how everyone's going to be, but they're not entirely accurate. That's just a gauge of the best lap the drivers get. The overall averages are slightly different, although Campbell and Cormenis are still 1 and 2. Alan Phillips drops back one spot in the overall timing that you're seeing on your screen, but he still is third, and Fazillo going to be fourth. Henry Kaloff right now in the cards to maybe slot fifth. It's going to be a race between he and Tipton here at the line. 39.825. Should be slightly ahead of Tipton for fifth, but nothing impressive so far for the 35 crew, and definitely going to rely on that race pace to get things going. Kaloff going to come across the stripe here, and we'll see exactly what he's got in store. 231 miles an hour before backing in, so maybe a little bit more patient or delicate, shall we say, on the way around the corners. And it looks like that's exactly how it's going to be for Kaloff here, knowing he's not got a chance now to fight for the pole. Just ride where you are and don't destroy what you got. Don't want to kill the equipment, especially in a circumstance like this. We saw Ryan Taft lose his qualifying run entirely. Bad news for a driver no matter where you are in the qualifying circuit. If you're fighting the Fast 12 or if you're in last chance qualifying, looks like still some drivers joining for this last chance session. Jonathan Ledger going to join, and Fernando Quintas up next. This is Kaloff's last lap, fighting to get up a little bit higher than where he's been. And this time by, it was a 39.883, quicker than Tipton. He should be good to lock himself in the fifth position and try to take it from Caleb here at the line. 230 miles an hour, and that is a 39.864, consistent but not as quick as he'd like. Kaloff going to be jumping up to fifth in the last chance qualifying standings. That is tentatively 26th on the grid. Caleb Tipton right now on pit road. Next up, it looks to be Fernando Quintas. Is Fernando with us here? It looks like he is. The 24 coming across the line here with the Arrow McLaren paint scheme, and this is one you saw this weekend at the Indianapolis 500. I believe coming up with Alexander Rossi, who had a great race in his campaign. McLaren hosting 4 cars at the Brickyard, including Kyle Larson's number 17. Rossi, one of the drivers who in the mix quite late, but not as late as his teammate. Oh, Quintas gonna be destroyed up and over. He almost goes over the grandstands and the fencing. A dramatic end to run number 1 for Fernando, and he'll get a second chance, but the 24 is destroyed. Well, he's there. Do we see a second run out of the 24? It looks like we will not. Jonathan Ledger right there. Quintas violently flips. And that's the worst wreck we've seen today. We saw 2 incidents from Ryan Taft, and now Fernando asking, what happens now? That's the question. Does he get an opportunity? Yes, he will be given a second chance. Quintas is back on the way. Now onto his second and final try. Gotta be more careful on the way out here because, well, you don't want to end up destroyed coming out of turn 2, as we saw for Ryan Taft and as we just saw for Quintas. My, oh my, that was a nasty wreck for the 24. Now, the good thing for Quintas is he is locked in, so he doesn't have to worry about being out of this race. But getting those jitters out is another situation all in itself. On the way, 224 miles an hour. Getting revved up, putting the speed in. It's going to be a 75-minute time from here to the end of the session. We should be racing by about 8:30 Eastern. At the line now for Fernando Quintas. He'll come across the line for his first lap here. First time lap, at least. And we'll see what he's got. Looking quick here and a little bit more confident, that's for certain. About 230 miles an hour going into 1 and 2. The 24 of Quintas now running down the back straightaway and in a very comfortable spot to keep on putting the power through. 232, 33, climbing almost to 34. And it looks like Quintas, despite the jitters, well, he's going to get very high through 3 and maybe a little bit too much power coming into the final set of turns. Now Fernando coming across the line. This looks to be about a mid-high 39-second lap. At the stripe, it's a 39.725. So, not a bad lap. It's going to put him 5th in the highest time so far, but it looks like he carried way too much into 3, and now is in the fight between Phillips and Kaloff to maybe start in the top 25. So let's see what he does here. Quintas going to have to make some adjustments. Right on board, you'll see what's going on. Riding a little bit lower here. Definitely not as much of a wash-up, and you see the speed he's carrying. Much more confidence. This should be a quicker lap than the previous. Coming across the line, 35 seconds by the time he's fully flat on the gas, and it is a 39.668. For Quintas, it's a 667 after final calculation. It's quicker, but right now, not enough to get past Phillips, and it looks like he will be fighting with Henry Kaloff for 5th on the charts. Henry Kaloff able to get 4th just barely. That came down to several thousandths, mind you. And it was all down between Fazillo and Kaloff. Kaloff gets it by 4 1,000ths of a second. Fernando Quintas here now going to be in a real tight battle. Maybe an opportunity to take 4th if he just keeps the speed up for a lap more. Coming across the stripe. This is the end of his 3rd lap. And we're moving on to lap number 4 for the 24 crew. Now time for Quintas to make it by for one more circuit. 2.5 miles to go, and it looks like John Ledger going to be given the opportunity to go for his laps as well. Ledger gets on the way, and Quintas getting the final timing in all the same. So it's going to be Ledger, the final driver, it appears to be, for last chance qualifying, and then we move on to Fast 12 timing. 12 drivers are eligible for the pole position, and only one can acquire it. Quintas coming down and in here, and it's time for John Ledger in the number 25, the Mopar. Right now on pit road, given the command to get things going, and waiting now on Jonathan Ledger. He is the driver now in control for one final time. Quintas coming across here, and he is done and done. For Fernando, the final 4-lap average is just ahead of him here, and we'll see where he slots in that number 24. Provisionally speaking, it looks like at the very worst, it's 6th. He has the potential to jump it as high as 4th. Ledger right now, still on pit road, and he's getting the final confirmation to get things moving. Here comes the number 25, Ledger, now on the way. And Jonathan Ledger now getting out of pit road at approximately 60 miles an hour, and we'll see how careful he is. A few drivers have made that mistake of being a little too risky on the way in and out. We saw it with Quintas, and we saw the trouble for Ryan Taft twice over. Now Jonathan going to go to about 120 miles an hour, nothing crazy here, and decide to be patient in the 2nd gear. You can get up to about 4th gear, not comfortably, but you could, and the exit of pit road here in Indianapolis. But it looks like right now, Fernando Quintas giving the signal he will be starting at the end of the line because he ended up going down to pit road 1 lap early. So Quintas is going to be in trouble and sent back to the end of the field. That's going to be 28th, and that's going to give 1 spot to Ryan Taft. So Quintas with a wreck and an invalid time. Bad news, John Ledger gets 1 spot by default here. Now it's time to see what we got left here. The 25 going to be the final driver in last chance qualifying. Bill Martin of the chat room, among others, right now looking for some fan support from the Race First crew, and it looks like he's got some. Gary Godstone, one of the many associates here with FTN, who's helped out substantially with getting this open wheel package on the way. We'd like to thank him and Andrew Schulte for putting together the wonderful overlays for tonight's race with all the information you're seeing here, courtesy of the crew at Race First and, of course, Andrew Schulte, who's been working with the channel since day one. Race First, they've got a packed schedule, and the schedule is going to be 9 Eastern on Friday night and 5 Eastern on Saturday for the open and fixed 500s. Going to be an exciting crew. I'm going to be alongside Gary and the entire Race First operation, and this is a little bit of a preview of what you might expect to see. A lot of oval guys here in the Moving Chicanes Racing League, but drivers who definitely have the skill. William Rasmussen looking to back up his top time overall, and we get to Fast 12 qualifying. And John Ledger right now, last time by was a 41.24. This would be comfortably, almost no matter what, the final time taken. So he's going to be sitting at about the 7th position. That first lap, enough to send him back drastically. 41.053, so about a second off of everyone here. 220 miles an hour at the line. It looks like Ledger not getting everything out of the car. And you can see with the telemetry, he hits the brakes actually and gets down to 210 miles an hour. Almost gets down under 200. So it looks like right now, John with not a lot of confidence inside the cockpit and deciding to take it real easy. As you see there, a little bit of internet trouble. But it's clear he's definitely not putting the power down through the entirety of the track. The Mopar 25, 9th right now in terms of fast time. He will be starting at the highest in 27th position. John Ledger done and done, and it looks like he's going to stop just like that. He needs one more lap, though, and he does stop prematurely. This is going to be a very slow lap, but it doesn't change all too much. Ledger down to 140, and it looks like he was looking for final confirmation. Now back on the way, and Ledger trying to put the power down. He will be starting 27th. It appears to be locked in there. Trey Fraley, unfortunately, we're hearing word about Gordon Fraley, a fractured vertebrae, keeping him out of the race, and we hope he recovers quickly to get back to competition here in the USGP series. You don't want to miss the Brickyard, no matter what type of racing it is, and it's a heartbreaker, of course, not to have him in the field tonight. Ledger at the line, 44.604. That's the slowest time we saw in this session, and Ledger with the slowest average. He will still not be starting dead last, but he will be starting in 27th at the highest. Time for your pole shootout. 12 drivers have remained eligible for the top time, and right now a few of which are on pit road getting ready to settle the score. You see Michael Cormenis, who's been on pit road now for about 25 minutes. Jim Mott, 23, more of the same. Now the time to find out who comes out first, and it looks like we're getting the instructions. It's going to be Nate Cadott, the first driver on the way. So Nate in the number 7, looking at him, waiting for him to get back on the circuit. He'll be the first driver on the way, and he's now on the track. So this is your pole shootout, just getting started at the Brickyard, and it's going to be Nate in the number 7 on the way. Nate gonna creep out here, 3,000 revs a minute idly, and the line is forming. For the drivers who are here fighting for the pole position, they know how essential it is to get the engine warmed up as much as the tires or anything else. And it looks like Nate gonna give a few seconds there, holding the clutch down, getting the revs in, and comes out of 5th gear, 170 miles an hour as he's on his way. Looks like Ledger going to disconnect from the session quickly. We'll see whether or not he chooses to race this event. However, he is qualified in regardless of circumstance with his lap times. Nate Cadott getting warmed up, needs a few more miles an hour till he gets things going again. 225 coming out of 4 should be good to hit 230 down the main straightaway, and Nate Cadott going to be the driver to get us moving here in top 12 qualifying. This is your pole shootout. Now, this is going to be reverse order. Nate was the 12th and final driver to put himself into this procession, so maybe not the favorite for the pole position, but he's getting the opportunity to come out there first and get 4 laps in. He saw a good 9 or 10 laps coming through overall, and the averages for your last chance qualifiers, let's compare them to the guys on pole. Now, a 39.613 was the provisional pole. The only driver who came close was Nathaniel Campbell. If Campbell was to put that 4-lap average down in the main session, he would have been second coming into this fast 12 shootout. So Campbell had the speed to fight for the pole, but just couldn't put it together. And in regards to that, he's going to be starting far behind where I think he has the pace to be. Keep your eyes out for Campbell. He has the pace maybe to fight there in the top 5. Now, Nate Cadat going to come across the stripe. His best lap so far, going to put him up to with a 227.983. So just behind Fazillo and Cormetis here. This should be a solid lap, but I don't know if it's enough there to fight for the pole position. Now, the top 12 times were separated in our first session by about a 10.5, from a 6.13 to an 8.7. Cadat was the driver with the 8.7, and very few drivers in last chance qualifying were that quick. Henry Kaloff would have been quick enough to make it through just barely. Alan Phillips, Michael Cormetis, and Nate Campbell. So only about 15 drivers with a pace to be in this top 12 shootout, and right now Nate Cadat once again on the bleeding edge here, so maybe not going to have a chance to fight for the pole, but is solidly going to start in the top 6 rows. We're not going to be doing a 3-wide start here. Double file is the expectation, and Nate coming across the line, going to be one more lap after this. 39.739, a tenth of a second off of his fastest time and about a few tenths of a mile an hour off. So Nate right now getting himself settled in nicely, just a little bit of that degradation of the times. Right now, Nate Cadat here setting himself up to start inside the top 10 perhaps. We'll see if anyone else has incidents. We saw 2 invalidated times, and Nate's going to be the first incident, spinning out of 3, and he's going to spin it up the track. And Cadat's time is all but done. Nate, I don't believe he'll get a second chance to go. He's just going to try to get back on the way. That all but confirms he'll be starting in 12th tonight. He's going to come across the stripe, limping. And no doubt disappointment for Nate trying to push on that final lap. And next up, well, we'll see if the toe impacts anything. It's going to be William Martin. And Martin is now on the way. Just like that, Martin got himself through in 11th with a 39.827. Well, he sees one competitor out the way. He'll be starting no worse than 11th. And Bill Martin with an issue. He'll go down to his second attempt immediately. Martin is on the way. And just like that, the number 19 is destroyed. Just when we thought it would be a destruction for the run, of course, previously that we just saw out of Nate Cadat. Bill Martin with trouble. Does he get a second chance here? It looks like he will. Martin now on to his second chance. And this could be a second consecutive incident mired by troubles coming out of the corners here. You see it there for Nate Cadat coming through 3. And then Bill Martin, who just got himself through the first 2 turns and ended up destroyed. Here comes Martin again, lining himself up just at pit road's exit. And here we go. Bill Martin back on the move. Fernando Lopez in the chat, thank you for stopping by. And for Lopez right now, one of the drivers who, of course, got things going, saw Fernando Quintas in iRacing. A little bit look different from the YouTube chat room and such. One of the drivers who got things moving here in that last chance qualifier. And it was destruction, but it ended up being, of course, locking himself into the future. And for these drivers, that's what matters. Nate Cadat saying he put a little bit too much weight jacker, 1 click too much, and that's all she wrote. Martin on the way here, and we'll see what he can do. Bill Martin at 230 miles an hour comes across the stripe. Let's take a lap on board here in attempt number 2 for the number 19. So Martin here, not trying to copy what occurred there for Nate Cadet, and it looks like he's going to be able to make it through the first two corners without trouble. However, any further incident will be the end of the story for the 19 crew. Martin making his way across this time by. First lap should be in the 39 to 40 range, as most others have been. At the line, it's going to be 39.585, and Bill Martin makes it through for a first lap that is good for a 228.297. So Martin with an impressive lap, making some jumps here. Now the question becomes, can Martin stay consistent? It's a nice opening start, about the second quickest lap we've seen in this session overall, and would be tentatively good for about a top 5 run in qualifying. Now it's all about being consistent, and that's where everything comes into play. You can have a good first lap, but now you got to make sure the rest of them are as good as well. That's the goal right now. Martin going to come across the stripe and go for it once again. 39.702, a little bit further back, not a bad time either. And as such, we're starting to see drivers settle themselves in. Martin, 226 into the entry of 2, and you can see the speed working nicely off the corner again. Martin in no trouble right now. It looks like he's going to have an opportunity to go for one more lap after this. Should be about a 39.8 the way things are going. And you see here for Martin, no trouble. He's kept it smooth. Up next, we got 3 drivers slated. It's going to be immediately after Matthew Owens. Then it's going to be Caden Sievers and Adam Johnson. Then we're going to see the rest of the field as we're slowly but surely working our way up. Matthew Owens is going to be up next, and Bill Martin there with a 39.829. Slight move back, but nothing crazy. And it looks like now Martin really settling in for a nice run. Sponge Ahoy in the chat room, getting excited to race against this field. Austin Runkle, thank you for stopping by again. And once again, check out the Frank Pauley Memorial Scholarship Fund. It is the pinned link into this description. If you want to support the cause, check that out. Like the stream, subscribe, and share. We'd love to get the word out to everyone across this 500-mile feature. This is the Frank Pauley 500, and we are excited to have you all race along. Bill Martin at the line there, well, he's going to be done and done with a 39.854, a very impressive and consistent 4-lap run, and that's going to put Martin on the provisional pole. As you can see right now, pit road largely empty. Matthew Owens on the way, and jet black on our timing screen. Owens getting things moving. Right now, Matthew Owens is going to keep it calm and steady. Looks like a little bit less aggression coming off the corner than a few other drivers. And, of course, keeping it nice and smooth is a big deal right now. But when you're fighting for pole, you got to understand your limits. Some drivers here in the Fast 12 might not have the speed for pole. They just happen to be here because they're quicker than most of the field. However, a few of these drivers definitely know that they have the pace to get that top spot. I think there for Bill Martin, that's going to be a very confidence-inducing run. A lot of reason to believe after that one. And at the line for Matthew Owens, that's going to be good for 8th quickest time overall. It's a 39.717, not a bad lap by any means. One of the quicker times overall. We'll see if he can just stay with it there, because consistency would help him out drastically. Doesn't guarantee, though, he'll stay at that rate for all of this run. And we might see several tenths of a second of tire fall off. That is the big concern right now for Owens. And I figure right now, just got to find a way to keep on putting the power through. 223 off the exit of 4. Maybe not what you'd like there. And at the line, it's going to be a 39.6. Quicker that time by. So Matthew Owens is going to make just a gain of about a tenth a second. 227.839 that time through. And Owens, going for the consistency strategy, makes a nice second lap of it. Not bad at all for Matthew Owens. And all of a sudden, maybe things are looking up for the driver. The number, well, you might not see it there, but he is the number 13. And he's got everything blacked out, so going to be a little bit trickier to follow him. But Owens now going to make his way through one more time. That is going to be a 39.737. Consistency is king. And another good lap. So Owens here is deciding to go against the tire fall off and put himself in a nice spot to get a calm 39.7 average lap speed, and that would come out to about 227.6 39.79 perhaps. He's going to be very close with Quintas right below him there, so trying to run the numbers, this is not a slow time by any means. Could be just under 2:28, could be just over. All comes down to this next lap here. What does Owens have in store? The last opportunity as their next driver is going at the line. Owens with a 39.757. He is clear and consistent. Matthew Owens with a nice run there. Up next, it's going to be Caden Severs and an updated prize pool of $170 for tonight's event. Keep an eye on that prize pool. We've got more than 100 on the line for these drivers, and we'll talk a little bit more about the prizes here while we are at it. 500 miles always calls for a prize or two, and for these drivers, it's absolutely necessary, of course, to get through knowing there's something at the end of the day. So, prizes, prizes, prizes. There is money on the line. Let's get to talking about that. $170. Now the question becomes, how is it distributed? And we're going to discuss a little bit more as we get that information here. It was previously a prize pool of $110, and looks like now rising and rising. However, the question becomes now, winner-take-all mentality with the prize on the line. What are these drivers going to do? Caden, the first driver now, with that word perhaps in mind, he gets things going. 228 coming out of 2. And this is, once again, reverse first qualifying order. Caden was 9th on the first run around. Now making his way through with a load of speed through 3 and carrying that momentum nearly 230 into the entry of 4. Caden looking real good right now. This might be the fastest time we've seen overall if he just carries it through to the front straight, which he does. 39.421 by a long shot, the fastest time, 229.247. And just like that, Caden breaks through and gets us up much higher, and the fastest time by a long shot here, confident for a reason. And Caden now going to have to make 3 more laps. Very similar to that. They don't even need to be just like that, but he pulls through with a tremendous first lap. And so he's on the way, and he's hit the ground running. Good to build up that momentum in just 1 lap's time at the line. 39.563. That is still a huge lap, the second of which comes down to about a 228.5 flat. Not a bad lap at all. Just a little bit of that speed lost, and you can't expect to keep up with such a great first lap. Now just got to keep it out the wall, keep things moving, a little bit of a rattle out of the corner. And now, Caden in a really good spot to go all the way up to the top here, so long as these next lap and a half do not fall apart. Caden coming across the line here. Estimates are showing about a 39.6. Let's see what he's got. Caden at the stripe, 39.708. Very close to the estimate there, but just a little bit slower. And now Caden falling a little bit further back. That was a 39.707, which falls back drastically. However, very strong first 2 laps, and that might be the tide turning in his favor, regardless of what happens in these final laps here. This one, of course, you don't want to see a total disaster in the last lap, but we'll see if Caden pulls through more speed. 223 into turn 4. Definitely slower, but coming across the line shouldn't be anything egregious, and Caden, with a very impressive run, should be able to take himself up to the top. 39.825, so not the slowest lap in the 4-lap average, and it looks like Caden rebounding strong at the very end, and that will be a conclusion to the 27th qualifying run. Up next, Adam Johnson, who's now into his first lap. Johnson going to get on the way here in the Valvoline machine, and you see now Adam 230.31. Can anyone carry 234 into the entry of 3? Looks like so far that is a no-go. However, Adam is quick and looks to have just about as much speed as Caden did coming in, but he has to back off and get himself going once again a little more delicately through the portion through turn 4. At the line, 39.798, so not a bad lap. That's going to settle him in at just about 10th fastest time. So maybe going to be now in the fight between the drivers like Bill Martin and Nate Cadet. Nate had a lot of trouble, of course, with that final lap, so it's going to come down to he and Bill Martin. Adam Johnson seeing his competition here. Now trying to find a way to take that spot with a few more good laps. Let's see what Adam can do here. How about we take a ride on board uninterrupted for one lap and see exactly what it's like from within the cockpit of Adam Johnson. Johnson there, going to be at 39.752, so a little bit quicker than previous. It looks like now getting himself settled in for the fourth and final lap. Zach Johnson is going to be up next, and immediately after, it's going to be Charles Atwood, so keep your eyes peeled for the next drivers. It's going to be Johnson and Johnson coming through consecutively. First is going to be Adam, then it's going to be Zach coming across the line. Adam a little bit slower through the back straightaway, and now those final two turns where everything will be determined. The 4-lap averages are coming through, and right now Caden at the top with a 39.628, then Matthew Owens, then Bill Martin, and gonna be Nate Cadet this time by. Nate gonna be in fourth. Adam looking to put him one back as Johnson and Johnson are on the way. It's going to be up next as you look on the racing circuit. Adam Johnson out of the way. And up next, we're going to have Zach Johnson going. There's Zach. And Zach on the move right now with that number 2, a paint scheme. Well, it's reminiscent of Joseph Newgarden's victory last 2 days. And in 2023 as well. And we have about a half hour until the race starts indeed here. The timer says up to 50 minutes. However, we do not intend to use that entire time. Now it's going to be Atwood immediately after, and Corey Mott going to be after Atwood. Then we have Thomas Villano, Will Young, Ben Lawson, and William Rasmussen. That's how it all ends. So a quick lap there for Johnson. That might be his fastest of the session. And it looks like just behind Adam, Zach with a 39.709. So slightly slower. And that's going to be good for 11th quickest top time overall on the board. Caden absolutely destroyed everyone in the Fast 12 qualifying session, and it was a very good run there for Campbell, who found himself making it up to the top of last chance qualifying. Nathaniel Campbell and Caden Sievers with very close overall averages, and for Caden, he had a 39.628. Campbell was quicker with a 6.25. However, Campbell not competition for the pole, and as such, doesn't impact it. Oh, Johnson with a huge lap there, a 39.618, and that's about as quick as Michael Cormetis' fastest, and going to jump him up quickly over Adam Johnson and the like. So all of a sudden, it looks like now Zach Johnson has an opportunity to go over Adam and maybe over Bill Martin. It's going to be Adam up into fourth, Bill Martin third. Well, here goes nothing here for Zach. Very good second lap, strong enough to make it inside the top 5 of hot laps overall on the session. And up next, at the stripe for Zach, it is a 39.645. Yeah, he is in a real good spot now. And an opportunity maybe to take it up in the second here. Just didn't have a good first lap, and that might be the difference between pole and second. For now, Zach Johnson getting himself going again. And he's in a really, really solid spot to go for the podium in qualifying, at least with the way things are looking for now. Zach Johnson across the line, going to be now Charles Atwood up next, and immediately thereafter, Corey Mott. Here goes the number 2 at the line. It's a 39.664, and consistency big time for Johnson, and he's going to recover huge after that first lap. We'll see if it's enough to get inside the top 2. Zach Johnson Very impressive after lap 1. Next up here, let's figure out who is next on the board. You see pit road filled. Yeah, there's Charles Atwood, and now he's on his way, coming out of pit road, and it's going to be an exciting dash down for Atwood, a driver with some higher hopes here. The higher we go up in this order, I think the more likely these drivers will be fighting for pole there. Johnson getting a really solid run. Consistency with his key. And it might be a 39.6 average overall, but might be on the higher side of that, which is not where you want to be as a driver. And for Zach Johnson, 39.659 consistency, but the first lap set him apart. In a bad sense, he will be starting in second provisionally as Charles Atwood now gets going. So with Charles now on the move, the expectation getting higher and higher for each coming driver. You see the number 32 Atwood making his way through at about 232 down the back straight. Not bad, maybe a little bit left on the table, but we'll see how he approaches 3 and 4 to determine what's really left. Nicely through 3 and 4, the rhythm is there, no contact with the wall, and Charles right now checking off all the boxes. The question becomes more so about speed. It's a 39.689, not a bad lap, and now time to figure out, does Charles stay consistent, or does he have a chance to maybe gain a little bit more, or does he fall down like most other drivers have? If Charles remains consistent, that might be provisionally second in qualifying, so long as everything works out right. We'll see whether or not that is truly going to be the case. Atwood right now making it through for the end of his second lap. Corey Mott going to be right up next, then going to be Thomas Villano immediately thereafter. Coming across the stripe here for Atwood, maybe some gains coming through. Final confirmation shows a 39.655, yes, slightly quicker. And William Rasmussen right now asking what is the prize for the winner. Right now we are going to confirm whether or not all the funding goes to your race winner. We find that out. Atwood right now in his third lap. So for Charles Atwood, even though he is not necessarily the quickest on a single car run, he does not have the fastest time. That 4-lap average is huge, and if he stays in that 39.6 range, it's going to be a battle between he and Zach Johnson for the second spot. Across the line once again, here goes the 230 marker. He hits it. It is a 39.664. Yeah, Atwood in a really good position here, and his average is going to be maybe a little bit quicker just based on the fact that he's been that consistent. It's going to be tight, though. I don't expect it to be easy, but it's going to be Zach Johnson and Charles Atwood just beside each other in regards to lap averages. I think Atwood might have needed a little bit more of a breakout lap, though. That's been his problem. If he had one lap in the 5 range, a 39.5, definitely would have been second. But it's still a really very consistent run, and consistency being so impressive here at the Brickyard, it's going to help him out substantially. Here we go. Atwood, 39.9, not the lap he wanted nor needed, and that's going to send him back a little bit. So no chance at second there. Should be able to fight still for third. Nate Cadet going to be on pit road, and as we come across here, one driver flying by, that is Corey Mott. Mott's on the move. Let's see what Corey can do here. His time in the original qualifying session was a 39.756, 1,000th of a second over 4 laps slower than the driver immediately after him in Thomas Villano. So Corey going to be carrying some big speed here, and multiple drivers have made big gains, so expect everyone to keep on leveling up here. I doubt it's going to be a slowdown from here for these drivers. Nobody wanting to reach that plateau, and the competition is getting intense. That is going to be a 39.551, very good lap there for Mott, and the question becomes, he's got a breakout lap. Now can he back it up? The backup is, of course, most necessary now, a 39.5. A very solid lap in itself, but it's not a 1-lap qualifying run. It is a 4-lap motion. So if you keep it in the 39.6s from there, you're in a really good position. But 39.5 is that much better. Now the question becomes, does Mott hold on to it? At the line here, 230 across the stripe, and it looks like another very good lap, a 39.63. So his average right now comes in at about 39.59. That would be the highest. 2 more laps to go. And we're watching right now for official information. After Corey gets out the car, we'll get the final confirmation about payment distribution for tonight's race. And talking about payments, once again, check out the official Frank Pauley Scholarship Fund. It is pinned in our chat room tonight on FTN. If you want to support and donate for the cause, well, that's exactly what we're looking to have go on here. So check out the chat room one more time. The Frank Pauley Scholarship Fund. We'll talk a little bit more about that as the race progresses. Oh, Mott is on a heater here. 39.68. One more lap, and this could be the fastest time. Mott now in a real good spot to keep himself up inside the top 2, if not keep it all the way at the top. He had a breakout lap. He's been consistent. This determines everything. Let's ride on board. Corey Mott right now going to be coming across the line. Speed of 226, making it right out of 4. It should be good enough for a consistent 39.75. It's going to be tight, but Mott with a real chance at the pole. Final calculations might show him a little bit further behind. And up next now, it's going to be Thomas Villano on the way. And here is Thomas, the number 78, up next. Will Young now going to be on deck, so keep your eyes peeled for the driver who started with a third place run in initial qualifying. Thomas, 4th in our first run around, but here in the Fast 12 qualifying, leveling up. Right now it's Thomas Villano in that number 78. He's got a lot of strong runs he's seen, and he doesn't want to lose it here. Thomas comes up the track. He saves it. He's going to back it down regardless. I don't know if they're going to count that as the first attempt. He does not get any damage. That will lead to attempt number 2, I believe, here. So Thomas Villano's going to park it. And we will see what is next. Villano now on pit road, and coming up the ladder, there is Will Young. Are they going to start Will Young here? That is the question. Looks like he goes back down to pit road. No Fast 6. This is the Fast 12 system. And right now, Thomas Villano nearly losing his run. This is attempt number 2. And he's back on the way. Going to be very careful out of pit road here, knowing he doesn't want to scorch up the tires and get himself damaged. Losing that first run is, of course, detrimental, but there's always a recovery here. And with 38 minutes left in this session at the very most, we should be going green within the next 20 odd minutes. It's going to be a long haul here in Indianapolis. 500 miles are on the table. And Thomas Villano right now getting back on the way. So Thomas now in a run number 2. Does not want to end up starting 12th and last here. Of course, we saw what happened early to start this session. It was, of course, Nate Cadet who ended up losing it on that all-final lap, which was the all-important lap. Villano now on the way, 232 into turn 1, and looking solid as he gets the wall again. There's damage. Will they call it? Well, I think if he's going to go down a pit road, that will be it, so he'll have to stay on the track regardless of the incident. And now Thomas is going to be in all sorts of trouble. We'll see if he chooses to back it down here. I think he is slowing down, and that might be his run. The call from the admins will be everything. But Thomas is making it down to pit road, and he's going to do so under his own powers, so we'll see what the call is. Maybe he has another chance. Thomas making it in, and we're asking for confirmation in regards to whether or not he is done. Will Young asking too, and it looks like for Will Young, he will get the call. Just a moment, no official word. They're deciding right now, and it looks like Will Young is on the way. Young will get going. That is going to end the run right there for Thomas Villano. High hopes and yet trouble twice over. Now it's going to be Will Young right up next. That's going to lose 1. In terms of qualifying contention, Young now on the move. Will Young now going to be on the way, and we're watching that number 68 move. And when you come out after a track incident like that, you know you got to stay very, very patient on this opening lap. As patient as you can while putting the power down. You do not want to end up on a wrecker, because usually when you get through that first attempt, there's nerves, and then you bunch up for attempt number 2, and everything gets worse from there. We saw multiple drivers with 2 consecutive wrecks, and for one example where we did not see 2 consecutive wrecks, well, it came down to starting at the end of the field for Fernando Quintas, who ended up doing 1 lap too little. Now Will Young on the move. Let's see what Will can do in his qualifying lap here, number 68. A little bit higher, bobbles up top, and now on the way for the North Spark Racing crew. Young making it by 233 into turn 3. Calm, consistent, has speed, and this might be one of the better laps we've seen. Young, who qualified 3rd in our first session, now an opportunity to go all the way to the top. $100 to your winner, 50 to second, third gets 20. So it's going to be Young with a huge lap there, 39.431, and that was a 229.187 according to our mile-an-hour charts here. However, I think that's going to be a little bit off because it came down to 1/1000th between these two. Just a little bit more of a gap. So right now, Caden with the quicker time. Will Young very close. And starting almost on identical strides here, your top 2 drivers. Young looking to be real impressive here with lap number 2. $39.495, big lap again, and the first half of Caden's run was very impressive. But then you saw that big fall off here. So the question becomes, how good can this third lap be? Because a good third lap might mean everything here. Another one in the 5 or 6 range. That is the be-all, end-all. If he gets one within that area, it looks like it's going to be Will Young up to provisional pole. However, the question becomes whether or not he can hold on to what he's got for one more lap after this. Young still has speed, and he might have a chance to come up to the top of the board. Caden still has provisional pole. That might change. That is a huge third lap. And Caden now might be usurped. Will Young just has to pull through for 4 more corners. Make it 2 now as he flies through 1 and 2. Ben Lawson, William Rasmussen, the only drivers left. And then we get down to the green flag here in the Moving Chicanes Racing League, the Frank Pauley 500. An exciting one for sure, and Will Young coming across the line here should be good for the pole position at the stripe. Big time run. 6.33 for Will Young. Top of the board by a long shot here. And just like that, Will on top. Up next, Ben Lawson, the number 3, due to the track right now. 39.537, the fastest time overall across both sessions. Will Young, he is going to set the example everyone wants to follow. And Ben Lawson, William Rasmussen, only 2 more drivers with a chance to go for it. Well, Ben Lawson now on the way. He qualified 2nd in our first session, putting up a very impressive time overall in that stint. So if you want to know exactly what came down for Lawson, it was a 39.701. However, everyone's stepping up the game, and right now 39.7, not a bad time in the slightest. However, wouldn't be pole position, wouldn't even be 2nd. We're going to see some drivers here who are looking to make some big gains. Ben Lawson's first time would have stuck for about 4th in this new session. Coming across the line here, let's see what he can do. Lawson on the way, 230 into 1. And now on the move, here comes the number 3. Going to look to get up to about 233 miles an hour, and if you are looking to go for the pole, you want that 233 on the first lap. Lawson does not get it. A little bit slower than he'd like to be, maybe coming down that back straightaway. Recovers nicely through 3. Speedy out of 4. Off the stripe again for Lawson. That's going to be a 39.497. By no means slow. Just a little bit off of Young and Caden there, but clearly a fighter. And if he has a little bit more in him, maybe a chance to still go for a top 2 start. Just has to keep the progress going here as Lawson is due to come across the stripe again. All depends on whether or not this is another quick lap like a 4 or 5. Maybe this goes down to the 6s, which would knock him out of pole qualification by default. Right now, Ben Lawson's still in the thick of it, and he's got a few more seconds to go until we find out if he's in pole contention or if he falls back to fighting for about 2nd. Lawson is still in it. That is going to be a 39.56 after final calculations. Not a bad lap at all, and it's going to be good, just good enough to stay in the pole fight. Now going to be working in through 3 and 4. Right now it's going to be very tricky, of course. Will Young being oh so good and consistent. It's going to be a very, very immense challenge for Lawson to maybe go up there and fight with Will Young, but Caden's time is something that could be reached. Caden fell off big time in those final 2 laps, and that was the trickiest part of it for him. Maybe a chance to get that pole outright if he didn't, but it looks like right now, Ben Lawson on pace to take 2nd in the pole position. Looks like right now, 2nd to the pole of Will Young. Not a bad place to be. Lawson looking to lock up that front row, and he's up there in the number 3 for one more time. Lawson coming through, and it looks like now down the back straightaway, 232 miles an hour, make it 233. Not enough. 6th gear, pushing the reds as hard as he can. Still quick through 3 and 4. Lawson with another very solid lap. This should be good for 2nd in the overall qualifying charts. At the line, Ben Lawson goes 2nd in qualifying. And he might have had a claim at 1st. Will Young was quick. Lawson just about as quick there. It's up next for William Rasmussen, the number 26, the be-all, the end-all. Rasmussen is the man who determines everything from here. For Ben Lawson, it was a 39.56. 3/100ths of a second slower than Will Young across all 4 laps. And MPS, thank you for stopping by. Exactly, Jeremy Taban, Fair Lopez, William Rasmussen, Austin Runkle. Shout outs once again for the entire viewership here on FTN and the Moving Chicane Racing Network. This is the Frank Pauley 500, and you're watching the man who has the biggest opportunity to go for pole, getting to work. Oh, Rasmussen is quick. 234. Rasmussen is 234 down the front straightaway. And this could be the big one. Watch out. Rasmussen looking to put it on top. And right now, William going to be making it down that back straight, looking for $100 at the end of day. And where better to start than pole position? I don't think there's any better. So right now, William clearly quickest down the back straightaway, and the front has the opportunity maybe to break into the 39.2 range. At the line for Rasmussen, it's a 39.251. Clearly the quickest lap, and now odds-on favorite for pole. Rasmussen with a 230.244. What a lap for the 26 crew, and already up to the top. And it looks like now Rasmussen's got the opportunity to keep that pole position just with 3 more solid laps. Let's see what he can do here. It's a great starter, but now he's just got to keep it going with some backups. Rasmussen coming across the line here, and it looks like it's going to be a 39.404. That alone would have been the fastest lap, but of course Rasmussen's first was that much quicker. And this is a several tenth of a second jump from the previous session. And Rasmussen is still at the top of its game. Rasmussen now going to be making it through, and it looks like there's a little more that we can say or do besides watching all here. Another lap hitting 233. This is the 3rd lap, mind you, and it might be as good as anyone else's first. A little bit slower there through 3 and 4, but with all the back up he's gotten those first 2 laps, less reason to worry. That's going to be a 39.449. And we thought it was slow. That would still be the 3rd fastest lap overall. However, his first 2 laps were quicker, so just not enough to compare to himself. Everyone else, though, has got a rival in William Rasmussen locked up for pole as long as he makes it across these final 2 turns, which is no guarantee. And we're going to watch now Rasmussen looking to capture the pole in fast 12 qualifying. Down to the bottom, wiggles up top, a little bit slower, and that might have bogged him down a 10th or 2. Rasmussen across the line, a little bit of a blink, but he should be good to get it done. Rasmussen, pole position, 39.723 his final lap, and Rasmussen has done it. Pole in first qualifying, and pole in second qualifying. William Rasmussen will start at the top of the board in the Frank Pauley 500. Qualifying has been decided. And now in less than 15 minutes, we're going to get going for 500 action-packed laps of racing. If you're stuck with us so far, get ready. We're only just getting started here on FTN. If you're here with us right now, check out once again the Frank Pauley Memorial Scholarship Fund. It is pinned in our chat room tonight. If you want to bring over some support, we'd love to have you do so. In addition, memberships on the channel are open. If you like what you're seeing here, you can donate to us as well. And we hope you check out both links, of course, in the membership and the Frank Pauley Scholarship as Rasmussen brings it to a close. Qualifying is over, and now we're just a few minutes away from coming alive with our racing here. Race session gonna come up, and with qualifying done and done, we're setting up for 200 laps. Rasmussen with the pole position, and drivers gonna be leaving this session momentarily here. You are watching from the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and since we have a little bit of time, maybe an opportunity to talk with a few of our drivers here as Rasmussen looks to disconnect quickly from this session. 24 minutes left on the timing here, so we're going to stay in the session and get a few words from our drivers here. A few look to be available, and everyone now rushing quickly out of this session. So we're going to go to a brief intermission here and maybe get a few words from drivers. Let's see if Rasmussen, among others, are available here at the top of the board. Looks like right now, finding our drivers, Rasmussen the pole position, and then second on the running order, Will Young, then Ben Lawson in third. Right now, we're going to be making a switch to the session, the main race session. That's going to take us a few minutes, so we will return after some promotional messages and get a little bit more insight from the drivers here racing in the Frank Pauley 500. We'll be right back. Stay with us as we're going to be moving on to your main race here in Indianapolis, brought to you live on FTN.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Boundless makes its presence felt. It will not be ignored. We're helping turn ideas into reality with a wealth of building products that take every architectural style to the next level. This is what it's like to imagine, build, and transform anything we want into exactly what we seek. This is what it means to be boundless.
Once again, welcome back, race fans, to the World Center of Racing, Daytona National Speedway, as we get set for our second on-track activity today.
Racing requires everything that you've got. Climbing into NASCAR on Sunday, it feels like you're getting ready to go into battle.
When I hit that ignition switch, that car fires up. It's one of the best things in the world.
This message is brought to you by the rebrand of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This publication may not be reposted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. NASCAR Camping World Ford F-150. NASCAR Xfinity Ford Mustang. NASCAR Cup Series Next-Gen Ford Mustang. Arca Menards. This has been the publication of the redesign and rebranding of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This message may not be reposted, republicated, or rebroadcasted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. Thank you, and thanks for your time.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
This message is brought to you by the rebrand of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This publication may not be reposted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. NASCAR Camping World Ford F-150. NASCAR Xfinity Ford Mustang. NASCAR Cup Series Next-Gen Ford Mustang. Arca Menards. This has been the publication of the redesign and rebranding of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This message may not be reposted, republicated, or rebroadcasted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. Thank you, and thanks for your time.
Welcome back to the Brickyard. Few minutes of practice until we get things going, but we have returned, and with that being said, back for a little bit of coverage before the main race begins. Welcome back live on FTN. I'll be your host once again. From this point onward, I'm David Kreutz, commentator and producer. And if you're joining us right now, well, we have only just gotten things started. Qualifying just wrapped up, and we have about 10 minutes until all is said and done here in our final practice session. And drivers now going to take to the track. We have a few of which we would like to perhaps speak to, so we'll see if we can get anyone available right now or just observe what's going on here in practice. Few minutes remaining, and we have the opportunity right now to watch along. This is the Frank Pauley 500, so if you like what you're seeing, well, there's a little bit of contact there for Zach Johnson and Matthew Owens too. We hope to see a little bit less of that. Make sure to let us know, get active in the chat room, support your favorite driver, subscribe to the channel. We'd love to have you here for the rest of the way. Should be just under 30 starters. I'm going to be coming in at about 28, 29 for tonight's race. We saw John Ledger. In addition, we saw drivers who went in and out quickly of pit road in qualifying, last chance, and fast 12. So not everyone guaranteed to make it in. It's a long haul. It's going to be 500 miles, 200 laps, and each lap coming in about 40-odd seconds, give or take, plus cautions. It's going to be about 2.5 hours, all things considered. So these drivers absolutely want to set themselves up for a nice race just by playing it calm and smooth. Well, Caden Sievers knows who's on top right now. It's the 26 and the 27, Rasmussen on pole, and Caden going to be right there third. Those drivers are very strong, so keep your eyes peeled for the both of them. Down and in. There goes with 9 minutes and 19 seconds remaining. William Rasmussen to pit road again. Michael Deitch right now is taking a time in the Kyle Larson-esque 01 machine. Deitch locked himself in, one of the drivers in the middle portion of the grid. Not part of last chance qualifying, but not part of the fast 12 either. And we spoke to him a little bit before this race got going. He's part of the Henry Kaloff racing crew, very confident in the race pace for this car. So maybe qualifying not the best indicator of what's to come. Deitch, though, believes there's a lot more to see as the race progresses out of the 01 team. So keep your eyes peeled as many other drivers are on the track. Right now, Nick Cadet with the fastest overall time. And we're going to ride on board right now for one lap with Nick and see exactly what's going on. Maybe something worth watching here inside the cockpit. A little bit of contact, and we're going to see what Nick can do from here. Maybe going to pull it down to pit road and practice some green flag entry. Nick Cadet right now, the fastest time of the session, a 39.662. And you can see right now, despite the damage, getting towed in, and that is the impact of the draft here. These drivers are going to be towing each other in all throughout the night, and you're seeing it right now. Nick coming right up on Michael Deitch, and he's going to go down to the inside, slicing through quickly. That's practice for the rest of what we're going to see all night long. And right now, some support from Mike Bennett Racing in the chat room here. Well, a few moments away from getting things going, and that crew, among others, looking for some success tonight. Thank you for stopping by, Jake. A lot to go here, and these drivers still getting prepped up. And see there, Adam Johnson, Joe Wright, and Zach Johnson all coming together. 7 minutes remaining. Now, we're a few moments away from getting things going into the event, and we would like to thank, in a few moments' time, our honorary Grand Marshal, Sergeant Joe Wright, who will be with us when we get down to our starting grid. We're going to have a few extra minutes to prepare ourselves for this race, and Joe Wright going to give the command for tonight's racing. The most famous words in motorsports due to come in just a few minutes' time. 500 miles here at the Brickyard, unlike any other track. I had the pleasure of being at the Indianapolis 500 just a few days ago, and there's really nothing like it in terms of motorsport. You don't understand it with the cameras panning at the cars. These are some of the quickest machines all throughout the world, let alone motorsport, the fastest oval competitors in this country. No doubt about it. And right now, it's Zach Johnson, among others, still getting settled in. You can go quickly alone, but when you're in a group, you're that much quicker. You'll see speeds of north of 235 tonight. That is almost a guarantee. And maybe north of 240 if these drivers are really pushing it. But that's going to be a risk in itself. Right now, it's Michael Deitch who dives into pit road dramatically and comes back up with damage. Most of the field is settled in, and most of which have taken time. Let's take a look at who's taken time so far. Right now, it looks like a total of just about 20 drivers have gone in with a time, 18 to be exact. You see Corey Mott is going to be one of the first drivers who have not done so, and Nick Cadet still at the top of the board, only for Fernando Quintas, who's going to be starting at the back of the field, mind you, to go up to the top of the charts here. Everyone appears to be quick with the overall draft in play. It's very different to become the single car who's the fastest. Right now, 39.5 for Fernando Quintas, and not the quickest time overall we saw in the qualifying sessions, but back on race trim, not a bad lap in the slightest here, as Michael Cormetta sees a few drivers battling right behind him. You'll see there, pit road busy, and drivers are coming right through. There is Adam Johnson. He'll wash up high as Fozzie Fazillo gets through, and Jeremy Taban in the 82 is also on the way, the 92 rather. We mentioned the 82 previously, and Nathaniel Campbell. And it looks like now everyone is connected. William Martin, William Kelly, the most recent connections as well. 4 minutes and 43 seconds left. All eyes have to be on who's going to be at the top of the board, and William Rasmussen. Right now, William coming down and in, and we're talking about here the USGP series, what's going on in the overall title standings. The fight has been intense. With these open wheel cars, you see a lot of parity, and that's something that every driver's been keeping a watch on all throughout this campaign. Matter of fact, we'll get you a little bit more information as the weeks go by. Of course, the season progressing. Majority of the coverage will be, of course, on the Moving Chicane Racing Network, but we got the pleasure to be here on this wonderful Tuesday night and give you all the action here from the Brickyard, unlike any other circuit, and we're just about to get things going here. 3 minutes and 56 seconds away. Most drivers have gotten on the track. Jim Mott right now going to be on the circuit in the number 14. And we are now just about there. The question becomes, how do these drivers prepare? That is a huge, huge deal. No matter what driver you are, if you're starting at the front of the field, if you're starting at the back, very few opportunities, of course, to have a break from this point onward. And if you, of course, don't have a break, well, you tend to make some more rash decisions on the circuit. And with 200 laps, 500 miles, very infrequently do you see the opportunity to get that rest in. Just does not happen. Now, coming in to this event, not a lot of drivers coming in with victories. However, it has been parity. William Rasmussen, Cat Wheeler, Archie Williams on the all-time list with 2 wins apiece. Julian Altena with 1 win, a one-and-done start, and a victory for the owner of the Velocity Online Racing League, Nathaniel Campbell. Zach Johnson, Charles Atwood, 1 win apiece as well. So, Rasmussen with the opportunity, the only opportunity, to get that 3rd win and become the all-time highest consider in victories alone at the top. And of course, most drivers will be looking for their first career win here. And for Zach Johnson, Nathaniel Campbell, and Charles Atwood, it would be their second to tie them at the all-time highest. So familiar faces. Rasmussen, a two-time winner, maybe looking for his third at the most prestigious event on the calendar. There's an opportunity there. In terms of mileage, the drivers who have run the most have been some of the most successful. Nathaniel Campbell has put the most mileage down and has put just about everything together with the fewest incidents per lap, a .06 for a driver who put in every mile. Relative to everyone else, he has been just about the cleanest in this series, so keep your eyes peeled perhaps on Nathaniel here, who knows how to avoid an incident. However, there is trouble. He might get himself a little bit more worked over. As a result, hasn't seen a lot of experience with incidents, so we'll see what's going on. And now, as we're just moments away, most drivers have taken a lap here, and if you want to see how many have done so, well, top 15 will be permanent on your screen tonight. The rest of the field will be scrolling right down. 27 drivers have taken the time, and 2 haven't, Nathaniel Campbell and Jonathan Ledger. However, now Nathaniel's on the track, and he should be number 28. A minute remaining here, and we're going to be bringing in, of course, our honorary Grand Marshal for tonight's event in Joe Wright. And before we get things going, we talk to him for a little bit and, of course, get the command here in Indy. 57 seconds left and counting down, moments away from the green here at the Brickyard. It's an exciting time in Indy, no doubt. And with just a few seconds away, Michael Deitch is at the top of the board, doing a real good job for that 01 crew to get all the way up to the highest point. And of course, we'll see whether or not he's got the speed, the race pace. He says he has it in spades. So looking confident so far. That might come into play even more so as the race progresses. Good preparation for Deitch among many others here. And as we look at the 01, top of the board so far in this practice session, and looks like he's going to be down and away to pit road. The Frank Pauley 500 moments away from its very beginning, and it's time to get things going. 10 seconds left and counting down. The green flag is upon us here in the Brickyard. Michael Deitch, the fastest driver in practice, and it's time to move on to your grid and the main event. Practice is over. Qualifying has concluded, and it looks like we are getting word that we are going to reset the session. Is that the case? Yes, it is. So we're going to have to take a little bit of a break here, and we will be right back. Apologies for the little bit of a break that we've got here. There is trouble, and we will have to get things going once again. We made it a timed race, not a lapped one. We will be right back. And since we have a little bit of time here, we'll prepare things with our honorary Grand Marshal. We'll be right back in just a moment here live on FTN, and we'll bring you back after a brief commercial break. You are watching Frank Pauley 500, and we'll return after the following messages.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Once again, welcome back, race fans, to the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, as we get set for our second on-track activity today.
Racing requires everything that you've got. Climbing into NASCAR on Sunday, it feels like you're getting ready to go into battle.
When I hit that ignition switch, that car fires up. It's one of the best things in the world.
This message is brought to you by the rebrand of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This publication may not be reposted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. NASCAR Camping World Ford F-150. NASCAR Xfinity Ford Mustang. NASCAR Cup Series Next-Gen Ford Mustang. Arca Menards. This has been the publication of the redesign and rebranding of Throttle Graphics and Designs. This message may not be reposted, republicated, or rebroadcasted without the authorized written consent of Throttle Graphics and Designs. Thank you, and thanks for your time.
Boundless makes its presence felt. It will not be ignored. We're helping turn ideas into reality with a wealth of building products that take every architectural style to the next level. This is what it's like to imagine, build, and transform anything we want into exactly what we seek. This is what it means to be boundless.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back once again. We're a few minutes away from getting to the start of this one here, so a few moments until we accelerate the session and move on to your main event. You're watching, once again, the Frank Pauley 500 here on FTN and the Moving Chicane Racing Network. We're glad to have you back, and this time around, you might remember me from 2 or 3 minutes ago, but all the same, if you're coming in brand new, I'm David Crook, your commentator and producer for tonight's event. Now, 4 minutes remaining until we get things going once again, and we're biding our time here because, of course, we have a special guest coming on up, and that's going to be our honorary Grand Marshal in Joe Wright. So let's get a word right now from Wright and bring him into the broadcast booth for the first time tonight and have ourselves a guest for the final few minutes here of practice. Now, bringing in driver, the number 37 for tonight, Joe Wright. We thank you for being here. We're going to have you for a few minutes until we, of course, get the command. Honorary Grand Marshal, great to have you here. And a few days after Memorial Day, the celebrations last on. First off, we thank you for having, of course, coming aboard.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, Joe, we were told, and it looks like you've gotten a little bit of experience with the Coca-Cola 600 event here in this league before, getting the opportunity to be the Grand Marshal for these Memorial Day events, and we know how much it means to you as a sergeant. We saw, of course, with the information from the previous event, you're here for a reason as our Grand Marshal, and we thank you dearly first off. But we'd like to know what it's like from your perspective with these great races coming up.
And to be honest with you, as someone who served honorably and lost a few brothers, it's a glorious thing to watch on these weekends and on these virtual days throughout the whole week of Memorial Day. Everybody just getting together and trying to do a little taste of the freedoms that we are afforded in this great country. And it just always brings a huge smile and warms my heart.
And it's fantastic to have the opportunity to celebrate these freedoms. Now, in regards to what we'd have to ask you, you have this experience and this service. How much does it mean, of course, to have the opportunity to celebrate knowing what you've experienced?
It's going to sound real selfish, but to be honest with you, I celebrate every day. And I'm just happy to be able to do it now after making it, honestly. And I do it vicariously for the ones that can't.
And it's fantastic, of course, to have you here, having the opportunity to celebrate every day. Memorial Day, a special circumstance with some of this great racing. And we know how much 500 miles here at Indianapolis means, of course, in racing in the context here. You've been with this group for quite a while here at Moving Chicanes, and a little bit longer than we have been, that's for certain. And we know how much it means to this field because we've got more than 25 fantastic drivers looking to take it on. From the driver's perspective, what's it going to take here knowing the importance of this event as its own thing?
Consistency, patience, in that order.
Well,
these guys are coming together.
We saw it qualifying. No, the consistency is such a big deal. And, well, we're going to talk about qualifying here. We saw the final lineup putting it together. Now, you find yourself 14th, just under the cutoff for the Fast 12. You've got pace, but single car pace doesn't mean a lot here in Indianapolis when you're in that pack and you're getting tighter with a lot of other drivers. We might get spread out, but starting with so many others around you, regards to your strategy, you think you're just going to keep it calm and consistent?
That's my goal. I'm gonna enjoy a nice Krispy Kreme donut in the car while we go through the first few laps and try and see how everything plays out around me. And I just want to settle in. I think a few guys are going to try and rush a little early, and my goal is to avoid their mistakes.
Avoid mistakes. You don't want to be caught up in what we saw in the real one, a lap one incident. The real 500, we definitely don't want to see that one here today. Now, 15 seconds. Get to our starting grid. We're going to run through it quickly here, Joe, and you're going to have the honors of giving the command as soon as we get through our lineup here. So, give us just a moment. Let's go through from top to bottom, see exactly where every driver is, and then, Joe, it's all yours for the command in just a few moments. Let's get the grid moving.
Understood.
Practice, it's over. So let's go from top to bottom here and see exactly who starts where in the Frank Pauley 500. Memorial Day, well, the weekend just passed, and it's time to continue celebrating here with the Moving Chicane Racing League, and Austin Rasmussen takes it to the top of the board once again. Rasmussen on top, and then from there in the second spot, it'll be Will Young in second indeed, Ben Lawson third, and Caden Sievers, position number 4. Rounding out the top 5 is Corey Mott with Zach Johnson 6th, Matthew Owen 7th, Charles Atwood then in 8th, and 9th spot goes then to Bill Martin. To round out the top 10, you are going to have Adam Johnson there, and at 11th place, immediately after, it's going to be Nate Cadet, and then Thomas Villano to round out the Fast 12. Now, immediately after 12th, you see Austin Runkle going to be in 13th. 14th place is going to go just beside him, and that is going to be, well, Joe Wright. You're with us in the booth right now, and you get to watch from the midpoint of the field. Then we got 15th, Justin Bell. 16th, Michael Deitch. And 17th is going to be Aiden Cabarrubia with Jeremy Tabon in 18th. Sam Bennett, 19th, Nathaniel Campbell in 20th, and Michael Cormenis then 21st. Alan Phillips, 22nd. Henry Kaloff going to be 23rd, and then Fozzie Fazillo in 24th. Caleb Tipton, 25th. Jim Mott, 26th, and John Ledger, 27th. Ryan Taft, position number 28. And to round out the field of 29 that we have here tonight, it all comes down to number 19, a Fernando Quintas, final driver on the starting grid. And Joe, we bring it back to you, the number 14 spot on the grid. You see the front, you see the back, and we are here to celebrate. As we come past our Memorial Day, we remember each and every day, regardless of the time, and we're here to celebrate once again. The honor is yours as our honorary Grand Marshal. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the iconic Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where we are gathering here today to honor the great Frank Pauley, one of many men in this world and in this great United States that have brought us all together in the passion that we pursue in this motorsport. I got a little anecdote I can tell you about him. I heard that he got one of those Studebakers by playing rock, paper, scissors. I can't confirm it, but my guys was looking on it. That was something we found out. So hopefully everything goes well for everybody today. Gentlemen, start your engines.
And Joe Wright giving the command. Time to get things moving. Joe, thank you for stopping by, and we hope you have a fantastic race.
Thank you for having me.
Wright gonna be on the move. It's a night of celebration. Welcome back. It's Tuesday night, but it's Memorial Day all over again. Wright gives the command. Engines have fired, and you hear him now. There's William Rasmussen at the top of the board, and right beside Will Young. We're coming up to our start right about now, MPS. It's time. Rasmussen gonna move off the yard of bricks, and it's time to grab a gear for the first time tonight at the Brickyard. And you hear the roar of over 25 motors tonight, and they're all coming at you from top to bottom. The field is ready. Kelly Anderson, Declan, thank you for stopping by as well. And it's time to get ready. Once again, the official Frank Pauley Scholarship Fund going to be linked in our chat room all night long. If you want to send donations, we'd love to have them stop by. For all of our friends here at the Moving Chicane Racing League, for all of our friends at FTN, and all those throughout the United States, it's a special celebration on this wonderful Tuesday night. This is the Frank Pauley 500, and we are now less than a minute away from beginning our festivities. Rasmussen on top, Will Young right beside, and the pole sitter looking to go from top to bottom and get the checkered flag. He got the pole twice over, quickest in Fast 12, quickest in the first session, and he's alongside a stout field of 29 competitors looking to get it done at the Yard of Bricks. Pace car down and in, Rasmussen in control, and Will Young, oh, there's a contact already in the back of the field, getting it going. Rasmussen brings us to green. Welcome to the Brickyard. This is the Frank Pauley 500. Caution's out. Yellow flag back of the field, and we saw it. It started at the very tail end, and it looks like involved, among others, it's going to be a destroyed car. It's Michael Cormenis. Mikey, done at the start. Take a look back as Cormenis is destroyed at the very beginning, and you are going to take a ride right now with the number 4, and it looks like Mikey will end this one dead last. As you see, going into that first corner, Cormenis right there, Henry Kaloff going to be just behind, and it's a multi-car incident, and there you have it. Sam Bennett barely gets by, Mikey gets tagged, Henry Kaloff gets away, and as a sea of drivers make it through, Justin Bell is the catalyst for this one. Take a look back with the number 99 here for an additional replay. Lap 1 caution. Bell going to be side by side with Michael Deitch. Gets by and then comes up and huge contact there. And you see it. One of our fast 12 drivers almost involved, but it's a last chance qualifier again. And you see there Caleb making through Jim Mott, Justin Bell, Ryan Taft, a night of misfortune. He's on pit road. William Martin from the top 10 in qualifying on down. And we might just need one more replay here to understand what happened as Martin from the front of the field ends up catching a huge piece early. Caught the curb and came up. Up and over. What a horrible hit for Justin Bell. And we are pacing for the first time tonight. Welcome to the Brickyard, William Rasmussen at the top of the board. And we'll have to wait until our first green flag laps of the night. So William Rasmussen, Will Young, and Caden Sievers, 1, 2, 3, as we're going to get going once again. Going to be a quick start and stop motion there. Michael Cormenis, is he going to be able to get back on track? That's a question. His front wing is severely damaged there. Jim Mott gets on the way, went down to pit road immediately, and Martin right now going to be off the track. Justin Bell still going, but Martin has disconnected. Ryan Taft, he had trouble before anyone else, and he ended up shooting up into the wall like a rocket immediately. Started 28th, he is 29th, and he's had trouble since qualifying. We saw him in the last chance session. And once again, bad news for Ryan Taft. Bo Martin right now in the chat room apologizing for the initial incident there. Just looks like a little bit of a quick mistake causing massive trouble. Rasmussen, the Californian, will lead us through, and it's going to be one lap to green, this time by in the Frank Pauley 500. 4 laps in, and we'll be coming at lap number 5. Going to have 195 odd laps to go from here. And we'll see what we do this time by. Looks like everyone's single file. So a lone single file restart for this one. Double file start, single file from here on out. That's the way we expect to see it. And Rasmussen, he started up there at the front of the field, and he has kept himself there. Not a lot of movement in the top 10. If you want to talk about movers, the biggest of which in your top 10 right now will be a 1-position jump. Zach Johnson. Now, since one driver, Bill Martin, fell out, there's a few drivers who jump up a spot, but that is all, and nothing else really coming of it. Henry Kaloff jumps up from 23rd up to 17th, so tentatively, he's the overall biggest mover. 6 spots, a big deal right there for Henry to make it up into 17th. And right now, we're going to get things going once again. The Frank Pauley 500 under caution for the first time tonight. Four laps in at a 200, your first yellow flag comes out. First restart due to come out at lap number 5. And now it's time to get moving with William Rasmussen in control. Here we go again. Pace car dropping down and in, and this time by, we should be able to get a full green flag lap. Pace car's down. Rasmussen, the control car, gets a nice jump, stringing away by about a car length and a half. Green flags out yet again, and your first restart of the way with Rasmussen in control. Second caution of the day, immediately yellow flag is out once again. Let's take a look back and find out what caused it. And it looks like way back here, Alan Phillips involved. Let's take an instant replay. And it looks like this one happens immediately after these drivers got down to the line. So we'll have to take it back here, and you see it there. Phillips was up and over. Unbelievable. It's a stack up that causes it again. And the stack up starts in the middle of this field. You see we're pausing it, and you see the swerve. Driver swerve down, and this is when it gets nasty. Michael Deitch is going to get involved. Henry Kaloff there too. Alan Phillips is going to go for a barrel roll. Sam Bennett destroyed. Phillips as well, and Phillips keeps on flipping. Henry Kaloff going to get away with front wing damage. Nathaniel Campbell, trouble too. And there's Ryan Taft. Jonathan Ledger with minimal damage gets away, and Sam Bennett destroyed as well. 6 laps in, it's another multi-car incident, and we are slowly but surely seeing the field dissipate rapidly. This would give us about 19 on the lead lap after that one if everyone goes down to pit road. Bennett, well, no choice for him right now. He has to. And here comes Sam on the way in. Going to be a different race when we get back to that green flag once again. Second lap under yellow, and we are going to be pacing for the opening stint of this race. Jonathan Ledger up into the lead lap here. Sam Bennett to pit road. Michael Deitch is still on the way, so is Jim Mott. Nathaniel Campbell is also driving. So a few drivers with damage choose to stay out. A few drivers do not. Pit road, a little bit busier, but not everyone making the call down and in, and William Rasmussen is in control. Seven laps in at 200 here, so we have a little bit more time on the table, and we'd like to talk a little bit more in particular about the Frank Pauley Scholarship. We mentioned tonight's event in memory of Frank Pauley, so if you want to find out a little bit more about what we're discussing here, Frank Pauley Scholarship, that's exactly what we're here to discuss. The Frank Pauley Scholarship was created by the Pauley family after his passing from pancreatic cancer. Frank loved playing softball and even continued to play when he was 80 years old. In his honor, this scholarship was created to offer a senior high school softball player a scholarship to assist with college expenses. Frank loved helping others, and we are in hopes of growing this scholarship to include more high school seniors in other areas of study. This scholarship was created to continue his passion for helping others. Now, we've mentioned it previously, and we'll mention it again. If you want to directly contribute to assisting the scholarship and getting up and running, the PayPal is up in our chat room tonight, and we would love to help you, of course, assist in joining the cause. The link is freely available, and we hope you take some time out and decide to check it out for the sake of the Pauley family and assisting the community around them. The Frank Pauley Memorial 500 has just gotten started, and we remember Frank Pauley for each and every one of these laps. Rasmussen coming across the line, 8 laps at a 200, set to go at it at the end of lap 8. We'll be coming back to lap 9 when the green flag flies again. Will Young second, Caden Sievers third, and the 1-2-3 has remained the same, looking for some big movers. Fozzie Fazillo from 24th up to 15th, a big jump there. 29th to 16th for Fernando Quintas, who's been able to make it out of the trouble. And looks like Quintas now almost inside the top 15. Not half bad there for the entire 19 crew, and Fernando looking to keep on gaining. It's Caleb Tipton now in 17th from 25th. So big movers have been found tonight. 21 drivers on the lead lap going back to Michael Deitch, and Jim Mott is in 20th right now. So about 8 drivers who have gone down to pit road. Alan Phillips, Jay Salmon, Jeremy Tebben, all disconnected, and it looks like Michael Cormenis, Justin Bell, and the like, still a chance to get back out on the trap, but it's not going to be easy. Restart number 2. Rasmussen going to once again be the control car to this one as we come around turn number 4, and we're hoping to get ourselves in a nice rhythm from this point onward. Pace car dropping with a hard left turn again. Here's William Rasmussen. The pace car is off and Rasmussen is away. Big multi-car length jump. Green flag's out again. Let's try to get ourselves a second restart green flag lap as the field goes through 1 and 2. Rasmussen, first green flag lap of the day, and he'll lead it, already fighting for second, and it's going to be a shuffle between Will Young and Caden Sievers. You look at Will, and it looks like right now he's going to find himself dropping down into third. Caden going to move up to the second spot then and there. It's the number 27 now with a rapid jump down to the inside line. Trying to make his way right under Rasmussen here. Could see a fight for the race lead, or maybe some coordinated shuffling. You see these two drivers, the 26 and 27, they're working with each other tonight, and it looks like Caden now with a chance to take the race lead. It's going to be a fuel game from here on out. About 190 laps remaining, and the question more so becomes how do drivers manage fuel from this point onward. At the line, Will Young trying to get himself in between, and it's now going to be Young up to second, Rasmussen down to third. Caden Sievers is going to be the driver who leads the way. Right now, the trickiest portion of the race, of course, going to be getting away from the very start. You see there, that's going to be Thomas Villano in 12th with Nate Cadet right ahead. Single file for the majority of this field. And usually, when we get into this rhythm, it's very hard to break out of it unless something major occurs, and the field has shrunk already considerably. The field separated by 9 seconds as it stands. It's going to be Caden coming across the line again to lead what will be his second lap up the day, and well, we'll look at it right now. 1 of 12 laps led so far, making 2 of 12, and he's gotten himself up there in the early going, getting the jump, taking the lead, and we'll see what else he can do from here. As it stands, Caden going to find himself advantageous. However, he has not led the most laps on the day. That still goes to Rasmussen on account of all the caution laps that we had seen. Ben Lawson coming up, and so is Zach Johnson. Top 5 right now going to be separated by 0.7 of a second. And now on the way. If your favorite driver still in this one, let us know in the chat room below. We do have, unfortunately, a few good drivers out of this one. Henry Kaloff is 1 lap down now with some damage on the front end. Michael Cormetis looks to be done and done, so the HKR crew only has 1 driver left in Michael Deitch, who right now finds himself in 19th, and he is far, far back on account of the big shuffling we've had in the stack-ups. Right now, better to be safe than sorry. Looks like that's the mentality as Michael Deitch does lie back. Now, Caden going to be just ahead of the battle for second here. Will Young going to go up top. Ben Lawson right down under. Couldn't quite find the room. We're right on board right now with Ben and see exactly what's going on. Lawson right now going to be running in third, started third, has stayed that way, and right now finds himself just ahead of Rasmussen, your pole sitter, falling back just a bit. And right now playing that fuel game. If you're going to be the leader here, you have to accept the risk that you are running your fuel cell out just a little bit more than everyone else. Now, there is no limit in regards to the fuel tonight, so drivers do not have to worry about that, but the weather's also going to play a role, so let's discuss the track conditions overall. Temperature coming in at 72 degrees Fahrenheit, then going to be track temperature of 105. Humidity is minimal, and the winds are southbound at mile an hour, overcast conditions, and cloudy skies going to be mixed in with some sunshine as the race goes on. You saw it under yellow, no sunshine, and now, once again, back to beaming. 72 degrees, very mild ambient temperature, where the track temp is scorching here, and it's going to stay that way for the next hour or so. I think by that point, then you'll really see who's got what it takes and who doesn't as regards to the track condition. Might get a little bit warmer, just jumped up to 106, but it's going to come back down by the end of this race. Now, coming down and in, there's Will Young. Will jumps up to the race lead. 16 laps in, it's going to be Young to the points. Nice move there for Young. We're going to take a look back, and you see Adam Johnson right now going to be fighting amongst the rest of the field. Here's the look up high. That's going to be the number 78 machine looking for something in Thomas Villano. Thomas has made up a few spots in the last few laps, and now trying to make his way right up through the remainder of the field. Thomas was part of the Fast 12, dropped down to 13th. Now looking for a chance to slot back in again. And the aggression levels are shifting throughout the field here. A few drivers trying to risk it more so, a few others not so much. Adam Johnson from 10th down to 12th here drops back a little bit, letting the race come to him more so than anything else. Finding himself right now still inside the top dozen. Biggest mover so far is Fernando Quintas, who's from 29th to 11th. How about that for the driver, the number 19, Fernando Quintas, almost up inside the top 10, despite where he started in dead last. And it looks like maybe an opportunity to jump inside the top 10. Fernando, something we did not expect to see with someone jumping up that quickly. However, the caution's going to help him out tremendously from the back of the field. And now coming up again. Here he is on Charles Atwood, down to the inside on Charles. He makes the pass work and gets it there rapidly. Up next, well, you're going to see Fozzie Fazzillo from 24th to 9th, so the big movers are now in their own sort of pack. And as it stands, Garth Griswold in chat, we thank you for stopping by and supporting the number 82 of Campbell. Looking further down the field, well, Nathaniel Campbell was quick in qualifying, but right now lying a bit further back in the South Park 82. Interesting to note, when you look at the last 4 laps right now, the gap from Campbell right now a little further up. Looks like it's going to be slightly growing. That is the gap to the leader, mind you, not going to be the gap to 19th. So seconds behind your leader right now for Campbell. Few seconds behind more and more. As he's with a group right now that includes Michael Deitch and Caleb Tipton. And it looks like now more than 10 seconds back on your leader. Michael Deitch going to be the middle driver in this pack. Right now, not a lot of aggression being displayed by these guys. They know there's a ways to go. 19 laps out of 200, you save up your stuff. We're only just getting started, in all honesty. I think Caleb and Michael Deitch alike, they know this. Deitch is very confident in his race pace tonight, so if everything comes back his way, a caution or two, I think he will be in a very strong position to keep on going and maybe fight for the lead a little bit more. That is still up for grabs, of course. And as we look up at the front of the field right now, Will Young over Ben Lawson, so it looks like a bit of a difference relative to how we started this one. Second to first, third to second, fourth to third, and first down to fourth. That's a look at the qualifying rundown. Rasmussen, who started up at the pole, has dropped a little further back. Let's take a look at the speeds. Got a little bit of time here, so let's take a look at your last lap mile-an-hour speeds for every driver here that we have a record of. That time by for Will Young, he ran a 218.605. The Hornet's Nest is coming alive here, and you see it there with Fazzillo, Atwood, Fernando Quintas all coming together here. And they're running tight laps at about 213, 14 miles. Oh, we got a spinner. Look further back. We got trouble, and it's big. It's going to be a caution flying once again. They're all getting destroyed. Look at the number 5. Another driver in the air. Austin Runkle catches a piece. The big one at Indianapolis. 7 or 8 drivers at the minimum are caught up. Take a look back here, and you'll see what caused it. We're taking it in super slow-mo here to understand everything. It looks like it starts with Zach Johnson, and behind was Fozzie Fazillo. Fozzie there, going to make contact. And as Johnson comes through, look at that. The 55 tapped up into the wall. And that's what starts it. Now, still in slow-mo, we'll pick up the pace. Second driver involved, Zach Johnson. Them drivers begin to weave and bob their way out of it. Matthew Owens gets away. And this is when it gets bad because Zach Johnson comes up the track. Contact. He's going to make it by force. Austin Runkle makes contact. It flips over the camera. Runkle destroyed. Joe Wright is going to get just barely away. Michael Deitch too. Jim Mott barely through. And you see there all these drivers who barely made it by. Charles Atwood is destroyed. Austin Runkle, no doubt that's his day. And Zach Johnson, Runkle with the nastiest contact of them all. And he's going to be out of this one just like that. The Indiana native out of his home race. Take a look back one more time here. This is at full speed as Runkle gets launched into 1 and 2. Only 20 laps in. And I don't think Runkle's going to see another. Huge wreck. And you see the damage there for the drivers that went by. I mean, there's Adam Johnson. He's destroyed. Both Johnsons look to be out of this race. A different one, that's for certain. Huge shuffle up after only 20-odd laps, and pit road is busy. Will Young, among others, made their way in. Now time to see who makes it out first. It's going to be at the line, Caden Sievers, now with the race lead. Caden on top, then Ben Lawson. And third spot on the order, it is Will Young. 19 drivers left on the lead lap after that one. And we have lost about 10 drivers from the lead lap from the beginning to this point. And we're only about a tenth of the way in. Unfortunately, very early troubles for the field as we pull through 23 laps in out of 200. It's Will Young, Ben Lawson, Caden Sievers, the 1, 2, 3, and William Rasmussen, your pole sitter, is right there in fourth. 200 laps are still on the table for tonight's race, but early on, it's going to be very clear that most drivers are going to see a little bit of trouble before they get to that point, and a few drivers will not make it there. I think Henry Kaloff can get going again. Zach Johnson, I think his night might be done, and Austin Runkle just about definitely out of this one unless he stays on pit road for a long period of time. We saw him flipped and launch into the catch fence. Very unlikely there's anything left there for him. 20 drivers are now on the lead lap. It looks like one more and Henry Kaloff could catch up. 1 lap to green, and it's going to be lap 25 when we return for our third restart of the night. So Caden Sievers now with the opportunity to control once again. Ben Lawson going to be a runner-up, and Will Young in third. Big movers. Caleb Tipton, 25th to 11th, so he's going to come back from an unfortunate qualifying run. Not necessarily unfortunate, but definitely had a little bit more in the tank. And now, making his way up there, it's going to be Caleb into 11th. And Charles Atwood wondering how many drivers are going to make it to the end here. And with 500 miles, seeing this rate of decay, unfortunately, not a good sign, so drivers will have to back it down that much further. That Hornet's Nest was, of course, a warning in itself that maybe we shouldn't have been acting like that. I think John Ledger just went down to pit road and towed himself. He might be out of this race as well. Now it's going to be 18 on the lead lap with John coming in, and Ledger might be forcing himself out of this, so it could be 17 as we're keeping a watch on every driver left with us in the field. It is now going to be Caden Sievers looking to control it once again. 25 laps in out of 200. The 27 machine once again leading, and his teammate in Rasmussen down and just beyond the pole position. Well, he's in fourth now, just outside of the podium. Green flag is due to fly here in the Frank Pauley 500. Let's get going once again. Green flag's out, and Caden leads us back. Everyone going to make it down to the back straightaway, and the fight for the lead is on. Caden going to lead, and still there. Well, there's Ben Lawson coming up, and Will Young going to be fighting with Rasmussen. Maybe now it's going to be Rasmussen putting down the pressure, as it's going to be the number 26 behind for third, looking to split down at the line, and that he will, ducking under, and so is Ben Lawson. There goes Lawson and Will Young fighting each other. As it stands, Will Young going to be a race leader, and Caden Sievers fades back to second. At the line, the gap between them was less than 1/1000th of a second. Now it's going to be the 68 in control. You see the entirety of the lead lap bundle here. 16 drivers left on the lead lap, going back to Michael Deitch. So, almost half the field in trouble in the first 20-odd laps. Charles Atwood done and done. Zach Johnson out of this race. And unfortunately, Austin Runkle also going to be out of this race too. Now swerving down to the bottom side. Will Young hoping to protect his lead. He's got it there, but he's got double trouble in Sievers and Rasmussen to deal with. And that's never easy to deal with as a driver. Teamwork. Well, at Indianapolis, when you're going 230 plus miles an hour, it becomes that much trickier. Speaking of speed, let's find out what's going on in terms of the driver telemetry. 220 right now for Will Young, backing off. He's not even full throttle right now, blipping, because I think right now he's definitely saving fuel. So 220 is the race pace. And you can see a minimum of 215 miles an hour and a little bit more than 220 into the straightaways and such. It's going to become this game of ducking and dodging right now for Will Young, knowing that if you're a leader, you don't have to push fully, but it's best to keep the lead for your own sake. So it becomes that management back and forth. Last lap mile an hour for your leader, 219.073. Rasmussen was slightly quicker, 1/10 of a mile an hour faster, but nobody in the field looked to be quicker that time by the potentially Michael Deitch with a 219.488. Swerving back and forth. It's pretty early for this, but you're seeing already the back and forth Indianapolis swoop, weaving and going back and forth, just trying to save what you have in terms of your position. Take a look on board now with the number 68 of Will Young, as he's got double trouble behind him, and he's looking to manage that race lead. And Young right now going to be holding that bottom groove, and from this back end perspective, it may be looking a little more like there's gaps between these drivers, but they can close up rapidly. So even though there's a little bit of space right now for Young, there you go, all the way up to the high side for Will Young, and he's going to get sent almost to his conclusion of the race. If he ends up in the wall there, it would have been done. The 68 gets out of it, Rasmussen gets out of it, and the best drivers in the field right now, those who completed up in front the first 30 laps, well, they almost ended up in the wrecker. Ben Lawson right now going to find himself coming through in that number 3. He's got Nate Cadet with him, and Nate has been able to make it up after what was an unfortunate qualifying run. Nate found trouble, wasn't able to get a good average lap speed in. His 4th lap was several seconds slower than everything else. And now Fernando Quintas from 29th to 6th is still chasing him. It's a very spread out field right now, and well, we would say for good reason, but there's a few reasons for it, one of which not good, which is, of course, all the cautions. But with that also comes a few differences in strategy and how you approach the race and in regards to aggression. Matthew Owens right now, he's looking to make a pass on Corey Mott, but Corey not making it any easier. And you can see right now for Matthew, he started in the 7th spot, and he was as low as 9th, and right now he's 8th. So he's really been about the 8th best driver on the night so far, really. No change so far for Owens. For Corey Mott, he started in 5th. His highest position was 5th, and now he's going to drop to a new low if he gets past. But it looks like Corey, actually, he's going to find himself still exactly in 7th. No troubles there for Corey, and the Ohio native, just a few hundred miles to the east of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, well, he's there, running just outside the confines of the top 5. Fernando Quintas has the story to tell, though, and the native of Iberia, so an international driver coming in, he's gone from 29th to 6th. and might be able to make it up to 5th here if he gets up to Nick Cadet. Perhaps the most impressive run of anyone so far in this race, and the 19 has kept things moving in the Alexander Rossi paint scheme. The Arrow McLaren look, he's looking to go for a little more success than what McLaren saw on the 500 just a few days ago. Pato O'Ward leading, coming down 1 and 2. He was not leading, coming through 3 and 4. Joseph Newgarden took it, and he ran. Will Young going to be dropping down to the bottom side here, and you can see who's coming. It's going to be Rasmussen once again, this time to the top side with lapper John Ledger getting involved. And John going to throw a block on the 26 and 27. Bad news here. He's a 25, should not be involved in this fight at all, and yet he's there. We're going to see what Rasmussen does about it here as he comes across the stripe. He is still being blocked. And it looks like the lapper not going to be playing nice here. He lets Will Young go by, but nothing more. The lapper of Ledger is racing with the leaders here, and it's going to get tricky from this point onward. What is John Ledger going to do? What is Rasmussen going to do? It looks like right now, up to the high side, there goes Ledger once again. He'll let Will Young slot right behind him. It is tricky to understand what's going on here. The lap machine is fighting big time. And it looks like Will Young, not going to have it, tries to get that lead once again. But it's very, very tricky right now for Rasmussen trying to find a way under. No reason right now for that 25 to be in the fight. And yet he is, and he's making it rather dangerous for the drivers around him. Looking at Will Young here, he's going to get a little bit of a break with the lapper of John Ledger, of course, and right now Caden going to be dealing with the latter part of it, but overall, looks like Rasmussen made his way through. It's trickier right now for the 27, so Caden Seaver's going to back off, and it looks like right now John Ledger going to be winning the battle, although John is scored in 17th, 2 laps down, so it's got to be a nuisance, shall we say, for the 27 operation, knowing his teammate had a hard time getting around, and now he's stuck even further behind, because this could be the battle for the lead for the foreseeable future. And you see Nate Cadet is coming up in it, and Nate is the driver who found himself a few seconds back, as a matter of fact. And now with John playing this game, it's going to bring everyone a little bit tighter, and it looks like still, even Rasmussen gets put back. And these drivers not going to be happy in the slightest, but Will Young getting exactly what he needs, and 36 laps in, it looks like Young now getting a little bit more protection as he comes across the line yet again. Nate Cadet now going to be in the mix here with Caden Sievers and William Rasmussen. Top 5 separate by a second and a half here because Fernando Quintas also in the mix. And you can see these leaders slowly but surely coming up now to the front of the pack. John Ledger holding the majority of these guys back, and all of a sudden, 37 laps through, Will Young getting the big break he needs to hold on to the race lead. 0.5 of a second, gonna grow to 6th. Ledger still holding them all back here, and Rasmussen gotta wonder what's he gonna do about this. It looks like he's got an opportunity to slice and dice right under, but when you don't know what's going on with the driver ahead of you, it becomes that much harder. It's unpredictable right now for the driver of the number 26. Rasmussen's got to find a way, but he hasn't yet so far. And if you can't do anything right now, you just got to keep on waiting. That's going to become trickier. Take a ride on board as it looks like now Rasmussen going to lead the charge once again to try and get past John Ledger. Watching and waiting, and there's still no way out. Rasmussen goes under, and I think at this point he's about had it, and he will make the move past Adam Johnson. Going to be done for the day, and it looks like now Rasmussen going to try to bring his teammate and Caden Sievers with him. And just like that, Caden going to find himself now in the fight with John Ledger alone. We'll see whether or not Caden will get by this time through, or if Ledger's going to continue to hold him up. However, Ledger hasn't been able to hold on to this racing pace up at the front of the field, despite, of course, holding these guys back. It looks like he's stayed in it, and he hasn't been able to completely fall back, which would have caused even more harm. And you can see now William Rasmussen trying to claw back to your leader and right the wrongs, losing so much time in that fight, now having to pull it all together all at once. It's never easy. And now the question becomes, what can be done to redeem everything he's lost all at once? 41 laps in at a 200 this time by. And Will Young had himself quite a lot of space. That space is, unfortunately for his sake, no longer there. You look at the 7 right now, Nate Cadet running in 4th. He's still watching this battle ahead of him with Caden Sievers and William Rasmussen. And it looks like right now, Will Young sees a little bit more trouble. There goes John Ledger blocking again on Caden. And no way around just yet. The 27 has not found a way. No communication right now with John Ledger. Unfortunately, doesn't look like it's possible to get it there. Maybe text chat, if anything, for the admins. But right now, really little that can be done. So Ledger's going to keep on fighting here as if he's in this lead battle. And it's as intense as ever right now for Caden, who knows he's losing time and maybe losing resources. Rasmussen now having a harder time pulling back up as the caution flies yet again. Looks like it's going to be a little further back, and it's going to be trouble indeed. You saw it there, and it looks like Jim Mott just barely got by. Caution is out once again. The reason being, as you look around the racing circuit, Matthew Owens from 8th on the board. Here's an instant replay. Single car spin, and he's going to cause the caution as such. Smallest incident of the day that's caused the caution, but either way, Matthew Owens brings out the yellow, and we are pacing once again. Owens should be able to continue 43 laps in at a 200. Don't expect anything all too bad for that entire number 21 team. And right now, it looks like the number 21 gets back on the way. Well, the question becomes, of course, from the chat room right now, B Gaming, is this an IndyCar league? It is an IndyCar league. So, Moving Chicane Racing League has a lot of different series. This is the US Grand Prix series, which features this particular race. So, with that being said, we'll get you the in-fight information right now to get you involved with the Moving Chicane Racing League. And this is the first ever opportunity we've seen for this league to come over live on FTN. And of course, a special opportunity. So for the viewers who are coming in and trying to learn what's going on, well, check out the invite link we just sent. If you want to join the racing action here in this series, that is your destination. Will Young down and in this time by. He's going to come in with William Rasmussen, and pit road is busy once again. Let's watch them all the way through. Will Young, Rasmussen, and Sievers, the 1-2-3 combo, and it looks like Will Young gonna miss his pit stall multiple times there, so he's gonna fade back big. Just like that, it looks like a little bit of contact out of pit road, but nothing serious. Just like that, it's the 1-2 teamwork once again. Rasmussen gonna be second, and Caden Sievers to the lead, and that makes up for all the struggling he had just a few laps prior. 44 laps in live on FTN. We'd like to thank our official paint scheme partners at Tango Paint for their continued support all throughout the month of May and beyond. Check out Tango Paint on Twitter for the highest quality iRacing liveries used with... Oh my goodness, we just saw contact under yellow. And that was your pole sitter. Does Rasmussen get bent out of shape from that one? And we'll rewind it right now. You see it there? He just drifted up to the top because he saw the lapper and he immediately decided to go up there. And a quick judgment call Big trouble there for Rasmussen if it's any major damage. He hit the wall quite hard. He locked it down though, so a little bit less speed. Remains to be seen. I can't think that Rasmussen is any happier than he was previously with John Leger. And as such, pit road a little bit more active. Once again, one more time, we'd like to thank our friends as it stands here at Tangle Paints. And we'll return after the following message from Tangle Paints and Toll Owen. .45 laps out of 200. Here we go again. Going to be restart number 3. And it's going to be this time by, in control, Caden Sievers. Battle's going to be on for the race lead between Rasmussen and Sievers. Will Young still right there. Fernando Quintas up into 4th. Time to get things going at about the quarter waypoint of this race. Lap number 46 out of 200. And we'll come alive once again with Caden up in the front, Rasmussen 2nd, and Will Young 3rd. 15 drivers on the lead lap, going back to Michael Deitch here. And we're going to go at it one more time with a little bit of a smaller field even still. And Matthew Owens should be able to get back on the way despite the damage. Pace car's in. And it's going to be Caden Sievers leading the field down to the green. Once again, for restart number 3, the 27 in control. Green flags out. Welcome back to the action at the Brickyard. So Caden right now going to get control with Rasmussen, and once again, Will Young going to be right there with it's been a 3-car joust at the front of the field. Nobody else with these top 3, and for good reason. They've had the pace, they've had control, and they seem to have every moment of this race full concentration on what's going on. Rasmussen with a little bit of a lapse under yellow there, but the lapper of John Leger perhaps involved just a little bit more. Look further back, you see there's Nate Cadet with Caleb Tipton. A few battles side by side, but nothing all too major. And now we're really settling into that groove here. Fewer drivers going at it for longer distances in regards to the caution cycle. Seeing less and less time in between cautions to start. Now we should be able to get ourselves a green flag stint. A little bit longer than anything previous as Michael Deitch goes down to the inside line here. There's John Leger, the lapper once again, going to be involved in this fight, and this time it is with Deitch. And Michael now having a little bit more trouble staying with that number 25 after a few blocks back and forth. Thomas Villano right now going to be 11th from 12th on the grid. Up one spot, not doing bad in the slightest. The Hornet's Nest a little bit smaller now than it was before, and you're seeing side by side for Fozzie Fazzillo and Nate Cadet here. It looks like now Fozzie going to be able to take a spot away. That moves the 55 up to what would be net 6th position. Campbell's right behind, and so is Nate Cadet. Now it's going to be Cadet going down and in, and it's going to be even more aggressive. Here comes Nathaniel Campbell, and Campbell makes it right by. Corey Mott going to be just a few moments ahead, 49 out of 200, and Corey right now finds himself comfortably inside of the top 5. Not quite with the leaders, not going to be behind them by all too much, and right now Mott going to be the very consistent position, running his own race, 49 laps in out of 200. We're going to be coming up right now on lap number 50. The first quarter of this race has been action-packed to say the least. And it looks like there's still a ways to go. About 90 minutes of action remaining at the minimum here, judging upon how we got through the first leg of this one. And you see, here comes Will Young with his battle alongside Rasmussen and Sievers. It has not been easy, and it looks like right now, Ben Lawson also going to be coming aboard. Corey Mott going to be 5th, Nate Cadet going to be in 6th, and Fozzie Fazillo in 6th. No longer. He goes down to 7th. Daniel Campbell right there as well. Up to the top side. It's going to be a quick move up for Rasmussen. 50 laps in. Another fast drive up to the top. And just like that, we've got competition for the lead all over again. Now keep in mind, this might not have all too many implications on the actual race win battle. But right now, I think we know who are the favorites to win this race, and they're up in front in the top 4. I think Lawson's got a good shot overall, but right now, lying back a little bit further, that might just be the plan. However, these 3, they have been relentless, and they've been up there for a reason. They've got the pace. They know exactly what they need to do with it here. Let's just figure out what it goes from here on out. 51 laps in at 200. Rasmussen going to be 2nd, and Sievers there 3rd. Ben Lawson right now 4th, and Corey Mott rounds out the top 5 with Nate Cadet in 6th, Fozzie Fazillo 7th, and Nathaniel Campbell in 8th. 9th place is Caleb Tipton, and 10th is going to be Thomas Villano, 11th spot, just a few spots behind where there's Aiden Cabarrubia. And right now, Cabarrubia doing a real good job of slowly but surely making his way up from 17th up into 11th. Jim Mott is going to be in 12th, and Joe Wright is 13th, Michael Deitch 14th, and 15th, Fernando Quintas. Take a lap on board right now with the battle for the lead. It's down to thousands of seconds, and you see now Rasmussen watching aboard as his teammate and Sievers is now going side by side with Will Young all through the corners. Rasmussen going to go high, and this time through, it's for the race lead. Huge jump, and it's going to be now that number 26 back to the top of the board. Gap between the leaders going to be a quarter of a second, and as such, Rasmussen up to the top of the board indeed. Second spot going to be then for Young, and Will Young running nicely so far. Caden Sievers there too. It's going to be even trickier right now for Will Young, given the fact he has a little bit less assistance, not going to be working with a team tonight, and he's got himself in a little bit of a sandwich, going up to the high side yet again, trying to make a move. What can be done here? At the line, side by side, but still, nothing comes of it. 54 laps in, out of 200, here comes Caden, and it looks like right now he's going to be up there on the high side as Will Young's all the way up top, and he's going to fade back big. Young ends up getting far, far back, and a little bit of damage for him. Take a look back, and you'll see exactly what caused it. In the battle for the lead, Will Young just a spot too high, and he ends up wiggling up top with damage. Luckily, no caution coming of it. And that could have been substantially worse, but now Young looks to be out of the race leading contention. Coming down and in, it's Rasmussen and Sievers 1 and 2. Shorter field up in front, and it looks like another driver has just been lost again. So maybe now Rasmussen gonna have an opportunity now to work, of course, with his teammate and Sievers and take that 1-2 jump. Here comes Rasmussen again, side by side, around the outside. Going to be 2x2 with Caden now taking the lead. Expect to see them more back and forth all throughout this run. And now we're seeing it back and forth, the 2x2 procedure. Expect these drivers to run each other pretty cleanly as teammates, of course, and get the fuel load down slowly but surely. Patience is going to be critical as these drivers get things moving. And now with teammates up in front, the rest of the battle is going to go down to Ben Lawson, among others. "56 laps in, out of 200. You see here, Aiden Cabarrubia with Jim Mott and maybe Michael Deitch. Deitch had a little bit of trouble earlier with the lapper of John Ledger, but it looks like no longer is that the case. Ledger going to find himself far out of the lead lap battle, and all of a sudden, he comes down to the number 01 of Michael Deitch, catching back up to the rest of this pack. Now, 57 laps in out of 200, and we mentioned this is the start of FTN's Indy week, and we got a little bit of help for the rest of this race here coming in. Gary Godso, about a quarter of the way we've gone so far, and from the Race First crew, we've got the Race First overlays, testing them out here, and now, Gary, we're just a few days away from our first coverage on a Race First of the 500, and we've got ourselves an exciting 500-mile race here. Right now, dominance up in front for the teammates of William Rasmussen and Caden Sievers. They've held fort so far as your top dogs. Teammates at Indy running the fuel load down, always a big advantage.
I'll tell you what, if Indy fixed, or the Indy Oval race that I just did on the top split was any indication of what this weekend's going to be like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We had a 5.1K top split, and these guys acted like it was their first oval race ever. They were just at it every single lap. Good to see hard racing, but people don't realize, even at 50 laps, that's a long ways around Indianapolis. At 500 miles, they'll be really exhausted if they keep up that pace. But good to see you having a good race here. 58 to 200 in the books. Got a couple different groups out there, kind of splitting out into little packs.
And you're right about that. Very small pack racing right now. We see that 14 drivers are left on lead lap. It's been a race of attrition so far. And we saw it, and we've seen it consistently in iRacing. Some drivers getting a little bit ahead of themselves at this circuit, and the pressure is always on. Now we're with a much smaller group and a few drivers with smaller bunches. And with the longer green flag run perhaps on the horizon, drivers are going to have to approach it in a much different manner here. Now, for those of you who are just coming in, the Frank Pauley 500 in memory of Frank Pauley, and the scholarship fund is in our chat room pinned all night long. Unfortunately, our sponsor for tonight's event in Austin, Runkle, has disconnected among many other retirees. 37 laps down for Runkle, and a majority of the field now, admittedly, they are gone from this track. It's a smaller field, and qualifying gave us an awful lot to look forward to. Some of our winning contenders are in trouble too, like Will Young, who looks to be all but done. He's 3 laps down, and he was leading just 5 laps prior. Now he's far out of it, and he is big time behind your leaders.
Yeah, I think a lot of the non-regular IndyCar drivers, they jump in these things and like, oh, they go so fast and they have so much downforce and I can drive them hard every single lap. You're really just gonna wear yourself out. You're gonna wear your car out over 500 miles. And it really is a marathon. You're not gonna win these races in the first 50 laps. You're not gonna win them even in the first 100 laps. You can get yourself in a position, but you can certainly lose them in those first times. So it's behoove everyone to kind of get into a rhythm, kind of settle down, start trying to hit a number. I don't know how much fuel saving they do in other leagues, but trying to hit a number, trying to extend these stints past the 30 lap mark, more into 32, 33, 34, maybe be able to drop a stop off here at the end. We'll have to see how some of these final stops shake out, but we really want to start seeing people trying to start hitting targets to make about 170 or so their final stop before.
And we'll have to keep our eyes on that.
So this is all setting up.
And everyone's setting up for strategy here. 62 laps in, so we still got a ways to go until that point here, Gary. But you see right now, still drivers plotting themselves out for the rest of this race, even if we've still got a lot of time.
So we got Nate there in that rocket pop looking livery that he has there going on, and getting around Lawson for fourth there, or for third, to move him up. And just wisely doing the right thing, keeping the car kind of in it. I see a lot of jockeying for positions, and really what these cars need to do is you just need to hold your line. That's the biggest thing. Hold your line. Going jockeying for positions, going up and down the back straight, the front straight. Trying to break the draft. Really just kind of strubs off strubs off speed. Been a long night for me, but as you see, he's now firmly in the draft envelope of the 2 leaders, and he's going to be right up there within the next lap or so. And hopefully he's playing with his tools, and he's playing with his anti-roll bars and all that stuff, that he can adjust his car so that it won't push when it gets the aero push. Now, the thing is, when he gets around these guys, he's going to have to reset those tools because he has got nothing but clean air in front of him.
And we're seeing this pack right now. Nick Cadet, he came from 11th up to 3rd. He's got a pack of drivers who have gone from completely different routes to this race. Ben Lawson from 3rd to 4th, and we keep mentioning the big movers. Fozzie Vazzillo, one of the big examples, from 24th up into 5th. Now, with the cycle progressing, some drivers who were making moves early have fallen back. Fernando Quintas was from 29th up to 4th himself. He's down now into 14th again. One small wiggle seems to get these drivers all out of sorts, and maybe that's the fact they're not perhaps regulars to this type of racing, or the fact that right now we're not seeing a yellow flag. I don't think anyone wants to be the cause of it necessarily. Nick has gotten himself up in the leading battle, though, and even though Rasmussen, your pole sitter, and Caden have been dominant so far, maybe we're looking for a change here as Nate is looking to get himself in the mix.
Yeah, track temp's 107, so it doesn't get much. It does get much hotter than that, but it doesn't get much more difficult to drive the car. Okay, so there you see P2 just had himself, I don't know what happened to P2, but all of a sudden he did not have a good corner entry, and there goes Nate right around the outside, kind of like you saw in the real 500. The outer groove here is a lot stronger than what people think, and he's now moved himself up to 2nd. So just hold your line, fellas. One little move like that will lose the momentum, and all of a sudden you're down a spot or two.
And it looks like we're seeing just that. It looks like a further fall back for Caden, as it's going to be Nate now up to the point. And as such, looking at a difference up at the front of the field, more drivers coming in. Ben Lawson, Fozzie Vazzillo, and even though it looked like Rasmussen and his teammate were running away, maybe that's the case no longer. Things are looking different, and maybe looking up for the rest of the field, competitors seeing different opportunities come together. And just like that, it's going to be now 66 laps in. Rasmussen still in control, but he's going to be awful lonely there as he's no longer got his right-hand man right there in 2nd.
Yeah, and all he's doing is punching a hole in the air for everyone behind him, and that's not hurting his fuel. That is hurting his fuel number. We've seen Nate pretty much the entire time that I've got up in the booth. He's been directly behind someone, so I know he's been racing hard. So those tires are probably going to be well worn when he wants to get to pit road to get those things replaced. But his mileage should be better than these top two.
Maybe mileage is all that's going to come down to here. Of course, we know the long style of racing here at Indianapolis comes down to that fuel mileage above almost everything else. But maybe that is the most important intention. Rather than fighting hard, you see Ben Lawson going to make it down for a deep dive, but can't really do much of it. Right now, I think that strategy is going to be the most important thing. If these drivers want to hang on for the win, got to think about the long game. Maybe you're going to lose a spot or two for now. Maybe you're not going to be up in front, but that might be the most important factor. Try not to get yourself involved with anything all too risky, and make sure the fuel is in check.
So Nate moves up to the lead, and now he's punching a hole. Now he's trying to break the draft, and we're only at lap 68, so it's a bit early to be doing that, and that doesn't help your tires or your forward momentum. So you just want to keep your car pointed in the right direction here, and just when you start doing the weave, you lose your points of references, your turn-in points and everything, and you're moving fast already. You really can't afford to miss your turn-in points. So just kind of hit your points and start just clicking off these laps, because there's still a long, long race to go. You got yourself 130 laps, so that's 1, 2, 3, about 4 stops that you still need to make in that time frame. So just really, that's what you need to be thinking of at this point.
I would go side by side for the lead. You mentioned it there, Gary.
And I wouldn't even fought him for that. I would have just let him go, and then that way I can follow Lawson now in that AJ Foyt livery. And have him punch a hole in the air, and so I can help improve my fuel number. So doing the weave, it doesn't do anything for me at this point other than just, like I said, scrub off speed and forward momentum. If I just stay in the draft, that's the most useful thing it's going to do for me.
And right now, maybe the draft going to see a little bit more pressure here as Ben Lawson barely getting by. Now Nate Cadet looking for the run right back. The question becomes, what can Nate do here in this situation to maybe drive back into the picture again? Caden coming across the stripe. Can't quite get there, but he's getting a little bit closer. 1, 2, 3, a pull away. Fozzie Vazzillo going to be right there with as well. And now you're starting to see the real contenders in this race breaking through. William Rasmussen, the pole sitter, is faded back, and it looks like he's letting Caden get to work now. He's right there with Fozzie, maybe working a little further back on the podium, trying something different. We'll see how well that works out right now. 14 drivers on the lead lap. We mentioned it. Here's the look right now. Joe Wright, the last of which he started 14th. He is 14th. Fernando Quintas and Jim Mott have made big gains, both of which are not at their all-time position highs of the day. And Aiden Cabarrubia is up to 11th from 17th. A very quiet drive so far as Michael Deitch runs the top 10, but that could change. I'll tell you this much, the mid-pack is still not necessarily close, but the battles are tight, and particularly looking at Cabarrubia's group here, this group has been on its own for the past 20-some laps. They had a little bit of lap driver interference, but Michael Deitch comes down at pit road, and we might be seeing the signal for the first time. Green flag pit cycles will be on the way.
And we do see our leader getting around some lap traffic. Lawson dispatches, I'm not sure who that is that he got around. That's Sam. Yeah. In that Dixon livery. Almost the winner this weekend. I was rooting for Dixon. He needs to get that second Indy 500-mile win. But I started separating the field now. So Lawson now is out to a 1.3 second lead. So the draft envelope on these cars is about 1.5 seconds. So he has almost extended that where he's broken the draft and he is now on his own. And actually now by the time you're scoring, I have seen that. He's extended past 1.5. So, and he's in the draft of Young now. So Young now is just helping him pull him along at this point. And that's helping him put distance back to Nate, who's in P2, who doesn't have the benefit of a draft now.
This could be major for Ben Lawson's opportunity to win. No, keep in mind, Will Young was a driver fighting for the lead right alongside all these drivers, and then he made his own mistake, wiggling up high through 1 and 2, and that was all she wrote. Right now, Young is 3 laps down, and he's still going for 17, but there's really no recovery in sight if this is the way this race remains. Ben Lawson right now going to find himself there, 3rd on the grid, hoping to get up to the top of the board for the, of course, end of this one, but right now, Lawson's got a ways to go. Getting the draft.
Here's why we've started to separate. Track temps up to 117.
And we started at 105 when this race began, so that's a 12-degree increase over the course of 75 laps.
Yeah, these cars are very temperature sensitive. Again, I'm not sure how exactly sensitive the kind of the stock cars are. I know the trucks that do some truck racing aren't that sensitive really. That means they slide around a little bit, but these guys are really sensitive, and it will impact the way the air goes over the wings. And here we got a green flag pit stop coming, and Ben needs to be really careful coming to these cones. Otherwise, you saw exactly what happened to Kyle Larson this weekend.
And right now, drivers coming in, hoping to avoid that pit penalty. And quickly, here comes down Ben Lawson, going to bring in with them Fozzie Vazillo and Nathaniel Campbell. So as the drivers come in, weather's something to keep an eye out for. Overcast skies, but the track temperature, it is burning here. The ambient temperature hasn't changed all too much, but the rubber is getting laid down, and the track temp is still rising up to now 118. Expected to keep on going in that upward trajectory, at least for the next coming 50-some laps at the very minimum, if not even more, the way things are looking. Oh, this is going to be close on pit road.
Pit road, that is, wow.
Can you believe it?
Wow. I'm not sure who that was. That was kind of slow coming in, but normally etiquette says that you kind of announce when you're coming so everyone knows when you're coming down pit road. I don't think he knew everyone was coming. But they did a good job at dodging that what could have been catastrophic, because that would have been involving 3 of the leaders right there with lap traffic, and that would have been no good.
And the race lead could have changed entirely just off that move. Caden Sievers and William Rasmussen getting away, and so is Nick Cadott. And it looks like Nick's still there with them. That could have been so much worse, and luckily all 3 of those drivers get away. They'll cycle back out up in front. Corey Mott now going to take that race lead, it looks like.
Here comes Nate. So Nate's got a run on him. He's going to pick up a couple of positions. These guys are not quite hustling off pit road, but now he's at full speed, and he's looking at the backside of, I think, who's the other leader there? I'm still learning names.
Right now, Nate Kadok going to be
That's Caden.
ahead of Rasmussen and behind Caden. Caden going to have about half a second, and now going to be cycling up to the race lead, it looks like.
Okay, so we get an idea now as my overlays and timing and scoring will catch up what they can do stint-wise, and we can give an idea of who's doing well on saving fuel, if there's a possible undercut going to happen here. Right now, these four could stay in contact. Even that fifth car, which is Fozzie. What a name. I love the name. Driving that John Menard's throwback. If he could stay in this mix, they can maybe start working together and at least get themselves to the point where they can line up for that final pit stop and decide it amongst themselves. Okay, caution.
For the fourth time tonight, we got a caution. Let's take a look back and find out why. It doesn't look like the leaders and the lappers who were involved were trying to take a scout across the field. And it looks like right now, I'm not getting a word. Yellow flag is out.
Sam Bennett. Oh, okay, so kind of a rookie mistake there. He's coming off a pit road, and he grabs a whole chunk of the grass.
Oh, we can see it there. Yeah. Sam Bennett destroyed.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a rookie mistake. You could bring these things up to speed really quickly on these roads, but and there's tricks to doing it. But yeah, once you hit that grass, all bets are off, unfortunately.
Here's a look once again. Sam Bennett getting back on the way, and it looks like hitting the grass was all she wrote. That is Sam's race. Yellow flag's out.
So those people that just stopped, they're like, geez, couldn't that happen like a lap or two before?
And Bennett, by that point, was already 18 laps down, so it doesn't change all too much in regards to where he'll finish, although it does mean he'll be off the track for the rest of the race.
So what do we got for people on the lead lap? I would say those that just stopped, stay out. If you're really far down in the order, still in the lead lap, I would say, okay, let's go ahead and stop, top off the tank, get yourself another 3 or 4 laps on top of everyone else and see what might happen. Those that just stopped, they're probably looking at about a lap 110 or so for their next stop, give or take. Probably getting closer to lap 115, 120 now with these caution laps. And that's actually not a bad number to hit, because if they get to 120, then it's 150 if they go full green and a full 30-lap run. And then it's 180, and then everyone goes home at that point. So they're only looking at a couple more stops. So maybe topping off here, giving up a little track position, if you weren't in great track position, might not be a bad gamble at this point.
So I might see some changes in regards to the approach here. Very few drivers left on lead lap, mind you. Now we're down to 12. Jim Mott being the last of which, in the cycle, maybe catching a few drivers out by surprise. Sam Bennett done for the day after that incident. It's a very small group of drivers still remaining in contention here. And, of course, looking out for the full cycle, we might be able to go with that route of going from here to about lap 75, 80, getting us to 125, 55, and then going home on that lap 180, 185 approach. But still a lot of factors. We've seen cautions sprinkled throughout in this race, 4th so far on the day. And still a ways to go, as right now the field bunched up once more. The Frank Pauley 500, 80 laps in so far on FTN and courtesy of the Moving Chicanes Racing Network. A special event here, in memory of Frank Pauley and a continued celebration of Memorial Day. Check out the Frank Pauley Scholarship Fund one more time. It's going to be linked in the description, and it's in our chat room pinned. So if you want to check it out and access some information, we'd love to have you stop by and support the cause. The Frank Pauley Scholarship Fund, easily accessible if you want to make your donations. We hope you enjoyed tonight's coverage and hope you support in memory of Frank Pauley here. The USGP series here at MCRL, seeing this 500-mile race, and it has been quite the challenge for most drivers. But Ben Lawson, he was able to break the draft and got himself out in front for a little while there. Gary, you think there's a chance he can do that all over again?
Not a little while. I mean, everyone has new tires. Everyone's more of an equal playing ground. And the way that Sievers and Rasmussen have been racing, they've been racing extraordinarily hard. So I expect them to probably race to stay close to Lawson. What might happen is later in the run, if Lawson still has the lead, where the guys behind him they've worn their tires out trying to run down and get the lead. And guys, you don't need the lead at lap 81, 82, 83, 84. I mean, if this is real 500, I'd say go for it because you get money for leading those laps. But here you kind of get nothing. I just tuck in and try to. I would force Ben to work for these laps, and I would try to cash in at the fuel pump, so to speak, on maybe making the next stop shorter than him.
Well, nothing for leading laps. 102-year race winner, though, and I think that's what everyone's got their eyes on. But there's a lot of time till then, Gary. I don't think you got to be focused on that, at least for the time being. It's far, far ahead in the future. Green flags out once again. Lawson gets the jump. We got Caden and Rasmussen now going side by side. Nate Cadet going to jump deep, and he's got himself now looking for the podium as he runs right under and gets a nice restart. The rest of your lead lappers a little bit more spread out. And it looks like everyone is just fine as the lappers also get through.
Yeah, and hopefully these guys, they reset their tools and everything because their cars are going to be handling different than they were at the end of that lap. But there's going inside wall on the backstretch.
Back of the field, and it's destruction.
Young. And we're back to caution. No, we're still green.
And it's going to be Will Young destroyed. He was the leader just about 20 laps ago, and he is done for the day on that note. Here's a replay of the entire lap, including Young's incident.
I was just getting ready to say about that they need to check their tools and make sure that they're reset. Otherwise, if they're not, that's kind of what happens.
Look at that. Young destroyed. His race is over, and there's no chance of him getting back on the circuit. 3 laps down already, and it looks like that will be it for the 68 team as Will Young calling it a day. Ben Lawson going to lead from Nick Cadet now. It's a different look up and down the field. See now, oh, there's another driver. It's Corey Mott. Caution's out.
Okay, let's take a look. It's in the short chute on the north side of the track, so it goes through 3. Arrow wash, big arrow wash, just kisses the wall, and that sends him to the inside barrier. And that is, unfortunately, day done for probably a corner that he probably now wishes he backed up a little bit.
So 2 drivers going to end their races at once. Corey Mott. Oh, what could have been there? Maybe back it up a little would have been the solution. And the target, number 16 rather, is done for the night. Another caution, 5th of the day, and Mott is destroyed, and he'll be pulling it down to pit road. Most likely not going to be returning.
Well, while we're under caution, and I think you talked about it once before, but give ourselves a little bit of a promo coming up. You could join myself and Dave, as well as who else I got in the booth with us coming up here for Friday. I'm going to get Dave in the booth here. We're going to have Jalopnik.com's Ryan Eric King. If you read Jalopnik.com, we got Ryan Eric King's going to be there. Then we got 72-time race winner here on iRacing, Luis Gonzalez Nunez, LGN. He'll be joining us in the booth. And then if you, I have to go back and find a YouTube channel, but it's a very recent video on the lowest rated pro driver in iRacing history, Charlie Sears. He's actually going to be in the booth with me and Dave and LGN and Ryan Eric King for the open race. So it's kind of a star-studded affair there. I'll get the link for that YouTube video and put it in chat here. But join us at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Again, it's 9 p.m. Eastern at Raceverse, RACEVERSE. I'll put the channel also in chat. And that the guys that do the open setup. So these are the ultimate aces of the IndyCar series. The ultimate aces. This is their first chance at doing a 500-mile race with the open setup against their other top competition. So we're going to see a lot of the top teams from IndyCar racing and IndyCar community that are going to step up here. But it's kind of a warm-up race because, admittedly, we're not the prime time show. I wish we were, but the prime time show will actually be covered either by either iRacing themselves or another network. But it's kind of a warm-up to that. So I gave another opportunity for a lot of these very talented drivers to get a chance to be on a stream and show their talents to the entire world. Anybody who wants to watch. So 9 p.m. Eastern this Friday, the Indy 500 Open 500. Check it out. You're going to see some of the biggest names in all of the community that race the IR18 lining up and slugging it out. And I suspect it's going to be a very strategic 500. If the watching the IIS, which is the IndyCar iRacing series, or the fixed IndyCar Oval series, which is the fixed series, last couple races I've seen at the Indianapolis. So it's going to be very strategic. A lot of different strategies. We're going to see comers and goers, and we're going to see probably some pretty high temperatures track temps out there. They're going to throw a little bit of a wrench into the strategies for these guys. So check us out again, 9 p.m. this Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, race first. We'll love to have you. Dave will be there with me, and I can't wait. You got to be here in Indianapolis, my hometown, for the real one, and we're going to bring you in here for the virtual one.
Quite a few drivers in this series were actually part of that event and, of course, attending the Indianapolis 500, and they might have actually seen me. We were talking about that in the chat during our intermission before we got to the main event here. A lot of us were stuck down in the underground tunnels right by the front straightaway. That's where I was at the very least, and I know quite a few others were. That tunnel was jammed packed. You don't quite see that with the angles here on iRacing.
No.
There's a lot to this circuit. I'd say a lot more than meets the eye here on the platform. It's quite the scale in the real world. Yeah, it's been an exciting one here in the virtual sense. The Frank Pauley 500 due to get back in action again. It's going to be 200 laps of racing, of course, totally slated. We've gotten through 86 so far, and Ben Lawson is in control. Single file restart yet again. A little bit of an accordion stretch right there. No trouble comes out of it, and Lawson, who's become the top dog in the past 25 laps, leads once again. That's going to be your fifth restart of the day. Caden right now going to be third. William is going to be fourth, and Fozzie Fazillo rounds out the top five.
Nate's got a bit of a run. He's going to take a look on the outside, kind of like what Newgarden did on Saturday. He's going to keep it there. Problem is, new tires at this point in the run aren't going to make that top side any better. And, yeah, that's exactly kind of what happened. Falls back in line coming off a fork. Going to try another run down the front straight. And this time he pulls it off.
And now it's going to be Nick Cadet taking the race lead. Nick from 11th on the grid. He was part of the Fast 12 qualifying. Was not the best of circumstances for him. Couldn't get a quick time through. However, he's made it to this point and now has the lead advantage. Oh, we got trouble again. It's going to be another one. Michael Deitch involved. Caution's going to be flying.
Speaking of flying, somebody was actually airborne there for a while.
That was John Ledger. He's a lap car, and he got involved with the leaders there. Ledger 2 laps down. No caution has flown just yet, but that's a multi-car incident. We'll see what the call is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The lap car, which was what the Larson livery, he got caught. He was just a victim.
The Mopar car was going to be the orange and blue. No, it's going to be yeah.
The Mopar car, whoever that was, they got into the wall, and then the Larson livery kind of came up into him and kind of had no place to go. Kind of innocent on that one, but we're still racing. Wow.
Well, we would expect with the multi-car incident there, the caution would have flown.
Yeah.
It did not.
No.
And Deitch from 11th is now effectively out of this race, and he's not happy. He says, thanks a lot. Deitch was running inside the top 10 for the entirety of this race. He's done. There's nothing that can be done from that point.
Yeah, let me just go back and see what happened. Okay, so Deitch was the Larson livery. So yeah, he rolled up on it. He was already kind of pushing in the corner anyways, and no, he really wasn't. He was slowing down. The car just came down to him. It's a racing deal.
And
he's not happy. I don't blame him, but
catching a piece there with the lapper who was involved with the leaders earlier in the race, about 50 laps prior, and John Ledger been all around the track, and it looks like it's game over for the both of them. Ledger disconnects, Michael Deitch subsequently does, and it means that Henry Kaloff Racing, they started 3 cars in this race. They're all out of this one. Actually, Kaloff is still driving, but 2 laps down. They're all out of contention for the win. Michael Cormetis went out 88 laps ago, and now Deitch is done. So Kaloff, despite the fact he's been laps down for the majority of this race, he's now 13th and leads his team.
Yeah, wouldn't it be the first time that a team has sent 3 or more cars to the 500 and didn't get the win?
Looking back up in front, Ben Lawson, Nick Cadet,
So
and 3 wide for the race lead.
You got to ask yourself at this point, at 91 laps, is it really wise to do that? And Lawson in the middle decided, I think he backed out of it just the way he fell back, and he probably like, you know what? No, I do not need to be here. Because really at 92 laps, you do not need to be going 3 wide into 1 for a pass for the lead.
Well, you'd think it was 8 laps to go, not 108 laps to go with that attitude. Wow, these drivers have kicked it on. They're taking it up and down the track. Nick Cadet going to try to block down to the bottom side, and here comes Rasmussen again, and all of a sudden they're going to be fighting each other profusely for that race lead. 0.06 of a second at the line. Nick Cadet had the slight advantage, but now he's giving it away, and Rasmussen ends up out in front. Back and forth, 93 laps in now, you see Rasmussen is taking that lead again, just about 15/100ths of a second is the gap, and it's in favor right now, that number 26. Now you gotta wonder, if you're Nick Cadet, what are you gonna do here? All of a sudden, everyone turning it up a little bit more than we expected to see before even the halfway point, and look at that, Cadet's gonna take the race lead again, and Ben Lawson is right behind.
So Cadet's is now 17 laps into his current stint. That includes some caution time, so he stopped at 77. So if we do the math and say 30, then it would be getting 107, but more along the lines of probably 110, 115 because of the caution laps that we've turned. And then we're looking at 2 more stops after that.
So we still got a ways to go in terms of that strategy. You mentioned Nick Cadet now taking the lead, and I think right now his priority is holding it here. You see up high, looking a little bit more for Rasmussen. They're going to be taking up and down the track, weaving and bobbing back and forth. And I really do have to wonder, is this the right thing to do with all this time we've got? We got drivers who have been a little more patient who are coming back up. Daniel Campbell from 20th up to 6th. Fozzie Fazzillo from 24th to 5th. And Caleb Tipton, 25th to 7th here. All the while, these drivers are coming up, and they've been a little more patient. And the leaders, who have been a little more aggressive, maybe losing that speed. Let's take a look at their speeds in the last lap. In terms of mile an hour, you'll see the difference from the front runners on back. 2:17.129 for Nick Cadet. He is pushing, but a few drivers behind are quicker. Villano ran a 2:20.069 from 8th. Nick Campbell, well, he found himself right there, 2:17.457.
Whoa. Okay, so right here, etiquette-wise, the 19, Fernando, who is in that McLaren Aero car, is a lap down, and I know he wants to get on the lead lap, but he is really, really around the leaders, racing them a bit too hard that I would really want at that point. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to run down these top 2 to get back on the lead lap. Rasmussen getting a little loose. I think he clipped a little bit of the concrete down the corner of turn 2. Yeah, this lap car is making his presence known. And now, look, here he comes again into the inside. These guys need to have... and there's too much weight, Jacker, and he brings around. I don't think he hit anything, and we're not cautioned.
Well, now we are. Yellow flag's out. Your leader ends up spinning, but I think he's all right.
And that's Fernando gets exactly what he wanted. So the hard charging, he got right up in there, and I wonder. No, he spun on it. He got loose going. Yeah, he got loose going in the middle of the corner. And normally that's too much weight jacker, and when you leave it set there, if you leave your weight jacker set there, you're going to burn up your right rear because you're getting the rotation and everything that's helping the car go around. And it's very common on the corner exit when you have too much weight jacker, just the back end does a lazy spin on you. And it looks like it might happen there. And he was probably battling for the lead for so hard and for so long that he kind of forgot what his weight jacker was set at. And when he was out in the clean air, he needed to dial that back down to a less higher number. It could have been something else, but I think it looked weight jacker to me. But Fernando, well, I questioned the etiquette of him racing that hard at that point, but he got back on the lead lap. So maybe we see him at another 100 laps from now.
He's been the hard charger of the race from dead last up to 11th. He was as high as 4th today. 5th according to our time and scoring, but he was up there in the fight, and now he's coming down to pit road with your leaders here. So not at all a bad situation to be in, as so many other drivers are completely done and done. It's a good spot to be in there for the number 19, all things considered. Here comes the leader again. It's Rasmussen with Ben Lawson and Caden Severs here. If Rasmussen has a good pit stop, your pole sitter will be the leader at the end of lap 100.
Everyone's going to get Severs, I think, missed his mark, so that's going to hurt him coming off a pit road. He might actually lose a spot to the Menards car, 2 spots, and your pole sitter or whoever came in as a leader is sitting on pit road still.
Rasmussen taking a lot of time here, yeah.
Is he getting a hold? No. Did he just decide that I'm going to give up all that position? I don't know. That's really weird. It's not a hold because he would have had a 40-second hold on top of his regular stop. He was in the box for 27.3 seconds. So I don't know if this is maybe he needed to take a drink or whatever in real life, or take the headset off if he's racing in the VR and just kind of rub the eyes.
Perhaps some damage from something previously, getting a little bit of repair before going in for the second half as well. Either way, Ben Lawson is going to be your race leader at the halfway point of this one.
Okay, so with the pit stop here, again, we're looking at about 30 laps. So this gets us to 130. And a little bit what they need to do in this run is whoever can do this. This is the run you save gas at. Let's just say, because if you can, instead of going to 130, you can make it to 140. Then you have one more stop after that and you're done. If you don't save fuel on this one, you're going to have a splash at the end. I hope everyone understands kind of what I'm saying. So if everyone goes full burn here, it's like 130, then 160, and then 190, and you got to pit one more time. But if you can go to 140, okay, you get a little bit extra out of this, do a lot of conservation, get you to 140, then you're 170, and then you're done for the race.
So maybe we're going to see that fuel-saving approach come into play.
Yeah. The smart move in this stint right here is to make it to pit as close to 140 as possible.
We'll see if that's going to be possible with this green flag run in play. We're looking right now, Ben Lawson, maybe he's going to be one to step back, but I don't think so far. If we're looking at the race, so of course, 100 laps in the books, he hasn't really been one to step back in a circumstance like that, so I don't know if we really should expect something of that nature. Additionally, Fauzi Vazillo, who's been waiting so long to be inside the podium, now here, highest spot the number 55 team has been in. Same goes for Nathaniel Campbell and Caden Severs here. Some drivers who have been up in front, who have been less little less patient, shall we say. They've been the racier type, or drivers who've been to the back of the field who have never had this chance. That changes the approach as well. We're going to see whether or not that tire saving and fuel saving comes into play once again as we are coming through for lap 101 this time by. Pace car is going to come down and in. Here we go again. Ben Lawson is in control. Green flags out as we head down to our second half. We're back on the move for 100 more laps. Lawson gets the jump, and he's going to have it right now over Frizillo and Campbell. And you look a little further back, then there's going to be Caden, Nate, and Tipton all throughout. Looks like right now for Tipton, he's going to find himself right now in 6th and alone. A few drivers right now are battling a little tighter, and the caution's going to fly as a result, and it's going to be Aiden Covarubia.
Okay, this will help him. Now the goal needs to be get to 140. The goal is to get to 140.
And the caution comes out so
goal.
Quickly here.
Yeah, it's a more accessible goal. But they should be able to get to 140 now, then 170 and go home. So it shouldn't be at this point now. We'll see. I'm thinking more and more it's not going to be a fuel save race. They can push.
And a single car incident there. Looks like Aiden, no contact with anyone else. He's going to end up sliding into 3 and 4, similar to Corey Mott's incident. And the caution flies as a result. The suspension destroyed. That looks to be the night for the number 25.
Yeah, very similar to, almost right in the exact same spot even. Right there in 3, coming off of 3 in the north side of the racetrack, right up. He hit the wall this time. But it was almost identical, bouncing off the wall, going into the inside wall there in the short chute in the north side of the track. So, yeah. I would say not a weight jacker issue there. I'd say just more of an aero wash, aero push.
And now another dive in. Pit road going to be just about half and half. As it stands, you're going to see coming through. Got a mix here with 69 Machining Company.
Yeah, those guys a little bit further back. That's not a bad move. That really isn't a bad move at all. If they're all on the lead lap, that probably ensures them getting to 140. These guys up front might have to save a little bit. But again, like I said, if you can get to 140, then you hit right there at 140, 141, get yourself to 170, 171, and then that's it. You should be good to go to the end after 170. Some of these, if you don't save, you're going to have to pit between that 190 to 200 neighborhood for a splash and go, and that could cost you a win. Ask Robbie Gordon.
2 different sets of strategy here with 98 laps to go. Now, with a little bit of time under this caution, we'd like to bring in our sponsor for tonight's event, and Austin Runkle, joining us in the broadcast booth here in Austin, talking about what's going on here with the Frank Pauley Scholarship Fund, which we discussed all throughout the broadcast to this point. What's going on?
Yep, well, just wanted to give an update that it's at about $195 right now that's been raised so far. So a lot more than what I was expecting, and also just wanted to thank everyone for coming out, because even though I had that fun incident that happened, I'm glad that it was almost a full field tonight. I'm just kind of glad that everyone came out and actually has been putting on a good show for everyone to watch here. So, yeah. Just wanted to think on that and say that, so.
Well, it's been a great show so far in Austin. You're coming in right now amid the yellow flag. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we get things going?
Not that I can think of, just thinking everyone, and, yeah, I don't know. Can't think of anything else, so.
Well, there we have it. Austin Runkle, the number 18 team. We thank you once again for your time and your support of this event here in the Frank Pauley Memorial 500.
Yep.
Runkle going to be back on the way, and Gary, we've got ourselves 96 laps to go after this point. It's been a long haul to get here to the first half, and now we're on the way down. 97 laps to go. We had a few cautions. This is just about our 7th of the day, and now we have 10 drivers on the lead lap, going back to Thomas Villano, who's right now on pit road. A few other drivers who are just making their way out include Jim Mott. And you get back up to this main pack. Very few remain here, and the fight is on between those who have survived. It's been a game of outlasting one another. And 97 laps to go. You got to wonder. I don't think it can get all too much smaller here when it comes to the pack that we've got left. Those who have survived have been able to make it through with strategy and pace. It looks like William Rasmussen now going to be in control of this field, as Corey Mott going to disconnect entirely from the session. So it's going to be Rasmussen doing the job up at the front of the field. He's in 6th here, so he sees just about everything. Your pole sitter now going to have a little more responsibility here of what is left of the pack.
We've been kind of spoiled in previous years on the real 500 with large fields finish. A lot of that has to do with, ironic when I say that, because of what happened this year with the Honda engines. A lot more of the engine reliability of these cars and the technology that are in them now. They're much, much stronger as we're getting ready to come back to green. But, I mean, you can go back as when I say as soon as, I know a lot of people weren't born at this time, but 92, the 592, only 12 cars finished. And that was kind of the norm for the early 90s throughout the 80s, to have 2/3 of the field easily gone, 1/3 of the field in the first quarter of the race, another 1/3 of the field gone by lap 150, and the last 1/3 of the field kind of fighting it out there at the very end. That was kind of the norm. So this is actually not too bad for IndyCar racing in terms of realism. I've seen smaller fields.
That's for certain. I've seen smaller fields as well, coming down to about 3 drivers at the very, very minimum. We still have about a dozen or so going at it. Henry Kaloff might be the final driver really still fighting here. He's in 12th, 2 laps down. So even though he's not in the lead lap, doesn't mean the job is done. And he's still there fighting with a swerve that we're going back and forth. Now Ben Lawson trying to get away from Fozzie Vazillo. And Fozzie not going to make it easy here. 3/10 back from 24th on up to 2nd. I know that for a driver who started in the back of the field, maybe didn't think it was likely to get up to this point so quickly, just beyond halfway. But he's here now. And he's the one driver behind your leader. He's leaving just about everyone else in the dust, trying to break the gap.
Yeah, I mean, 22 spots. Scott Dixon started 21st on the 500 this Sunday, finished 3rd. So he made up just about as many spots. It's doable. We've had only 2 drivers in history kind of come from 33rd to almost win. Tom Sneva did that once in I think it was 80. And then Scott Goodyear, going back to that 92 race, he started 33rd and ended up being the closest finish in the history of the 500 for that one. But no one's ever come farther back from 28th to win the 500. And that driver was the very first winner of the 500, Ray Arun, in 1911. He started 28th. And the big reason why he managed to get the win is that he did not have the extra weight of a riding mechanic, because he had this new invention called a rear view mirror that he mounted on his car.
And ever since then, we haven't seen in the real world, but there's always a chance to go last to first in this environment. Now going to see Nick Cadet getting some pressure. He's going to be right there with Rasmussen and a bit of a lap traffic right there with. That's going to be Henry Kaloff, we mentioned, inside the top dozen, even though he is 2 laps down. He'd need a few more cautions to get back on the lead lap, but maybe his race is not all said and done. Catching up to most other lappers, Joe Wright is now 1 down. Little competition in front for Kaloff here, but he'd need 3 cautions in 93 laps to even have a chance to get inside of the top 10. The closest battle right now is at the front of the field, and Fozzie Vazillo now trying to find a way, although it looks like Ben Lawson now with some lap draft, and he's carrying that number 78 machine right with him.
Yeah, he's probably happy to see that lap car in front of him, other than the aero push he's going to get in this corner. Going to help him make this run longer. Again, the magic number is 140. Anything after 140 makes this race a lot easier. If you have to pit before 140, you may have to pit. That's provided we go green. You may have to pit sometime in the last 10 laps.
109 laps in right now, so drivers would have to go, for this goal anyway, about 25 laps more on the minimum.
Got a weird angle going through the short chute there. I think it was trying to get around that lap traffic.
Now your leader's making a bye. The number 78 machine lapper going to be disposed of.
Fernando. You can't do that.
Getting dicey with Henry Kaloff there. We saw Fernando getting a little bit closer to the 63, but it looks like all is well now, and Rasmussen gets by.
I'd say just Ben, if he hits the straight, go straight. Let Fozzie get the run on him. Let Fozzie pass him, and let Fozzie do the work for him. Because the way they're racing right now, they're all looking at that second stop.
And you see now who's coming in. Nathaniel Campbell also going to make the move through. So this is now going to come down to drivers who are not at the front of the field in that first half. And you see it there. Campbell now going to be third, getting himself on the podium. The question now becomes, what can he do? A little bit closer further back with you see Caden and Rasmussen together again. And it looks like Fernando going to make both passes up quickly. Oh, they're tight again. And the number 19 is going to leave no extra room available.
And in the community, we call that the Brazilian clear.
At the 19, just barely makes it by. You know, we've referenced that phenomenon of the VOR broadcast we've seen on this channel, but haven't gotten the opportunity to discuss that. He is one of our international drivers, Fernando is, based from Iberia, according to iRacing's club system. And right now, running pretty well. However, we've seen those risky maneuvers a few times, which of course not going to have these drivers all too comfortable, a little unsettled perhaps, as you see right now. Nate Cadet getting back up to Campbell. Been a little more patient up at the front of the field most of the night. Nate did spin from the lead previously, but now looking for that redemption. Could be a spin and win when all is said and done. Maybe shade to Danny Sullivan if it all comes together.
He'll be right in this portion of the racetrack if he can do that. That's where Danny did the spin right there in turns 1 and 2. Mario narrowly avoided him.
And right now, Fernando coming up on Nate. Here comes a slide to the inside groove, and Nate gonna block, but just barely here. And another aggressive run with 88 laps to go. These drivers have been relentless, regardless of the timing of this race. It seems like they're all fighting each other. When they get into position battle like this, it becomes a gridlock quickly, and not a lot of give and take all throughout in the field, but all about just making things happen.
Everybody just needs to settle in and hit these last couple of pit stops. Because once you get the pit stops over, that's when you can do the racing.
At 87 laps to go, still a lot of time until that racing comes into play. Mike Runkle with us right now, and well, it's great to, of course, have a little bit more of that support from the racing community, Mike. It's a huge deal to have, of course, this Frank Pauley 500 coming through as a memorial event. And we thank you and Austin for putting this one together with the Moving Chicanes Racing League team. It's been a fantastic event so far, and donations for everyone who has contributed, a great deal as well. So we thank every single viewer who stopped by and given a little more attention to the cause today. And if you haven't checked it out already, one more time, the fund is in. Oh my goodness!
There it is. And that's Fernando clipped it and got one of the green and black cars, and that's going to be day done for Fernando. It looks like.
Got Rasmussen.
Rasmussen. Okay, so yeah, there's the caution.
Take a look at this one. Almost got Rasmussen twice, but Fernando was done.
Yeah, Fernando's going to Rasmussen's going to come and get a new wing. There's going to be some other collateral damage on that car, whether it's going to be to the floor or to something. There's going to be other damage on that car. The way it bounced and everything, that's normally not good. He's going to be able to drive it and probably make it to the finish, but that car might not behave at the same going forward.
Well, that could be.
That's what I was. I'm sorry. That's what I was saying about racing real hard. I mean, Fernando was really in a position where all he just needed to do was click off laps and turn the boost down, just get the car comfortable, click off laps, and make that last number so he could get to that last pit stop. And you know what caught him out was very clearly it was aero wash. So it looked like he was kind of racing a little bit harder than what the situation called for. So there is an art to running these cars. I mean, like I said, everyone jumps in these cars. We're coming to pit road. Everyone jumps in these cars like they're so fast, and they give you all this downforce, and you got tools that you can do to try to adjust your handling and everything. But there really is an art to running these things. They don't like to be run very hard unless you have to run them very hard. And then what happens is when you run them hard is kind of what you would expect. The handling then starts going away. You overheat your tires, that type of thing. If you race these things conservatively, they're going to be there at the end when you need them the most. And that's what a lot of people don't realize about these IndyCars. They treat them like sprinters when they're really fine athletes, and they're more of a marathoner.
Well, 84 laps to go now, and it's a big switch, and we'll see whether or not Rasmussen can keep fighting for the lead. I think Lawson barely got him.
Yeah, almost got him. That was really close.
At the line, several thousandths, and Lawson's going to get the jump. It's going to be Nate Cadet now second, Caden Sievers third, and Rasmussen is tentatively not fourth any longer. He's eighth as it stands. Just like that. Trouble right now for the 26th? Maybe not likely. He's just getting that collateral damage, as we mentioned, out of the system. And that will leave us with a total now of 9 drivers on the lead lap. Joe Wright will once again be with us, and it's going to be the single digits fighting amongst themselves for 84 more laps here.
So if we take a look and see if we go from here, 30 laps from 117 gets us to about 147. So we got probably a couple more laps under caution, so we'll get closer to 150. 150, do another 30 laps there, get us to 180, and then you're good to go. So we're still looking at a 2-stop race, but 150-ish. Yeah, well, anything past 170, you're getting home. So the longer they can make this run last, the better. And Rasmussen's still on pit road. He's going to get lapped, I think. Yep.
So now it would be 7 drivers on the lead lap, or rather, Joe Wright with us to make it 8 once again. We'll see what Rasmussen can do here. If he stays 1 lap down, 83 laps to go with the pace we've been at, a caution is not too unlikely. It could happen, but with how few drivers we have here, it becomes increasingly less so. I don't think there's more than 10 drivers on the track here. Thomas Villano is still going. Fernando's gone. Henry Kaloff is still with us, so at the most, we're looking at 11 drivers left on the track. Everyone else is a retiree.
Yeah, so 8 on the lead lap, I see, with Wright getting the wave around there, which that's an IndyCar rule. I don't know if you have lucky dogs or anything on there, but the wave around rule, at least for IndyCar's concern, is that the leader, the pace car always hands off to the leader when it goes back to green. So the leader always by being the leader, because he earned it, can bring the field to green without having a lap car in front of them.
One lap to green again, and it's going to be even less than that now. Ben Lawson, the man in charge, with Fozzie Vazillo there in second. 1, 2, 3 goes back to Caden again. Rasmussen out of the leading battle now. You can see the swerve coming down the front straightaway. Much smaller group now. And Ben Lawson will lead what's left of the field into turn 1. It looks like Joe Wright is going to be now with the field in 8th. And Rasmussen 1 lap down. We're seeing the small groups get away again. And Jim Mott with his group. Caleb Tipton with his own, and the leaders, it's a fight for 4 drivers. Fozzie Vazillo there with Caden, and it looks like now Ben Lawson still the leader of it.
Yeah, I really think fuel strategy out the window now. Just everyone should probably push, but be cognizant. Even though you're pushing, you still need to bring the car home, right? So you can't run out and tear apart that right rear of yours every time you crank the tools and try to make this turn.
Right now, making those adjustments back and forth. Let's talk about the weather one more time, because it's starting to simmer down perhaps. 116, we got up to about 120 previously, and the track temperature, it is maybe perhaps coming down for the first time tonight with 81 laps to go. Winds have been light all day long. Ambient temperature has slightly raised, but track temperature nevertheless starting to drop for the first time tonight, and with less than 80 remaining after this one, maybe the conditions come back in the driver's favor here, Gary.
It depends. I mean, look at the when the sim time is, because normally the late stages of a 500, a typical 500, not the one that happened on Sunday. So we're sim time. We're still at 2:14 in the afternoon. So temperatures should start coming down about 1,500 rather than 1,400. So I don't know if we'll get there. But we'll see. We'll start also seeing where the shadows of those grandstands start creeping across the front stretch, and we're not there yet.
So we do have time. Keep in mind the sim time for tonight's event. Currently, we find ourselves at about, looking at 2:15, so we're not too far into the afternoon so far. It's 11:03 Eastern right now for us broadcasting at night, but it's still the afternoon for the drivers here inside the session. There's still a lot of daylight hours left in it, and if this race doesn't go into catastrophic territory, we will not be seeing that track shadow become all too extreme, I don't think. So that's something we shouldn't have to look out for necessarily. I think right now Ben Lawson far more concerned about that defense. He's been doing his thing. Very little else to say besides that he's now been calm and collected for the better half of the past 75 laps here. And with Rasmussen effectively out of the race leading picture, Ben Lawson is in a much better position.
Yeah, and he's now pulled his lead out to 4/10, which is pretty good.
Better than just about every other gap in the field. Fozzie Vazillo there with Caden, second and third, running single file here. And I think right now we're in that stage of the race, if we keep it on the green, mind you, where everyone just continues to set themselves up. We got a long ways to go. However, we've made it more than half the way. Pit stops still are present in the minds of every driver. Side by side now for Fozzie. It's going to be Caden who goes right up and above and down and under. Looks like he's going to hold on for Fozzie, at least for the time being. It was close, though, and it might stay close.
And, you know, while they race, that's good news for Lawson. He's just going to continue to pull away.
And Ben Lawson now going to have that 0.5 of a second jump. If he can catch a lapper, which it doesn't look like there's any directly ahead of this pack, that's where it becomes game-changing. We don't have a lot of drivers at our disposal here, so don't expect that to be the case. Henry Kaloff, once again, I'll tell you this much, he's in the top 10, but I think he would be looking for more of a caution flu. Oh, there it does. And it's going to be Joe Wright just barely getting away from it. Jim Mott is destroyed.
Let's see. They're racing each other side by side through 4. What? That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
And we're playing
the car
the
to the inside. The inside of the car just.
Looking at Jim Mott's incident one more time, you mentioned here, we start with a little bit of a slide just ahead in that number 78, and that's going to cause a response for Mott to go up top, and whoosh, wow.
Oh, okay, he got loose on corner exit, and he overcorrected, and it caught, and it turned him right into Jim.
Thomas Villano and Jim Mott, both drivers having top 10 days. I think that is their race. There's nothing else that's going to come of it here. It's 75 to go, and it was Jim still running on the lead lap at the time of that happening. That leaves us with 7 left. Rasmussen should have an opportunity to get back on the lead lap now, I believe, and that's going to leave us with 8 at the most. It could still remain 7 as a result of Jim Mott falling 1 lap down that quickly.
Well, they've only been out 10 laps. The field is small at that point. Might as well.
75 laps remaining, 126 laps
Yeah,
in.
this is a good one for Nate. I think this. No,
He
Who's gonna
stays
come
out
in?
there, and I was
All
going
right,
to mention we're close to the window.
So the Foz here, he's coming in. So he's going to top off and get new tires, and he's going to reset himself to make it possibly. Cause we just passed 127. Gets him to 157. So let's say he can just find 3 laps here to go to 160. Still going to have to stop again. Trying to see if there's a way that maybe we can somehow they're going to see a lot. They need to see a lot of caution. They can make it to closer to that 170 number. That's another 13 laps. So that's asking an awful lot.
It's quite unlikely we get that one stop from here, I would think.
Right, I don't think so. So he's at 127. So we're probably going to go green around 130 or so. So that gets us to 160. And hopefully all these guys are doing little tricks in the cockpit, like turning down the engine map 8, running around in 6th gear, clutching and coasting, trying to save as much fuel as possible. Another trick is to run down right along the white line, make it the shortest way around the racetrack, and that will save you some fuel. But if they can do 35. Do 35 and 35. See, I haven't seen anything here tell me that anyone knows really how to fuel save in these, so I can't say if they can do 30. If they can do 35, then after that, then they can the next run's about 35, and then that would be their last stop. Where others will still have to stop. But right now, no one's really demonstrated to me that they're knowledgeable on fuel saving on these cars, which is okay. I mean, this is not their primary car. They'd whip my butt if I was in a stock car, probably. So, to each their own on that one. But if someone could demonstrate they could save fuel here and maybe go 35 laps and then pit and then maybe do another 35 after that, that might get us closer to home.
The biggest problem is we haven't had a reason to have any of that fuel saving come through. Which,
yeah.
That's another problem in itself. When you've gotten this far without having to even try for it, there's no reason to go for it so late and risk something which might cause even more problems.
If they can do 35 and 35, then they have it done on one more stop.
We'll see whether or not that is the case here. As soon as or as many times as we have seen these drivers come through with yellow flags and wonder what is left, well, we've seen the yellow flag after the fact. There's quite a lot of drivers out of this race, still some retirees due to get themselves back on the track. Well, not retirees, but those on pit road due to get back on. Rasmussen is now, according to timing, scoring 2 laps down, and Henry Kaloff is as well, so we might have a fight for the lucky dog there, if there's anything left between those two, as now the pace car is going to go down and in, and it's going to be Lawson, Sievers, and it's going to be Cadet. Year 1, 2, 3. Big swoop down to the bottom side, and immediately Lawson's trying to play those games. Green flag's out again, and just like that, Ben Lawson's on the move.
It brings it up to speed good. Didn't do spin the wheels or anything, and that you can do that with these cars with the hot tires. Here comes Sievers. Sievers going to get a run on. I'm going to take a look at the outside. That opens the door for Nate. Nate got a big run there.
Ben Lawson's still going to hold that defense down, but Caden going to be up and down now because Nate is another problem. And you could see that maybe even drivers like Henry Kaloff are holding on, and Henry the Lapper just trying to stay with the leaders here, so trying to put that charge up to the top spots, all in the podium. Nate right now going to be running just behind Caden, maybe not having the opportunity to go and make the pass, but holding back right now with some time might be the best way to go about it. You see here, Ben Lawson still defending, and Ben so far far has been the dominant driver on the day, has led a total of 47 laps out of 130, and if he stays up in front, has a chance to go for about 60 or 70 laps led, all things considered. But it's not going to be easy now because Caden is returning, and he's got a chance to go high or low. The choice, up to the top side, and Caden now looking to make that move, slicing and dicing to take it up to the higher groove and maybe with a little bit more confidence make the pass.
Nah, they got equal tires at this point, so that's not going to really fly too much. But it does give him a good run coming off the corner.
They've been side by side down both the previous straightaways, and Nate's still right there with. Not going to have the room there, so looks like it's going to be Caden once again filing back in line. Ben Lawson going to be leading at the line with 47 thousandths of an advantage to time previous. Still a leader, and you see there, Nate going to go up to the top side, making a move once again. High side dreaming. It looks like he got past for second, might be able to go past for the race lead, and Nate is now on a mission. He'll take that second groove and keep it side by side. Just not a good enough run off the corner until getting through for the middle point, and the boat drop down. Now it's going to be Cadet taking to the race lead. Nate's got the advantage. Ben Lawson's still there with, and coming right behind, still going to be Caden running in third. Rasmussen, his teammate, William Rasmussen, is 2 laps down in ninth. Not the worst of events, of course, for the number 26 crew, but trouble, of course, has risen for the operation, both between the 26 and 27 respectively. Not a lot of help for, of course, Hayden any longer. Rasmussen being out of this one, he's now seeing the fight for the lead ahead of himself, and Ben Lawson gonna lose it again, as it looks like now Nate coming to his own. Another nice instance of defense, and he's got the lead again.
I'd let him go. Just let him go. Just follow. Extend that number. Now Foz can't lose this group. He's 1 point, right at 1 second back of this group. He's right in the envelope, but he's like right at barely at the back end of it. So he needs to definitely keep enough pace. He might be saving.
And looking at the intervals in the last 4 laps, he might just be 1.25 seconds at lap 130, 1.29 at 133. You'd think if he was pushing and he's at this distance, he'd be able to naturally make it back up. We haven't seen that yet. I'd argue that for Fozzie right now, he's getting a little bit more of that saving than anyone else, and we'd have to ride on board, maybe try to listen or take a look at that telemetry here that we've got available to us and figure out what's going on.
Let's pop on board. So the key thing I see when we pop on board is that he's in the single gear. So 6 gear to a lot of these drivers, to most everyone that kind of watches these races, like the passing gear. You draft up in 5th, you hit 6. 6 is kind of your overdrive and help the cruise on by. 6 is also your saving gear. This is where you save the most fuel at when you're at speed. So he's already rolled back in to Severs now. So he's within the draft still, and he's kind of closed up a little bit there. But Severs is now losing touch slowly to Lawson and Nate, right up in front of him. But the key thing that I, again, see with Foz here is he is at 6 gear. He's not changing. He's rolling in and out of the throttle. We don't see that throttle getting to the blue an awful lot. Only at the down at the end of the straights where it should.
Just keep in touch right now for the 55. Foz going to be in 4th, and right now as we look at that telemetry, staying in a single gear, maybe not pushing the hardest right now, knowing what's on the table. 65 laps to go, still at least a pit stop or 2 away. Going to be all about making the stretch if there's a green flag run left. Question still lies in the hands of these drivers. Is there a green flag run left? Nate going to come across the stripe with a minor advantage for the lead again. However, it looks like Ben Lawson has kept him honest and stays right behind. One driver we have not mentioned all throughout this day up at the front of the field, Caleb Tipton, who did not have the best of runs in the last chance qualifier. He started 25th today, up to 5th. And he's in his own world right now, not really with the leaders, but not going to be with the drivers behind, 6th on back. Caleb running inside the top 5, 4 seconds behind your leader. He's got himself up in front. He's got it made, and it looks like right now going to be able to come away with a top 5 finish despite all the troubles in qualifying in the early stages of this event. Interesting to keep an eye on that as Ben Lawson tries again, but can't get by Nate. It looks like Cadet now is really pushing himself, and you can see there, Nate Cadet, he's got the defense A-game now.
And Caleb doing the old Connor Daly strategy there.
.63 laps remaining, going to be coming down to 62. Caden still looking back, and actually it looks like Fozzie might have gained a few tenths of a second on that lap there, Gary. I think he's now within 1 second of your leaders.
Yeah, he's 4 tenths, 5 tenths back from Severs for sure.
Question becomes, do we see a little bit more of a push now out of the 55, or is he just going to try to get to the back bumper and stay there? Will he try to make a pass? Caden now has to look in that rear view and wonder what's up next here, because the 55 is coming through. Nobody really right now with Foz. The closest driver would be Henry Kaloff, but Kaloff is a lapper and has not really interfered in any of the leading battle all throughout the night, so don't expect much out of Kaloff. It might come down to what the 55 chooses to do, as the gap is now just about 6 tenths of a second between he and Caden.
All right, so 30 laps from this point, it becomes a one-stopper. So how far can we get past 140 and closer to the 170 mark?
Nobody has tried to go down a pit road within, of course, this stint of the last 10 laps. Very few drivers have gone down for an attempt at a green flag pit stop today. I think less than 5 without any damage have come through over the entire event so far, and that's over a span of 140 laps and then some. At the line again, Nick's still going to have himself in the fight, and it's going to be Nate still leading. Ben Larson second. Could change here. What's going on?
So you could, if you wanted to, pit this lap and top off, and that will get you to 170 and then home. And then you won't have to worry about any splashes and dashes. You'll be out there kind of by yourself for a lot of the time. But, I mean, there could be a strategy that you could just go off on your own now and go pit sometime here in the next 5 laps or so, and then get to 170, come in, top off, and it's going to be a short fill. There'll be a short fill here, and it'll be a short fill when you get to 70-ish. It'll be a semi-short fill. You'll have like a gallon or 2 still left in the tank. But you could do something like that and then still probably make some time up on pit road, because everyone still has to do 2 stops. So if you get them out of the way earlier here, might be a strategy.
Maybe you're going to see some drivers going for the early cut, but so far nobody has chosen to do so. Pit road still looking awful empty as a little bit of blinking up in front of the field here. Nate's still going to lead, a little bit of jumping back and forth, but all is still well at the head of the field, and 7 drivers in contention for this win in terms of being on the lead lap. And right now, Nathaniel Campbell going to be the last of which in 7th, Joe Wright just ahead of him, and right now running in 6th, and you got Caleb Tipton, who's going to be on his own right now in the 5th spot. Up in front, it's going to be Fazillo, then it's going to be Caden, Ben Lawson, and Nate Cadet. Right now, Nate is still going to be there 14/100ths of a second ahead. Lawson holds his own right behind. Rushing down that back straightaway, you see the top 5 and the lapper of Kaloff all together. 58 laps remaining. What's left for the field? Very little here, but nobody, Gary, has decided to go down in early. It looks like they're going to try to stretch it as long as they can.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strategy. I don't think anyone's really thinking right now about that strategy. But if you work with me here, if anybody at home, so it's at 143. Let's say we go to 145, right? And then let's say Foz stops. Now Foz has only been on this. Let's say he's at 140. We're at lap 144 now. So let's say he stops next time by. So that's going to put him 18 laps into his run, which is about halfway, a little past halfway. So he has enough time in that time frame to change the tires and to fill the tank, and it's going to be a short fill. because he has a little less than half of a tank or a little bit more than half a tank he needs to put in there. Then he can go and full burn it to 170 to 175, hit his final stop. It's going to be a short fill there because all you need is the fuel to get to the end, and he's done.
Gotta wonder if these drivers even thinking about it right now. It doesn't look like they're racing with the fuel in their mind. I think they're just going to come down whenever, and maybe slash and goes will end up common. As a result, we're talking about it from the overhead, where the strategy, of course, could be played out in so many different ways. But the priority for these drivers appears to be going for the lead. 56 laps to go. Lawson's been keeping Nate very honest, and right behind him, Caden, not half bad as well. It's been a tight fight between these three drivers, and, well, the Foz is back in at 0.7 of a second behind your leader. Maybe a chance now for the 55 to get in the piece. Caleb, not too far behind either, and now getting the draft of Henry Kaloff. We can see 5 drivers up there fighting for the lead. If Henry Kaloff has what it takes to get up to Foz here, we could see Caleb get in the mix for the lead, and a battle of the most unexpected circumstances and drivers could all come together at once. Right now, yeah, Nate's been leading, but I don't think it's going to be guaranteed he holds it for the rest of the way, especially with the way they're driving. I don't think they're thinking too much into strategy and the numbers and whatnot, splitting it at the right time. As we'll be coming to lap 150, maybe we'll see still 2 more stops the way they're driving, and possibly some drivers further back get a little bit more out of it. But right now, leaders clearly not going to be saving all too much.
Yeah. The top 3 are at 30 laps of their current stint. So throw a little caution on top of there. They're due in anytime. Anytime, I would say, at the top 3. So another reason why Foz doesn't need to necessarily run as hard. He needs to stay in the draft. He doesn't need to run as hard because he knows that those 3, at least he should know, he should be situationally aware that the 3 in front of him are going to stop where he doesn't have to pass them on the track.
53 laps remaining. Single file up in front. The closest battle actually looks to be a little bit further back, and one driver is down and in. That looks to be, was it a lapper that time by? The confirmation is yes, it was. It was Rasmussen. 145 laps in. So William Rasmussen will make it in, and we have seen our first pit stop under green of this cycle. It's going to be the lapper of Rasmussen making the call in early, and for him, that's lap 146. For leaders, it's 148, and as such, now we're seeing a few drivers get themselves readied up. Nobody else has signaled in, mind you. Rasmussen didn't either, but that's the first pit stop call of all the drivers left on the track, and Rasmussen makes his way in alone.
Yeah, he's got 2 laps less than everyone else that needs to turn, so that makes his number a little bit different. So again, these leaders now 32 laps on their current stint. They all stopped at lap 117. I think we've had 2 or 3 cautions in that time frame, so we're going to make this one longer. Genuinely, ooh. Nate get a little squirrely on their corner exit. I think that's a lap car coming in, but it's still a lap car coming in there. Now, generally, like I said, it's not the assumption, but it's a rough estimation. It's about 30 laps a stint. Now, it's always, if you can go longer than 30 laps is what, makes you a good saving IndyCar driver. So, and now they got Rasmussen on the backstretch who just rejoined now that these guys can try to get the draft off of. So anytime after 30 laps, you can always expect a car, an Indy car, to stop.
Rasmussen's in the wall and waiting for the leaders.
Yeah, that was scary. And you also saw Nate go right down almost on the grass at one point. He's like, I'm coming to pit road. All 3 of them are coming to pit road.
And almost getting involved with the Rasmussen machine at the same time. That's going to end Rasmussen's night and bring down your top 3 all at once.
So Foz needs to push.
And watching the 55 right now, going to be putting the gas down, 6th gear, and it is full on throttle from this point onward. I think right now for the 55, that's all that can be done. And meanwhile, for the guys who just went into pit road, the advantage looks to be in the favor of, as we come through this time by, Quick move there. Lawson going to be right behind Nate, and Nate Cadet once again has the advantage.
So those guys now are looking at lap 180 for their final stop, and they're done. So it'll be actually a short fill for them. They only need the necessary.
We got trouble off the pit road. It's going to be on the track. It's Ben Lawson. Ben Lawson, who was leading this thing on the way out. Well, take a look.
Just hustling it too much. Just hustling it too much. Kind of gave it away.
Unbelievable. Lawson's done. That leaves us with 6 on the lead lap. And we are now down to the final stretch of drivers. With the final stretch of laps, that's another driver contending for the lead who's down and out.
Yeah, so your car, when you bring your car and you try to hustle it back out onto the racetrack, it wants to be loose when you try to, especially because there's no banking down there. And it wants the tires are cold, you're over rotating, it wants to be loose, wants to do oversteer. The best way to do that is you just take your weight jacker and you set it in the opposite direction, full tilt, opposite direction, and then that helps you bring a stable car out of the pits. And sometimes if you leave your weight jacker unchanged as to where you were when you were racing, as your tires and your fuel load were going down, if you leave it unchanged and then you go to free tires, to new tires and to a full tank, that's what can cause your car to become loose again on exit there on the pit road. So that was unfortunate. Foz might as well come. It's going to be everybody racing to 180, and everyone still has to make another stop.
Well, here we go again. Going to be another pit stop right now for a few leaders. It looks like now it's going to be Foz on the way through and Caleb Tipton along a few other drivers. Of course, with a few that we have left, it looks like Nate going to choose to stay out and leave Henry Kaloff also right there with. So Henry should be able to gain a lap back as a result, and Ben Lawson is going to find himself right now on pit road even still. Rasmussen disconnected. Lawson might just be next, and that's going to leave us with very few left on lead lap. Henry Kaloff has been trying to get back up there. It has not been easy, but Kaloff should be able to go one lap down after this one rather than remaining 2. That remains to be confirmed here, as now Joe Wright's going to be right there. A little bit of a scuffle with the 82 Campbell off of pit road. Caleb Tipton there, and right now the Foz going to be with Caden Sievers, and they'll get back on the way. Caden behind the 55 as we order ourselves up once again. 47 laps to go. The home stretch is upon us here, and it will be Nate Cadet deciding to stay out of the track as your leader.
Yeah, 35 will get a wave around, so he will get one of his laps back. And then that will bring the lead back to the 7. And then Foz is there sitting in second. So what I would do now is I now know everybody needs to do one more stop. When do I make that one stop? Do I go all the way to, which is going to be really close now, to 190? Or do I go to another 10 laps from now, or 15 laps from now, and just hit it at 170 and then be done from there? Now, if I go to 170, it's a shorter fill. I'm going to get my tires and I'll be done. So I might make up a few seconds on the racetrack. If I go all the way to 90, I probably am not going to go for tires. I'm just going to go for a splash and go. So how well can I take care of my tires and make them last that overtime, so to speak?
That remains to be seen, as looks like Nate going to decide to go down to pit road here. 46 laps to go. We'll be coming back green with only 45 remaining here, and we have whittled ourselves down to even fewer than what we anticipated previously. Henry Kaloff getting himself back around the track, although it says he's still locked down 2 laps down, although I think at the stripe again that will reset. He should be able to get back at least one lap after this caution cycle. 6 are still on the lead lap, and Kaloff still fighting to become that 7th, but it's a very, very small pack of drivers still going here, and it's going to be Fozzie Vazillo up at the front of the field. Maybe not the quickest driver all day long, was not your pole sitter, didn't even start in the Fast 12. He was part of the last chance qualifying procedure, and yet 24th place starter is your race leader, and he's there up at the front of the field, leading over Caden, who started in 4th, Caleb, who started in 25th, Joe Wright, who was 14th for the majority of the day, and your drivers who started up in the front of the field, it's not indicative of success at all. Your guys who started up in the front, they're no longer with us for the most part. The only driver who started inside the top 10 that still remains is Caden. Every other top 10 starter has retired. Green flag's out again. It's going to be now, for the first time, Fozzie Vazillo in control.
Yep, Fawn's going to be in the control, and then you got Severs right behind him. Tipton, who is very calmly, quietly worked his way up to 3rd. He's going to have a very, looks like impatient Nate on his backside here, so maybe if I was him, I'd let Nate go. Here we go. Don't
just like that, going to be side by side now. Caleb up top on Nate, and it looks like 2x2 with 45 to go. We've been saying for a lot of the time, maybe a little too early for risky maneuvers, but hasn't stopped most of the field, although a lot of them have ended up not racing to this point. Side by side again for the lead, and Caden going to take it quickly, and just like that, it's going to be the number 27 to the point. Caden Severs up to the top of the charts, and Fozzie down to 2nd. And it's still going to be a fight here, as it looks like Caleb now seeing the lapper of Henry Kaloff. Kaloff is now going to drive even harder here, knowing this is a chance to maybe get a lap back. He's been waiting for a chance to get a lap back for over 100 laps now. I think he's just about done. He's done extending that patience.
Yeah, it want to be the first time someone's come back from 2 laps down here at the Speedway. At least that driver won, so maybe he'll still get himself in a position to win. That was Jacques Villeneuve in 95. He came back from 2 laps down to win the 500. So we got Severs and Foz here. So if I'm involved in this battle, I'm absolutely going to pit here in the next 12 to 14 laps, and I'm going to undercut everybody. That's my goal. I'm going to undercut everybody with a shorter fill, and then run as hard as I can to the end.
And with 43 to go, Kaloff is right there on the back bumper now of Nate Cadet. All the while, Fozzie gets the lead right back, and it could become a toss and turn from this point onward. 43 laps to go. One more pit stop looks to be in the cars. Looking under. Here comes Caden at the stripe. Fozzie with the lead, but it looks like not much else to hold on to here as Caden gets the lead right back. Joe Wright and Nathaniel Campbell will be their own pack, fighting a little bit further beyond, but 4 of your 6 lead lappers are still together, and they are strung tight. Looks like Nate having a little bit of internet trouble even still, and here comes Kaloff all over again. Under goes to 55, and Vazillo back to the race lead just like that. It's a toss and turn in succession again. And up next, that pit cycle we've been looking for, maybe about 20 laps away from getting the split of this stint. Might see some drivers coming a little bit earlier, go for the midway, or go all the way out until going for a splash and go. That's the question here as Caden looks under again. And now that number 27's got the lead. If Rasmussen was here, Caden would perhaps be one of the odds-on favorites for the win, but now running alone against a fierce group of drivers makes it a little more challenging. It's every driver for himself now, as Caden is going to have to drop deeply under as Fozzie goes for the pass again.
That window opens in 10 laps to get to the end.
Looking a little bit lower, almost going right by the commitment line, side by side. Fozzie makes it close, and Caden still holds on. 2x2, the lapper of Kaloff now going to be in the mix. We'll see how much he plays a role in this one, as he's now going to be running net 3rd in this line of 4. Kaloff right there behind the 55, looking to go 1 lap down naturally. He's been waiting so long for this chance. He's there now, but the 55 goes high, and he will take Kaloff with them. Can't quite get a pass there, and Henry gonna have to lock himself back up as it's side by side for the lead briefly once more. It'll be 39 laps remaining when we come across the stripe this time through, and it's going to be now swerving up and down, back and forth on the racing circuit. Fozzie trying to block still, can't quite get it, and here comes Caden dropping deep again, trying to use that inside line to his advantage.
Oof, got his lap car in the way. Not necessarily in the way, but playing a role here right now. Ooh. From the high side to the low side, that lap car goes. Going to get back on the tail end of the lead lap. Or it says 2 laps down still, so we'll get back 1 lap. I don't know if the leaders know if that's the case. If they I just let him go. Let him go. The battle's not with him.
And it looks like they're still going to keep him all the way locked up. Kaloff still fighting, but it looks like right now he finds himself locked up all over again. It's going to be now Nate seeing that battle up to the high side as Fozzie drops back. It's going to be now Cadet trying to take the lead, and it looks like he does so once more.
I think that Nathaniel Campbell almost smacked the wall there in that lime green car. Again, don't need to be doing the. Everybody needs to stop still, so we don't need to be doing the weaving down the straights. And I would absolutely let that lead car go, or that lap car go.
Very few drivers opt to do anything of the sort. We've kept ourselves in luck here in the final laps of the Frank Pauley 500. And if you've stayed with us so far, the finish coming right up. We've got ourselves an action-packed conclusion with, of course, the few drivers we got left. They have been able to handle everything, and they've withstood all the troubles. Here comes the number 63, Kaloff, trying to get that lap back, and I think at this point he's had just about enough. He's got himself through. He's 1 lap down, and Kaloff now going to make it by. We'll see how much longer he can keep stretching that gap as he's once again ahead of the field, but this time he gets a lap back out of it. 1 lap down for Kaloff. He would just need 1 more caution to really seal the deal as he's now leading them up and down, swerving back and forth.
5 laps for the pit window to open.
And now Kaloff could be the driver who's going to try to lead them all through with Nate just behind. Up top, there goes Caden again, and now they're going to try to pass Kaloff right back. So Henry Kaloff not going to be raced easy here in the slightest. He makes the pass only to get it perhaps lost in translation. Caden goes up top there with Cadet, and it looks like we could see the number 63 fade back to go 2 laps down all over again. Kaloff is fighting though, and he's got the inside line, which is the preference to keep that spot. Doing some nice work with the defense, and the leaders have not been able to work him through.
You go see what if people decide they're going to race this to the end of the tank. Oh, I was going to push up there. Track temp is down to 119.
So right now, conditions still fluctuating a bit. The ambient temperature up to 74 degrees and a little bit higher now. That track temp is as well. These drivers, the few that remain, laying down rubber, and it has been tricky. Kaloff now going to keep on blocking, and it looks like it's single file now. So a little bit less pressure perhaps, but I know that Nate of all drivers wants to get by, and Cadet looks under again. Going to slice to the inside of Henry Kaloff. That's a pass, and it might be clear. Henry Kaloff, no choice but to slot back in that time around. Caden now going to be running in the middle of this fight. You see there, Fozzie going to be running just a few tenths back, 0.6 of a second back, as a matter of fact, right now from your leader. Then you've got Nathaniel Campbell, who's been quiet all throughout this race. The 82 quiet, but he's been notably getting higher and higher in position as the race has gone on. Now he's to the point where he's going to have to end up within the fight of the top 5, because that's just how the lappers are. We only have 6 drivers on the lead lap. Otherwise, you're either further on back or you're out of this race. And 9 drivers appear to be in the session even still. Rasmussen did disconnect, so I think he's also out. Lawson out of this race. Kaloff, he's there too. It's 7 drivers, and it looks like just about all of them are within the frame, with the exception of Joe Wright, who's on his own and 7 seconds behind. Everyone in the race is still right here with 32 laps to go, and the window should be just about open by now, so we'll see what's left.
Yep, coming to the window open this time by, all right, 170.
One more pit stop remains, and that's what's left for the field here in the Frank Pauley Memorial 500. One final chance.
So one of the guys we race with a lot in the IndyCar community, his name's Nick DeGroot. He's a writer for motorsport.com, and he has a pretty easy, very simple strategy in Indianapolis, regardless of where he is. Whenever lap 170 gets here, or 70 or 30 laps to the end, he always pits, and we call it the DeGroot strat. And every single time he pulls it off, and every single time he gets a good finish out of it. So now's the windows open for that, as I'd like to call it, the DeGroot strategy, and someone can jump in on that and see how well they're going to undercut everybody, because they're going to short fuel, and they're going to pop out, and then everyone else is going to go long, and they'll still have to fuel up from basically an empty tank.
Maybe the stretch is the way to go here. I'm surprised we haven't seen anyone try to do it a little bit differently and come in early, especially for someone maybe like Joe Wright, who's out there on his own. Everyone else is still relatively close in this pack. Wright right now is 6th, running alone. Really nobody else in this grouping. Of course, it's going to be a one and done right now for Wright, but still no opportunity to go for an alternate.
Yeah. I'm not sure how he's going to find 7 seconds, though, on pit road. That's the thing.
That's
I mean, at
fair.
this point,
really nobody
he's
else
locked,
to race for him.
Right. And at this point, it doesn't look like he's handling very well. He's kind of, it looks like he's loose on corner exit. But, I mean, he could give it a shot. And right now, he should stay on the lead lap, or at least fall off. He'll go under, probably go a lap down, but get it back when everyone else stops. But I don't think he's going to be fast enough in order to get the lead here. He might be, what's his last lap by? This is right. He's at a 2:11.
And a 2:12 right there.
I don't know. Even at full burn, I don't see him going the distance. He stopped at lap 154. He's 19 in. He needs a lot more caution. But where he is, I mean, make the gamble. Who cares? You know, just give it a shot.
Not much else would change right now for Wright, who's running in 6th comfortably. Nothing else going to take that away. So trying something different right now. Joe Wright with 27 laps to go. Maybe a chance to make it happen. And no, was he coming down to pit road? Yes, he was. So Wright makes it in, and that's going to be the first of our leaders, who are lead lap, to come down and into pit road. That leaves us with 5 remaining, and we'll see who's next on the way through. They let Henry Kaloff go by. He's 1 lap down only. Now it's time to see who's left here. 27 laps to go. Nate, Caden, Fozzie, the 1, 2, 3. That's all that we got left here. The battle for the lead, it still goes on.
That hurt coming off the pit road. 8.4 in the box, but that little extra wheel spin. There comes some more leaders on pit road. I think we got Caleb coming down. This one might actually make sense for him. So let's see if he hits his marks. Boom. Goes up on the jacks. Yep. You're going to get new tires. Get the fuel. 7.7, 8.1. So he was in the box about a half second shorter than right. So he needs to push it now, and not do what Larson did. Lawson did exiting turn 2.
Caleb getting on the way here, should be able to stay within 1 lap of the leaders, and you see now, coming right by, it's going to be now Tipton 1 lap down, as is Joe Wright. "25 laps to go here, and it looks like Nate Cadet has been able to hold himself up nicely. 4/10 of a second back of the line previously was Caden Sievers, and
Campbell, pit road.
Looks like right now, top 3 remain out. Up next, it looks like Campbell is going to be on the way. Out.
He should stay out on the lead lap. Yeah, he does. So now he really needs to push.
And it's going to be full on from here for Campbell if there's any opportunity to gain. 36 seconds back on the leaders, and pit stops have been a similar timing, but right now I think with these drivers running longer, they're going to have a little bit, perhaps less time on the jacks to get back going again. Stretching it longer might just be best. 180 might perhaps be the goal for what's left here for these drivers. And when you're running in the toe now, the lapper of Kaloff, you do a little bit less work. So Nate not even doing as much to stay exactly where it is. And if you watch the telemetry, not going to be full on through the corners any longer.
Yeah, but still has another stop to do. There's no way that he can make it without another stop. And then, let's see, Henry pitted on, he's 28 laps and 29 now laps into it. So he pitted on 148. So they're going to lose Henry here in a little bit. Henry's going to have to stop.
And Kaloff is most likely going to end up going 2 laps down at the end of this race if there is no caution from this point onward. Regardless of what's happened for Kaloff, it looks like he's going to lose what he's gained and end up sliding a little bit further back to conclude the night. 22 laps to go. Kaloff finds himself here, and he'll have to slot in very soon. As the time now, it is not, but in the coming laps, you might see Kaloff go through before the leaders.
So between 180 and 190, there's enough time to fill with fuel and get new tires. The longer you run past 190, oh, there it is. I saw him getting loose.
And we got a little bit of trouble there. The leader, it is going to be Nate destroyed, and there's no second chance here. Nate Cadet is effectively out of this race.
Yeah, I saw him getting a little loose there on corner exit the last couple of laps, and I wonder if he was adjusting the tools or whatnot. But might have been a good time to go down pit road at that point, just get new tires, top it off. But I was getting ready to say, the longer you go after the 190, the less of an opportunity you have to put on new tires, because then you're actually measuring, and here comes some people down the pit road, you're actually measuring your fuel stop in seconds. So if you are in to get less than 5 seconds worth of fuel, then it makes no sense to put new tires on. So that is going to be costly for him. Foz is now all by himself. I wouldn't last too long by myself out here. I would try to stop as soon as possible.
Now let's see how much longer Foz decides to stay out. 20 laps to go, and every passing lap makes a big difference here. Running alone compared to a small pack, it's much better to have that small group with you than anything else. And it looks like now getting people bunched up again. Campbell going to move up to net second right now. And with that being said, the 82 now with the best opportunity he's had all night long to win. Quiet, and now up in front of all but one. It's going to come down to Foz from this point onward. If there's any competition, it's going to be Caden Campbell and the Foz going at it, 1, 2, 3, and right now the 55 is still on the track. Is the call to come in this time by? No drivers have signaled it just yet. Looks like Fazillo gonna stay out a little bit longer, which will come down to 18 laps to go.
So we've heard the saying where Indy plays favorites. Indy's picked the winner, right? It makes the Indy sound like it's a living, breathing organism. Where one thing that Indy has not been nice to is this particular livery. Of course, we know Tony Stewart drove it at one point, and both times where he had it in, let's see, it was in '96. He ended up basically having an engine issue with the pop-off valve and retired early. Smacked the wall in '97, but still brought it home to complete the 500 miles in '97 there. '98, blew an engine coming down the main straightaway in the first 30 laps or so. So this particular livery has not had the greatest luck at the Brickyard. So I would try to alleviate that and maybe hit pit road sooner rather than later. But, you know, Foz knows what he's doing.
And I think right now definitely does. Confidence now maybe for the 55. The biggest contention we've seen for the race lead came down between Nate and Caden for the final 50-odd laps we were looking at. But Nate effectively being done and done is going to change it up once again. Right now, Nate's going to be put another lap down. Henry Kaloff going to get by him this time through. It's a huge shift up, of course, in regards to who's where on the racing circuit, because Nate now, he's dropped back to 7th, and I think he's going to end up finishing 7th today, which is not a terrible finish, but not going to be able to make it to the checkered flag under his own power, and I think that's the worst part of it for that entire team, running oh so well today and being so consistent. Not the most confident, perhaps, in qualifying, but the race was fantastic until it wasn't. That's exactly what we're seeing here. Right now, Fazillo's going to find himself still the leader, and your second and third place drivers are separate by less than a half second.
So the way it looks like now with the pit delta, that if Foz comes in, which he is now, he's going to come out about a second behind Sievers. So we'll see as that timer starts running now.
And we're looking now at Foz making his way in. Let's find out how accurate that is.
He missed a spot.
Missing a stall, and
That's
twice
it.
over.
Oh.
That's his race. Disconnected.
And that's it.
Two drivers head-to-head for the win. With 15 laps to go, this is the battle for the race victory. You're watching it right now.
It just shows you how critical that last pit stop is. It's not the first time that the last pit stop has bit the leader of the Indianapolis 500. Roberto Guerrero in 87. You had Scott Dixon coming to pit road and speeding a couple years ago when he had command of the race. It's just a very critical stop, and you got to make everything click. And I always say that when I drive these things, the most time where I'm the most nervous is at the first, when you start the race and you're around all that traffic, and then the last pit stop. That's typically because you spent all that time setting up for this last stop to set yourself up for the final stint. And if you blow that last pit stop, it makes no difference. Everything that you planned for is for naught.
Now 14 laps to go. Henry Kaloff watching the leaders, and they're swerving back and forth. At this rate, it is on, and there's very little that can be done besides pushing full out. Campbell, knowing there's a chance at hand for the victory, and Caden right there with. It's going to be a full-on battle from this point on.
Something's not right with Sievers. He's not. Either he didn't get enough fuel in or something, but he shouldn't be falling this far behind Campbell.
What happened was I think he got it down to 5th, and there was a problem there. Maybe that's the case.
Last time by, Campbell was 5 miles per hour faster than Sievers. So let's see, maybe Sievers get it wound back up again.
And we're hearing low on fuel for Caden, so there's trouble there. We're going to have to save quickly. And Rasmussen giving the word, his teammate maybe a little bit lower. And Campbell looking for an opportunity now to go for 2 consecutive 500-milers here at the Brickyard. A dozen laps to do it here. One reminder before we get to the final stretch, once again, the Frank Pauley Memorial Scholarship Fund, it's pinned, and we'd love to surpass the $250 mark in terms of donations. Stick with us here. You're here for the most exciting portion of the racing. It's a dozen laps to do it, and it's going to come down to Campbell and Severs, if Severs even has a little bit left in the tank to go at it.
Yeah, I don't know how on that last stop it's so critical how you underfill, unless he was using one of the apps or something and it just didn't quite. He didn't get it programmed in time to give him what he needed to do. Typically on a lot of those apps, you could say, "Give me enough to get to the end and maybe 1 lap of buffer." Typically, I'll just say, "Give me exactly what I need," and if I have to save, I'll save. Maybe that's what he ended up doing, and then find out when he gets up to speed that he's going to have to save a little bit. So that time by, he was at 2:18.6 versus Campbell's 2:18.2. So maybe he's just needed to save a portion of a lap, and so maybe he's back at 100% power. So we'll see. 10 to go, coming to 9 to go this time by.
Ten laps remaining. The podium fight looks to be all but settled between 3rd and 4th. This is it. And for all that we've seen throughout this race, the leaders are what remain. And right now, Campbell going to find himself still the leader here. Caden, who started in 4th, has been inside the top 5 for just about the entirety of this race. Now looking to seal the deal against one of the drivers who's perhaps an underdog. The final driver to lock in just before last chance qualifying. He's there as the leader, and Caden now very tight on fuel. Maybe another partial lap of saving could help with Henry Kaloff as a buffer, but that's a risk. Coming down the front straightaway this time by 9 laps remaining, and it's the single digits as it's still Campbell advantageous by about 1/4 of a second. It looks like right now it's going to come down to Campbell and Caden up in front, single digits and still dropping as Kaloff watches on.
And that time by, and there's the pass for the lead. And interesting, the lap car goes by, so maybe does Campbell need to save now?
And maybe it's going to become a back and forth game of saving between these two with how tight they are, and Henry Kaloff is now getting in it.
Well, that's exactly what both of them want.
Now Kaloff plays the role of towing them both.
Yeah. That time by Campbell, 2:13.9.
Eight laps remaining. Henry Kaloff now going to be the driver who's slowly but surely getting things together. And it's going to be Campbell, Kaloff, and looking a little bit further back now, you have Caden right there in the mix. Small group, but it's going to now be led by a lapper just like
saving. Yeah, Campbell's saving. I'm riding with him right now, and he feathered it all the way down the front stretch. Short shifting.
Very little time remaining here for these drivers. If you look on board with Kaloff, they're not going to try to pass Henry. That is for certain. Now, the question becomes, does Campbell have anything to get back up to Caden? It's a gap of about 0.3 of a second between them. And right now, Kaloff holds control. Unfortunately, I'm certain this is not the position he'd like to be in, but he's in the top 5 and is leading the drivers up in front around the circuit with 6 laps remaining.
Time by both at 2:16. If he wanted to save more, Nathaniel could probably go to 6th gear and just kind of feather it. 6th gear has enough pull that you could, once you throw it into its power band, he could probably pull right back up on the into that draft. I'd keep it in 6th gear. course, he has the engine maps. Got 1 through 5. 7 and 6 have more to do with throttle and engine response more than anything. You play with those on road courses. 8 is what you use under caution. You can run 8 on the racetrack if you want to. That's basically no boost. So 5 to go. He's just back here playing here. I wonder if he's going to just set him up here for a run with 1 or 2 to go. We'll see. He needs to get closer. Okay, 4 to go. And 10 miles. Now we're talking a qualification run.
And it's going to be all about keeping right in the toe right now with Henry Kaloff. It looks like Caden's got himself up in front with that advantage. And Campbell just behind, looking for an opportunity to take that checkered flag. Campbell started in 20th tonight, running in the 2nd spot. Just needs 1 more chance. He's led 5 laps today. Caden has led a total of 31. So it's been back and forth between a multitude of drivers. Caden more so in that leading fight. Campbell, not as much, but he's here now, and that's what it comes down to. Logan Mullins in chat room rooting for the man in the number 27 who leads now. 3 laps remaining in the Frank Pauley 500, and Kaloff plays the role of towing them both, and Caden still there with a slight edge.
So then the hard part is that when you catch this group, you also got to pass basically 2 cars, or at least slot yourself in that you're ahead of Severs, but still behind the lap car. So he's a little bit closer this time, but not going to make the run in 3. All right. This is when you got to go. Got to go, got to go. You got to do it now.
And looking back on board with Campbell, what's the call here with 2 laps remaining? Looks like coming down the front straight, still some distance to be made.
Still feathered it a little bit. I gotta imagine this last lap he can't feather it at all. Ooh, big arrow push. Last time by 2:17.1 for Severs, 2:17.2 for Campbell. Okay, this go 100%. Push. You got to do it now.
And this is what it all comes down to. White flag, this time by the final lap of competition here at Indianapolis. Down and in. Caden now looking to get away from the lapper of Kaloff, and there he goes. White flag's out. This is the final lap. Deep and under. They're both going to try to get by Kaloff at once. No longer is Henry going to play the role of helping either.
Henry, get out of the way.
And yep, the 35 going to be out of this one. It's going to be coming down to Campbell and Caden here. Caden going to have the opportunity to run down the back straight with the advantage. Both weaving back and forth. Full speed for Campbell up top.
Hold your line.
And now it's going to be side by side. Campbell with the speed up top. He's going to come. There's contact. The 82 goes spinning, and Caden comes out on top. Rushing down the back straightaway. No fight for the win at the line. Will there be action? We'll find out. Caden Severs wins at Indianapolis in a controversial last lap incident.
I'll have to see that.
Campbell limps home. We'll have to look at that one more time. I'm sure he's as frustrated as anyone in this race, if not more.
Okay, so it's a very, very shallow. Caden a very shallow line in the going into 4, so he stayed low in the short chute, whereas Nathaniel had more of a traditional line coming through the short chute, and they basically met there. And right where they would have want to turn in anyways for turn 4. It's possible that if Nathaniel would have just held his line and stayed on the high group, that he would have had the momentum on the high side to get the win on the high side at coming to the checkers. But tough deal. At least he comes home second, but not the finish that he really wanted.
And looking at it one more time on our side there, heartbreaker for Campbell. Caden gets through, and just like that, past midnight, Caden gets it done. And a victory lane is his. Unbelievable finish at the end of this one, and the checkered flag will fly at the Brickyard.
Kind of reminiscent of that '89 finish between Fittipaldi and Al Jr. Let's just hope that Campbell thinks that it was nice, good, hard racing like Al Jr. did when Emo drove by. After he got out of his car and Emo came by under caution, little Al went out there and gave him the thumbs up, when everyone thought that he was going to give him like the middle finger or something. And Al Jr. said that that's the way he liked to race, and he applauded Emo for it. So let's see if that's going to be the same way here, if Nathaniel's going to applaud Caden.
Well, now Campbell coming down for a celebration here at the Brickyard. Unbelievable finish at Indy. Coming to the stripe and burning it down. Caden celebrates after 500 miles here in the Frank Pauley 500. $100 richer. The checkered flag is his. Let's take a run down your race results. Caden Sievers will win from Nathaniel Campbell in second and Caleb Tipton in third. Joe Wright, position number 4, and Henry Caloff fifth, with Fozzie Fazillo in sixth, Nate Cadet seventh, and Ben Lawson eighth. And then from there, William Rasmussen, position number 9, and Jim Mott rounds out the top 10. 11th place going to be Thomas Villano, and 12th for Fernando Quintas, and Aiden Cobarrubia in 13th. Michael Deitch 14th, and 15th John Leisure. Corey Mott going to be 16th, and 17th place then and there is going to be Will Young, with Sam Bennett 18th, 19th Matthew Owens, and Adam Johnson 20th. 21st on up, it's going to be Charles Atwood in 21st, and Zach Johnson 22nd. 23rd for Austin Runkle, 24th for Ryan Taft, then Jeremy T-Bone, Alan Phillips, Michael Cormetis, Bill Martin, and Justin Bell to end the day here in Indianapolis. 29 driver field when it was all said and done. Just about 5 drivers making it through at the end, and one winner, Caden, collecting the checkered flag. Let's see if our race winner is available for comment. It looks like he is. And let's get a word from the man who gets it done with the checkered flag in hand. $100 richer after 500 miles here in Indianapolis. Caden, welcome to the broadcast booth. Victory here in the Frank Pauley Memorial 500. How does it feel?
Feels great. That definitely was not the finish I wanted, but oh my gosh. I'm so exhausted, man. And
in a race of endurance tonight, we kick this one off at about 8:30, and it's here just about midnight and beyond on the East Coast anyway. And for you California-based, still a long, long haul. Started 4th, had some teamwork with Rasmussen early, but it ended up being your deal from the halfway point on till the end. What was it like figuring things out from top to bottom?
It was just working with Will the entire time. He's the reason I finished up top, man. I mean, he told me what I needed to do. He helped me with the fuel at the end. I was not going to finish on fuel. Yeah, it's sad to see that he crashed out, but yeah, it's just how it is sometimes around here. It's always crazy. Yeah, still obviously not the finish with that netcode, but yeah.
Well, an unfortunate way to end it off with that netcode there. We saw the battle between you and Campbell, and it came down to a little bit of that strategy with the last 30-yard lap run. We saw the pit stop finally getting the green flag. Pit stops in after quite a few cautions overall. What was it like shifting the attitude to go in for pit strategy after all that occurred?
I mean, it was pitting every now and then. Just trying to stretch the fuel out as far as possible. I was thinking about staying longer out at the end, but Nathaniel was gaining as he had pitted earlier, and I just needed to pit, and it ended up working out as I came out right next to him. So,
All being said tonight, 500 miles, and Gary, you have any questions for our race winner here?
Yeah, when you did make your last stop, you made it inside of 180, so you should have had enough fuel. How'd you come up short?
I had my margin set at 1.5, and I ran engine map 1 for the final 5 laps before I pitted, and it still managed to be off, thinking that I was maybe running engine map 3 or 4 And so after running 2 laps on engine map 1, I discovered that I wouldn't have enough to run an engine map 4, so I dropped it down to 5. And then at the very end, just chucked it into 1, but there was contact anyways. So yeah, it probably would have been a really tight finish at the line. Obviously, it seemed like Campbell was also short on fuel towards the end. Yeah.
Okay.
That being said, Caden, checkered flag is yours tonight after a 500-mile event. Winner here in the Frank Pauley 500. Any shout-outs you'd like to make after tonight's performance, or any final messages you'd like to leave us with here after a tremendous win?
Shout out to Will mainly. He really helped me. He gave me the qualifying setup that I used that got me up to P4. Yeah, I helped him a lot, but he just got unlucky with the damage. Got to put that win towards grassroots racing. First win in an endurance event, as we came up P2 in the last 2 endurance events we took part in. Yeah.
Well, tonight, getting it done and no longer the bridesmaid, Caden. Checkered flag is yours. Looks like consistency pays off. Victory here at the Brickyard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Now, Gary, here's the real question. What are we going to get as a response from our second place driver today, Nathaniel Campbell? Let's bring him in. It's the 82, Gary. He's all yours. Let's bring in your second place finisher.
Well, let's just go ahead and get to the elephant in the room. What about the last lap there and the North Short Chute coming to the checkered flag? What happened?
Man, he just dumped me. No, I was watching the replay. It was net code. Nothing I could really do about it. If the net code doesn't happen, I feel like I 100% get that win on the outside there and go back to back in these 500s. But I'm okay with the P2. I'll take the $50. I'm happy for it, and hopefully I can carry this momentum into the 600 tomorrow as well.
So talk about the last stop, but also you stopped within 180, so you should have had enough fuel to go to the end, but you ended up having to save there in that last stint as well. How come you came up short, and how much did you have to save, and what did you do to save it?
Yeah, so I actually came in on, I think, 175, I want to say. So I came in a little earlier. I knew we would make it from about 165 and on. And I came in about 10 laps later. I noticed that the few, I think it was 4 guys in front of me, were stuck behind that 35 car who was a lap down. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to pit early and just take a little bit of a risk here. I definitely had to save a little bit. I had about
A lot of people, single car spins, that type of thing. What did you do to really manage to keep it underneath you? Because really, that's by virtue of just kind of driving smart and handling well. You were able to get yourself in a position at least to go for a win there at the end.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I did not make a single adjustment on the car tonight. The car was about perfect as it could be, and the conditions on the track, I feel like it matched it perfectly, and everything just seemed to click. And I was hoping to get that second Indy 500, but I'll take second. That's for sure.
Well, going back to back is hard. Not everyone can be Joseph Newgarden. So congratulations on P2. Shout outs, friends, families, teammates, sponsors. Anyone to say hi to, go right ahead.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and give out thanks to my team down at Hollywood Motorsports. It's a little operation I got going. We mainly run Cup Series. We got a few trucks as well. But other than that, I would like to thank my mom and dad for all the support they give me. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Congrats, Dave. It's all back to you.
Well, Daniel Campbell on the way. Once again, thank him for his time. Tonight, a bit of a surprise for the driver who came home in third and biggest mover on the day just by virtue of making it to the podium. Caleb Tipton coming through, rounding out the podium from 25th on the starting grid and making it up here to second. How about that? Third. How about that, indeed?
Hello. Hey, there you are, Caleb. Hey, talk about your road to third there. It wasn't an easy one. You had 14 incident points to get up there. But, you know, sometimes you have to drive to survive. What did you do?
Hoped and prayed. that I didn't get caught up in any wrecks. Just run my stuff, just cruise on with who I can, where I could. A few of my guys were taken out on that lap 1 incident, and then like lap 4, Justin Bell and Austin Runkle. Unfortunately for him, but just me and Joe kind of had our thing going there for a little bit towards the end. But whenever caution came out, I was like, I'm just gonna fill up, get some tires, get some freshies, and try to see what I can do with it.
Well, I mean, other than that, did you have any damage that you had to sport? Because you did have 14 incidents. Do you have any damage that you had to kind of run the entire race, and it was kind of your bit of a parachute, so to speak, and kind of why you were kind of down on pace, but still managed to still finish third. But I mean, did you have any damage on the car that you had to manage throughout the race?
I did. Just a few, just brain dead moments. I just drift up into the wall, entered too high. I think there's a belly pan damage because even then on like map 2 or 1, I was still running like maybe under 220 towards the end. I just, in the moment, heat of the moment, I'm gonna touch the wall a little bit. Didn't help. Corey kind of took my nose off a little bit towards the beginning there, but luckily the team at Uber had some genuine parts to put on the car. It felt great towards the beginning. I think towards the end, once that damage started to set in, the car just felt not too great. But third place, I think that's fantastic. I didn't expect that for my first Indy race.
Well, maybe you have yourself a future driving these more often. Maybe you should give them a shot.
I enjoyed these more than I thought they would because this is my first time running these cars.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't know, Dave. Maybe we see him in the VOR series, or maybe I see him in the top split here in the coming future. But man, congratulations! We do hope that if you had fun in the car, we do hope to see you in more races. There's quite the community that runs these things, and they're often help out a lot as well if you have any issues that you have, questions you have. But good job bringing it home third with the damage and everything. Congrats. Go ahead, shout outs, any friends, family, sponsors, teammates you want to say hi to, go right ahead.
I would love to give a shout out to Justin Bell, Austin Runkle, Joe Wright, Donut Man, driver of the Krispy Kreme. Let's see. I'd like to give Ryko a shout out. The car felt fantastic with this setup shop. Jet Puff for bringing the heat with the s'mores. We cooked tonight, without a doubt. But personally, I thank you guys for having an amazing broadcast. I love the quality of what I saw while racing it, and just y'all sound great tonight. Other than that, thank my family, friends and family. Hi, Dad. Third place, and I think that'll do it. Oh, Vince Mitchell for my spotter as well.
You got to thank the spotter as well. Congratulations to you and your team and your spotter, and I hope to see more in these cars going forward. But congratulations, and we'll catch you at the next one.
We'll see how my schedule looks. I got the lady to tend to.
I understand that.
All right, y'all have a great night.
And what a top 3 that was. 500 miles and 3 drivers with completely different approaches make it up in the same podium regardless. 500 miles, 29 drivers attempt, and very few beyond our podium were able to finish, but those that did had to survive. It was an immense challenge. 5 drivers were able to make it to the end of 500 miles, and only 4 of which got through on the lead lap. Gary, we saw today it was attrition from start to finish here in the Frank Pauley 500, and it's beyond midnight for the both of us here. It has gotten late, and we have gone quite the distance. And I know you were broadcasting before you even joined us here. And we saw the qualifying action even before this race started. If you're watching with us from the beginning, you have any final thoughts first after what we've seen tonight?
I think school was in session. A lot of people learned a lot about these cars here for this race. Some folks, I think, have the knack for it, and some folks probably don't like it too much. But don't let that stop you. Don't let that stop you. If you like driving these cars, definitely check out the iRacing Indycar community. They are on Discord. Also, check out some of the other Indycar series that they have here on the service. There's the open series, which you have open setups, and you have the fixed series, which is like a sprint series, and then you have the oval series, which is a fixed setup oval, and then you have the IIS, which covers the NTT IndyCar season. And then we just recently got our own version of Road to Pro announced that will start in September, called the Pro Series. So if you're looking to get in these cars, now's a really, really good time. IndyCar is on the upswing on the in the community. But yeah, been a long night, but I would be remiss if I didn't come out to say you got to join Dave and me this Friday, 9:00 p.m. Eastern. We'll have a star-studded cast in our booth to call the top split of the Open Indy 500. That's the Open Indy 500. So each one of these guys has their own setup that they've been developing, either with themselves or their team, or maybe they bought it from a setup shop. We don't know. But we'll have the top split, and the top split is made up of people that qualify roughly together. It has nothing to do with iRating. It has everything to do with how fast you are on qualifying. So these races are going to be highly competitive, highly sought after, and we will. And go to RaceVerse YouTube.com/RaceVerse. Subscribe to the channel, then find our Open Indy 500. Go ahead and hit the notify button, and then join us at 9 p.m. Eastern. Myself, David, and some others for the call of the iRacing Open Indy 500 top split. That's it. I'm going to let you go so we can go to bed.
100%. We are in for a open wheel week unlike any other, and we kicked it off with a fantastic event tonight. We once again like to thank the Runkle family for their incredible support in putting this production together for the Frank Pauley 500 in memory of Frank Pauley, who was dearly missed in the Moving Chicane Racing League community. Once again, check out the Memorial Scholarship Fund. We'll have that up for the remainder of the time this broadcast is on YouTube. All information will be easily accessible, and we hope you check that out. It's also in the Moving Chicane Racing League public Discord server, discord.com/MCRL. So we hope you check that out. Once again, we thank you all dearly for stopping by as we continue our Memorial Day celebrations here at the Yard of Bricks, the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I've been David Kreutz alongside Gary Godso, and our work together has only just started for this week. So if you want to see more of it, once again, RaceVerse Friday and Saturday respectively, coverage of 2 more 500-mile races, and it's a great start here on FTN with the Frank Pauley Memorial 500. Thank you all once more for watching live on FTN, and we hope to return with a little more coverage of the MCRL crew, maybe in the time coming in the future. The USGP MCRL group, a fantastic bunch of drivers getting to grips with these open wheel cars and gave us some great racing from start to finish. Thanking everyone at MCRL, Corey Martin in particular, for giving us the opportunity to come back. It's been several years since we worked with this group in any form. You might remember Corey Mott and his grouping from the Rush Truck Series in 2022. Great to return with this opportunity in hand. And Gary, great to have you alongside me in our first preparation for what's next for the rest of this week. Thank you all for watching live on FTN from the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This has been exclusive coverage of the Frank Pauley Memorial 500. Hope you have a fantastic night.